Hello and welcome to part 2 of the Simply Race Endurance Series. We're now live on our new stream. So, welcome to those of you that were tuned in to the first stream. Good job sticking with us till now. And really looking forward to the second part of this race. So, we'll be with you on this stream for the next 8 hours. So once we get to the end of this one, we'll provide a link for the next one, so on and so forth, until the end of the race. It's just the way how YouTube works, unfortunately. So don't currently have any viewers at the moment. Oh, no, we've got one viewer at the moment, so welcome to them. Hopefully you've all started to find your way to the new stream. I'll just continue to update you as we go on and hope that you all find us. First comment is Jamil, so well done for getting the Jamil comment in nice and early, and very soon we will get him on the stream, don't worry. Very lovely to see this support as well for one particular driver, and it is his first attempt at doing an endurance race at Simply Race, and he only drove the car for the first time yesterday, so genuinely I cannot say how impressed I am with Jamil's driving so far. Really impressed, and he's also got a team out of a tight corner, so in my books he's a massive hero all round. So I am fully down with all of this love, so keep it coming in to the chat. Carl McLeod loving that as well. So yeah, welcome to part 2, everybody that's now seeming to be finding us, seeing our viewer numbers starting to raise. So you've all found the second part of the stream. Welcome. So, what are our talking points? Now, the first few hours of the race were pretty chaotic, with cars going off left, right and centre. Lots of overtaking, lots of battling, a lot of impact with the other drivers as well. Still a lot more of things to come as well, and I'm going to run you through the race order in just a couple of moments. And back again to the 24 hours of Yas Marina, and Jaden Morris says, sounds like people are starting to get tired. Yes, a few drivers probably with a little bit of fatigue starting to creep in, although saying that, we're not even 8 hours into the race just yet, so we've still got a long way to go. So those drivers that are feeling a bit fatigued, definitely going to have to go home or go to their local hotel and get some rest before they next get in their cars for their next stints. Alistair Kirk says, such a shame I couldn't be racing. Hope it's been a great event. It's been really good fun. Thank you, Alistair. The racing's been absolutely top notch from the get-go. It's been really fun to watch the event and join in with the comments and chat with you guys as well. So thank you for joining us. Hopefully for the next 24 hours you can maybe get yourself in a team. Kyle, this race has taken Jamil away from out Rocket League grind to champion. Okay, so, well, learning more and more about Jamil every day. Definitely the most popular driver. I was going to do a vote later on in the race of most popular driver, but I think we already know who's won, so I think the vote is pretty meaningless, if I'm quite honest, because we already know who's going to win. Anyone else, any other drivers that you're supporting, feel free to get in touch. We're still currently watching the Boo Barracuda car on the screen, but I tell you what, just because we've got a lot of his supporters here, let's have a look at Jamil's Lamborghini once more on stream. My concentration would start to slip in 30. Okay, so fair enough, Jaden. So you've been beating your own driving up a fair bit, Jaden, but I don't think I've ever seen you drive on the Sims unless you've been in the venue and raced in the venue, so apologies if that is the case, but I feel like you're beating yourself up a little bit too much here. I mean, when you're in the sim itself, you don't really feel the fatigue because you're surrounded by the screens. You kind of just get lost in the world of driving on the sim. You don't really feel the fatigue itself until you actually get out of the pod. And then it's getting back in the pod. That's the difficult part. So it's not during the stint itself, really. Like, I guarantee when Jamil comes out, he probably feels fine now, but I guarantee when he comes out, he's going to be absolutely shattered. Jack Ashton has done really well. He did have one little mistake earlier. They are still in contention for the win. Yes, they're a lap down on the leaders, but anything could happen, and there's obviously the possibility that Brabham Esports could get that penalty. We will see. That's going to be watched by the stewards like hawks to make sure that they don't do that, because it was getting a little bit over the top with all of those running wide incidents and a few other things as well. You'll need a massage. Well, I'm not going to offer that service, I'm afraid. I'm a little bit too busy for that. I'm going to interview him and then maybe recommend a masseuse, but I don't really know anyone, so I might have to do some quick research for that one. Jaden, I actually think that sim racing is a really good sort of distraction for ADHD. I know quite a few people that do have ADHD who have done a lot of sim racing, and it really helps them. It helps them to focus. Quick recap. So, the start of the race, Brabham Esports pulled away, and they're still in the lead. No, I'm joking. So, we had quite a few battles. Team Purple Helmets qualified in 7th place, so they've had to really work for it to get themselves up into P2. Team Purple Helmets have been doing a free stint strategy with their tyres, which has been really impressive to see. None of the other teams have really been able to do that, so they've been running the hard tyres and not changing them at 3 pit stops, and then for the 4th pit stop they then put a new fresh set of rubber on. Brabham Esports have been doing double stints with the medium tyres, which they found to be working quite well for them, but it does mean that every single stint Team Purple Helmets have been getting closer and closer to them, because they've been saving time in more stints than what Brabham Esports have been having. So that is the main story of the race as it stands. A lot of teams are trying to do double stinting. Some teams are trying to single stint the tyres and not really finding a lot of success for that, and now are sort of transferring into the double stinting period. During the hotter temperatures of the race, the hard tyre was probably the better tyre to go for along with the medium, but as the temperatures start to come down, as it gets darker and later into the night, the soft tyre could potentially be used by some of the teams. I have heard some drivers already mention that they might pop it on for a stint or two. I don't want to give you a really massive recap because we'll be here for ages, but we've had some absolutely epic battles between Napa Racing, Avanti and Fault Shark, who absolutely giving it their all. Really amazing 3-car battle which went on for a good 4 or 5 laps, which was absolutely awesome to watch. We've had some absolutely brilliant overtakes, people driving around the outside. I just want to shout out Avanti. They've just set a personal best lap of the race, 1:45.490. That's their fastest lap of the race. And also Team Purple Rain have just put in their personal best lap of the race, a 1:47.154. So there's definitely a lot of pace out there on circuit at the moment, and as these temperatures get a bit lower, some drivers do not like the lower temperatures, some of the drivers like the higher temperatures, so it's a very mixed bag. Alistair Kirk says, I raced Fuji 8 hours on iRacing last night, and my friend who I raced with has ADHD and he focuses just fine. He's much in the zone while driving. Yep, definitely really does help your concentration. So, Jaden, I highly recommend, if you do any sim racing, which I've just seen you do some at home, really recommend that you continue doing that. It is a really, really good way to help focus because you're just so in the zone with sim racing. It's absolutely brilliant. Carl McLeod's recap is Jamil is the people's champ. I mean, yeah, that definitely sounds right to me, considering the amount of chat we've had about him. He's already won the popular drivers contest. I'm not going to hold the poll because he's already won. So, you know, well done to him. There's no prize, he just gets the pride of that. What I'm looking forward to is his reaction to hearing how popular he is, because he's probably going to be a bit confused. Yeah, as Annabelle, the race director, nods in agreement with me there. So, seeing quite a few things in the chat which are quite funny. Really glad you guys are enjoying yourselves in the chat as well. It is really nice. It really does make my job a little bit easier, which is super cool. Helps me get through this very, very long stint of just talking to myself. So, I really hope you're all enjoying the stream. I really hope you're all enjoying the race. Alistair, thank you for joining in. Hopefully we will see you back soon. Keep an eye out on the Team Purple helmets through the night. Genuinely, I think this is where all the action is going to go down. I really hope the Jamil fans do stay tuned after he gets out of the pod. So, one, you're around for his interview and to watch a bit of the racing. I understand that watching a whole 24-hour race is quite tricky to do, but, you know, it's definitely worth doing, I think. Just giving it a good watch and seeing how the team gets on as a whole. But I will reiterate, Jamil is a hero for saving the Napa Racing UK team. There, I said it. Awesome. Right, so let's now have a look elsewhere. I'm very sorry, chat. No, we're not going to like moving away from Jamil's car, but we need to. We got to be fair to everyone. Let's have a look at Team Purple helmets currently running in P2. Current lap times 1 minute 48.236. Not really gaining any time on the leaders at the moment. Only Camsport actually gaining on them quite a fair bit in the last few laps. 1 minute 47.5 was their 1 minute 47.543 was their last lap time. So they took a nice chunk out of the Team Purple helmets car and have continued to do so for quite a while. Hello, Dane. I don't know why you're saying hello, considering you're across the room from me. Well, I mean, we're in the same building. I could literally wave at you and say hello. But sure, heyo. Just casually, one of the stewards / race directors getting involved, you know. I know that Dane is so hyped to drive the safety car, but I think he's going to be very upset when he finds out that I'm basically probably going to be the only person that gets a chance to drive it, if it does even come out. Cue his sad face. I'll just wait for his reaction for that one. Or he's already stopped listening. Now, we have a yellow... No, we don't have a yellow. It appeared and disappeared for me. So I'm going to imagine that was just someone running a little bit wide. Hopefully not Brabham, because that would lead to a penalty. So let's not do that. Here is the Boo Barracuda Maserati MC12. Currently being chased down by the Avanti Racing Lamborghini. So we'll keep an eye on this Lambo for a little bit and see how they get on in bringing down that gap. Now, they've been really pushing to try and catch up to the Barracuda car. Apologies, actually. No, sorry. The Boo Barracuda car is only 5 seconds behind the Cam Sport car. Not the other way around. Apologies about that. So that's my mistake there. Just making a bit of a faux pas. Apologies. So, Annabelle, okay, I mean, you said you want to have a go, but do you really want to have a go? In all honesty. Do you really want to have a go? Like, really? Or would you rather have, like, the fun of, like, organising it? Or are we just going to get Dane to do that? I think we just get Dane to organise it. So let's keep an eye on this Cam Sport and Boo Barracuda battle, as the Boo Barracuda car is still lapping faster than the Onid Cam Sport car. And to put some names to the cars, it's Matthew Woolett in the Boo Barracuda car. So I think it was Jennifer earlier will be very, very happy about that. Closing the gap to P3. So potentially getting back to the podium. And then driving the Onid Cam Sport car is currently Ben Brown, who designed the livery in the car that he's driving. Looks very pretty, doesn't it? He's done a very good job. He always does. If you want your own custom liveries done by Ben, he has his own sim racing livery company called Ben22 Racing, so feel free to check him out on Twitter and get your own custom racing liveries designed by him. He does it for most of the major simmers as well, so it's not just Arfax 2, so Assetto Corsa, so on and so forth. So Martin is now being called the second boat, which is a new one for me. I've got to say, I'd never heard of boat. It's best of all time. Yeah, it's a bit strange, isn't it? And just a boat in ruins, says Martin Buchan. So I wonder if Martin is preparing for his Buchan double, as he was calling it earlier. Now, you've got to be very careful when you say these things on the stream, because it can come out very badly, and yet Martin just doesn't care. Martin. So we're just going to have a quick look, because apparently there's a little bit of static on my feed, so we're just going to have a quick look at that, see if we can improve that for you, and then we'll be right back. If the action kicks in, we will say hell to the static and we'll commentate to our heart's desire, but if it stays as is, we're just going to give a few minutes to try and get it sorted out, and then hopefully you'll be able to hear a little bit clearer with no static in the background. So I hope you bear with us for a couple of minutes. Okay, welcome back. It's hopefully a bit better. Apologies if my voice sounds a little bit strange. We are using a noise gate now to try and eliminate that static. So if I do sound a little bit weird, please do let me know in the comments. It really does help us quite greatly with your comments because we get instant feedback. So I'm just going to keep on talking. We're going to keep an eye on the gaps. A few things have happened since I went away. So Team Purple Helmets have gone into the pit lane. They've now dropped to 4th place and now 2 laps off the leader. Only Camsport now inherits 2nd place with Boo Barracuda in 3rd, just 4.9 seconds behind them. And then it's a further 41 seconds to Team Purple Helmets. Now, Team Purple Helmets should jump both the Boo Barracuda and Only Camsport cars when they then come into the pit lane, because it's not 41 seconds to do a pit stop. So they are still in a net 2nd place. So just to explain that to you. Thank you, Kyle. That's very useful. We think it could potentially be a connection issue or something. We're still hearing a little bit of static on our end. It's not bad, and if you guys can't hear it and you guys are happy for me to continue like this, then we'll continue. And to me, the audio quality now sounds a million times better than what it did before, so hopefully I'm a lot clearer, which is useful. So thank you to the tall member of Simply Race. Which one? But no, it was Dane. I will out Dane. Have you changed your hair? Thought so. Looks good. I like it. Why are we not just micing you up as well? Because you're sat in here, and you're a commentator, so you know. I mean, this is what you get paid for. Actually, no, like setting up streams is what you get paid for. Yeah. Many things is what you get paid for. So Dane's going to join us on the stream now.
Hello.
I don't know how much of the race you've actually seen so far.
Very little.
Okay.
I was asleep until about when I messaged you to say I was getting ready to come here. That's when I woke up.
I mean, that's probably a good thing considering the plan.
Yeah, it was fully intentional.
Yeah, which is good. So Dane's going to be with us on the graveyard shift, basically doing some helpful work, being race control, stewarding, whatever it is he needs to do while he is here. Dane left the desk and things died. You see what happens when you leave?
Yeah.
You know? It was very upsetting. I'm still not fully recovered.
I'm back.
You are, but...
For today.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah.
In race room, I can't figure it out. I feel like I nailed a corner and then the AI's rocket past me on the exit. In all honesty, Jaden, it just takes a lot of practice. Like, lower the AI's difficulty, see how you get on with an AI that's a little bit more suited to your level, and then maybe increase them slightly, and then as you go fast, you'll find you just go faster naturally. And don't try and learn from the AI, because they'll do a lot of unnatural racing lines and stuff like that, but just slowly increase the difficulty. Just lower it down, and don't be ashamed to lower it down either, because everyone starts somewhere. Dane the Electric Men apparently is your nickname in the chat.
Okay, I'll take that.
It's definitely not the worst thing you've been called, so...
No, it's not. I will also say, if you feel like you've nailed the corner and the AI rocket past you on the exit, there is a chance you're going into the corner and carrying too much speed. And you might feel like you've nailed the corner, but if you're slow on the exit, then you're losing time the whole way down the next straight, as you'll find out, because the AI will just drive past you. So for those corners that you're finding that for, take it a bit slower on entry, and then you can get on the power quicker, and you should find that the AI no longer rocket past you on the exit of the corner. So it should be a little bit better if you try that for some corners. Some corners you can take it really hard on the entry, but some you have to prioritize the exit, especially corners before long straights. They're really important.
So, some very solid driving advice from Dane there. Now, I bet you weren't expecting sim racing tips this evening.
Bang.
Onid, Go for the Gap have just done a personal best middle sector. Apparently, Team Purple Helmets have done a purple first sector, but I've definitely seen faster than that. So, I think my timing's going a little bit funky again. which is always handy. But apparently they have done a personal best middle sector, so we'll see how they finish the lap. They've already brought the gap down from 41 seconds to Boo Barracuda to 35 seconds in about 3 or 4 laps. So they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. They might not even need them to pit at this rate if they keep tracking them down at that rate. They might get in front of them before the pit stops. Cam Sport will be the last car to pit. They always are the last car to pit. They doing magic free with the fuel. Very interesting philosophy from Cam Sport to save that fuel. All the other drivers I've spoken to do not think it's worth it. All the other drivers are just going out there, going for it 100%, but saving the tyres. Whereas Cam Sport are doing a little bit of both. What would you say is better?
Well, it depends how long your pit stops are. I actually don't know what the pit stops consist of, but if you've got a pit stop where the fuel takes longer than tyres, and especially if you're not taking tyres at every stop, if you're saving some fuel, even if you don't manage to get an extra lap out of it, your pit stop will be shorter, right? So you'll take less time filling up fuel because you have to fill up less fuel because you have more still in the tank. And then if you do manage to get an extra lap, if you can do that consistently throughout the race with all the stints that they're doing, then chances are they may well be able to just skip a pit stop entirely. It depends massively on how much they're able to save, but if they think it's worth it, then they must be seeing something.
So Cam Sport, I think, lost a little bit of time there to lap in a car. They lost 2 seconds in the first sector alone there, which is not ideal for them. So the gap to Boo Barracuda now down to 3.7 seconds. And I'm sure Team Purple Helmets will be very happy about this as well, because they're currently lapping way faster than both of them in front of them. So I think they're going to be caught up relatively quickly. So I think that safely cements Team Purple Helmets second place for now. They are not 2 laps down on merit, because Brabham Esports are yet to take their pit stop. So once that comes through, they'll then be a lap down once more. But knowing the strategy that Team Purple Helmets are doing, I don't think that's going to be the case for the whole race. I don't think the race is decided, even though the leaders are relatively far in front. There is still a lot of things that could happen in this race. Jaden Morris says, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I mainly drive a 2021 DTM Porsche. Now, I've personally not driven that on Race Room, so I can't really comment. I don't know if Dane has
GT3 car.
It is a GT3 car, yeah.
So you're not going to be able to carry a massive amount of speed through the corners in the GT3s anyway. You're going to be more focusing on exits for a lot of corners, I would say, with the GT3s, because they don't really do a whole lot well with cornering speed. You know, it's compared to any more high downforce like what we got here, or prototypes or Formula cars. So yeah, probably maybe just slow it down through the corner a little bit and get back on the power earlier, because even though it might feel a bit slower, you'll see you'll be gaining much more on the exits.
I hope you give that a go, Jaden. So I was wondering why the pace in the Team Purple Helmets car had gone up so quickly, and then I looked at who's driving it, and it is Jack Ashton. So we have no surprises there, and that purple sector is a genuine purple sector that time. That 23.387, that is a purple sector. And then personal best middle final sector. Looks like a good middle sector on this lap as well. So it looks like we're going to have another low 45 sort of lap time. They've now brought the gap down to Boo Barracuda to 30 seconds, so that's 11 seconds they've now taken out of them in a very short space of time. So Jack Ashton absolutely on it, and at the same time, Matthew Woolett in the Boo Barracuda car is also hunting down Ben Brown in the Onid Cam Sport car. So people catching each other hand over foot all over the place on the circuit at the moment, so the battle for second place is definitely hotting up. But I wouldn't say it's really a battle for second place, because once those two pit, Team Purple Helmets will be in P2, but in terms of the battle for P3, that's definitely open for some really good racing, I hope. Brabham Esports just done a purple middle sector on this lap, so I think they're starting to respond to Team Purple Helmet's pace, or they've just decided let's go a bit quicker, or they're just enjoying the cooler temperatures. Not really sure which it is. I wonder, will any teams blink and give the soft tyres a go? I've heard a few people whisper it, but it'd be a big risk, I think. They do wear out well, it's not the wear, it's more the temperatures, and even though the air temps are going to be quite a lot cooler, they only really work well until you get to like 75% left of the tyres, and then once you go past that, they just overheat and you just don't really have any grip. And I don't think the cooler temperatures are really going to help too much. Maybe it'll give you like another 10%, maybe 20%, but the tyre itself is going to improve better. It's probably going to perform better, but I don't think it's going to be as drastic as like some of the drivers think it's going to be.
What sort of temperatures are we talking about here? Because
So
it would have to be quite cool as they've pitted.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it is a bit of a drop in temperature, I'm not going to lie. So the starting temperature was 31 degrees. The lowest the track temperature is going to get today is 24. Sorry, the air temperature is going to be 24 degrees. So track temperature is still going to be really high. And with the constant cars going over it, it's not exactly going to cool down too much, really. So I don't think it's going to be as big an advantage, if at all, really. But we'll see. We'll see if someone gives it a go. Some people, because we saw a lot of people struggling in qualifying last night with understeer with the cooler temperatures. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, old Dane looks a bit flabbergasted by that one.
Understeer?
It was, yeah.
In a GT1?
It was quite odd to see, especially in the Corvette. The snappiest car of them all that just turns in on a knife edge did not want to turn in at all. It's very interesting.
Don't trust the drivers.
I mean, it's just how I was watching it as well. It's understeer.
That's really strange.
And it was Aiden Carter as well, and Aiden Carter's good. You can't make that face. He's good. He's fast.
We'll see.
Wow.
We'll see about the understeer.
You just want to see if they start understeering is what
I
you're
want to
saying.
see if they understeer, because I don't know how you can make these cars understeer.
I mean, the DBR9 has a bit of natural understeer in it because it's such a heavy sort of piece of machinery. It feels very lazy. When was the last time you drove these cars?
I haven't. I never drove them.
So you're just assuming.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched some of the drivers.
They're really nice to drive.
They look great.
They're really good.
They sound great.
They're like so much better than the GT3s and GTEs. Like. So, breaking news. Apologies if you lost the stream briefly there. We are now back on the air. Hopefully you didn't close the window, but we do have the fan favourite. We had him. He then went away. He's now hopefully coming back. Okay, he's just sorting himself out. Here he comes. So... Okay, so I'm just going to talk him through putting on the headset, but he's such a legend, he'll probably just guess how to do it himself. So if you put it on like a pair of glasses, but you want the handle to be like this side, it's a bit odd. Yeah, you can do it like that, that's fine. Whichever you're comfortable with, in all honesty. Yep, that's fine. So what we're going to do when we go live... I'm going to mute it for now, but when you're ready to go live, you just tap that and it will go green. And already the comments are coming in. Now, you've probably not heard this,
Right.
but the chat have really gotten behind you. more so than any other driver by quite a large margin. I was tomorrow, in all seriousness, going to hold a most popular driver poll, but I don't need to because you've already won it. Like, look at these fans of yours. They've been talking about you for the whole race, your whole stints. They're all really proud of you. And to be fair, I've been singing your graces as well, because one, not only did you save a team's entry, but you also just jumped in and was super quick straight away. Like, talk us through it.
I wouldn't say I was quick straight away. Like, I had a lot of problems in practice and stuff. And actually, before I even started the stint, I was watching some of the Brabham boys and seeing the lines they were taking and stuff. And basically, I had to change my driving style completely. So I think I was hitting like 150s at the start of the stint. Well, I was hitting like 146s, 147s in practice. But I saved my tyres big time. I think I did 2 stints. And I only did 2 hard tyre changes. But yeah, I'm knackered already, and I've got so many more stints to go.
Well, I'm sure you've got a fairly large rest until you're back in the car again, surely. Like, when are you sort of due? Are you still sort of like doing it roughly, like when John feels like he's done enough stints, or are you going to have an actual plan
it is,
so you can sleep?
It is impromptu at the moment. Everything's kind of impromptu, but yeah, I might get a nap in.
Quite a few people telling you to get some rest. Number 1 racer, Carl McLeod says, we also have Ali, great drive. We've just been inundated with the comments.
These are all my friends and family, actually. They've all tuned in to
This
watch.
boy doesn't sleep. Apparently you don't sleep.
Well, I need some.
I think it would be a good thing if you did, in all honesty. Also, Carl McLeod has been cheering for you as well. Although it looks like Carl McLeod has changed their profile picture to a picture of you, I think. I can't really tell. I think that because it's such a small picture, but the glasses and the hair look correct. So you've got a doppelganger fan now as well. Like, people are going to be wearing like your merch next. Like, what's the plan next? Get your own YouTube channel, start your own racing series.
Finish the race first. I think that's the first and foremost. To be honest, I'm not really thinking about that far in the future at the moment. So, yeah.
Looking forward to doing more events like this in the future potentially.
Yeah. I definitely need to get more time in the rig. So.
Awesome. Yeah. And how much sort of experience do you have in the simulator itself? Because I know you've been to this venue once before last night. Is that correct? Or
yeah. I think it was a completely different car as well, like F4 in a Donington, at Donington even.
Yes, so totally different. But have you got your own mini setup at home, or?
I do. Yeah, I do have a little rig at home. It's completely different from here. Even the force feedback and everything I've got to get used to. So. Yeah, it took some time. I
mean, I think you've adjusted yourself insanely well in a very short period of time and jumped straight into the deep end in the premier 24-hour race. Yeah. I mean, you've probably been watching some of the other drivers and thinking, okay, this is the competition. And so there's someone that's not done a huge amount here. It must be quite daunting.
Well, this is my first ever endurance event.
So you've never done an endurance event ever?
No, I don't even race really competitively at home either. It's mostly just for fun. I don't really do anything serious, so no leagues, no nothing.
Bitten by the bug?
Yeah.
I mean, I think your fans want you to do more as well. So not even just me. I think your fans are just raring to know when you're going to be racing next. But he needs to get some rest because it was a long stint. Was it around 3 hours? A bit longer than that? It felt even longer than that.
Yeah, I think it was 4 hours.
About 4 hours in the sim. So hopefully now John will do about 4 hours.
Hopefully.
But that does put you in at the really late part of the night. So that's going to be a tricky stint. How are you through the night normally?
Coffee will do me and I'll be fine. So.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You see, my strategy is water until the morning.
I'm hydrating right now.
Yeah, for me, I won't touch a drop of water until the sun starts to come up. Because, I won't touch a drop of caffeine until the sun starts to come up. Right. I find that if you do it too soon, you then crash. So you've got to be very careful with caffeine. So try not to have too much coffee.
All right.
Just have the one, or you will definitely crash, and then that's not fun.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I've done many of these 24-hour races. Water is always the best way to go, in all honesty. It's the secret weapon. But yeah, so you agreed with 24 hours before qualifying. Come down for the qualifying night. Managed to get some driving in before qualifying, which was good. After qualifying, sorry, wasn't it? Did you do any of the free practice, or?
Yeah, both. So I've done quite a few stints already, basically.
It's good though. You needed to get on there and go racing. But yeah, like I'm just glad you were free and available to do it. I mean, unless you had to cancel some other plans, or
Nothing.
you just so
I
happened
was
to be
free,
completely free.
Yeah.
And you said, do you want to do a 24-hour race? And you were like, you know what? Why not? Let's
Yeah.
give it a go. And here you are doing an amazing job for the Napa Racing UK car in P7. Do you have any sort of hopes or targets, or are you just sort of hoping to just get to the end of the race?
If we keep it P7, I'll be happy. Yeah.
I think that's a nice target to have, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you've definitely been quicker than the only Go for the Gap car quite a few times, so there's definitely some potential there.
I think the last like pit I had, I'm pretty sure I was probably slower because I was just nursing the tyres throughout the whole bit there. So it was horrible.
Well, I thought you did a great job, so I want to congratulate you. I'm going to let you go now so you can sort of like chill out a little bit, because can tell you've had a long time in the Sims. Just need to get yourself away, get some fresh air if you can, have some water, rehydrate, get yourself back up there, have a little nap,
Yeah.
and then we'll see you back on the track in a little bit.
Thank you.
No worries, thank you. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, he's been on. We'll get him back on again later if he's up for it, although I don't know if he'll be as up for it after the very late night stints. He'll probably
Yeah.
just want to have a bit of a nap, but I do know that you have another driver incoming tomorrow morning, which should help you guys out quite a bit, so you can have more of a rest, and then maybe when you've woken up a little bit, maybe pop back in, because I'm sure some of your fans will be waiting for you again. But don't get your hopes up, guys, because he needs a rest. But continue watching the stream, because he will be back in the car in a, shall we say, 4 hours?
Yeah.
4 hours. So if you're all awake in 4 hours, tune in. He'll be in the car. Right. Have a lovely little break, and we will catch up with you again.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
So. Oh, that was a lovely interview, wasn't it? And he's very, very humble. I can see why you all really like him. He's a lovely chap. I've barely spoken to him because of only really got a chance to say hello to him this morning. So, great job. Off to get some energy drinks. I don't recommend the energy drink strategy, in all honesty. If you are planning on watching this whole race, genuinely, it's taken from a man from experience who's done many, many, many 24-hour races in his time, either raced in them, commentated on them, broadcasted them. The best method to do is water throughout the night, and then only touch caffeine when it gets to around 7, 8 a.m. If you take caffeine before then, you are going to crash. It's not going to end well, and you will just want your bed more than anything else. So genuinely, I hope you all take that advice if you are planning on watching his late night stint. Water is the best hydration tool, so use it. It's good. Don't have Red Bull. It will just destroy you. Right, so back to the racing. Let's have a look and see what's going on the circuit. So currently leading with a rather ominous looking 2 laps at the moment is still Brabham Esports. Second place, Odin Cab Sport. Oh no, I tell you to drink water, and here I am yawning, so maybe don't listen to my advice. Matt is doing really well, actually. He's been closing the gap on the Onid Camsport in front, although now they've pit, so we need to see when Camsport pit to how that's going to play out. So Purple Helmets had already pit, so they're probably going to jump Onid Camsport, who are in P2 at the moment, And then it could be either Team Purple Helmets, either Boo Barracuda or Cam Sport that are then going to be in third place. All depends on how that all plays out, but Matt's pace has been very strong in comparison to the Onid Cam Sport car. So he's been doing very well, Jennifer. So thank you for asking. I'll let him know you've been asking for him as well, asking how he's doing, and I'm sure he will be thrilled with that. So just run through the order, because that is actually the most exciting battle on track at the moment. It must be said is the Barracuda Cam Sport one, because it could change in the next few laps. We're not too sure when Cam Sport are going to pit. We just know it's coming up relatively soon, and then we'll see how the gap plays out. But looking at the gap at the moment, it is definitely looking like that Boo Barracuda, so driven by Matthew Rullett at the moment, will definitely jump the Onid Cam Sport car to get back into third place, which I'm sure will be very exciting for you to see. We also have Avanti Racing, who are only 7 seconds behind Boo Barracuda as well. They've been ebbing and flowing with that gap. It's been getting closer, getting a bit further away, we're getting closer. So ups and downs, definitely. Oh my goodness, it's Callum Cripps with food. He's going to eat and talk, apparently. Might get a bit of rustling from the one and only Callum Cripps. So if you want to pop that on. Yeah, I know, it's like a proper device. So you kind of wear it like glasses. I know, it's a bit weird. It is, yeah, it's odd. Yeah. Yeah, not too bad. When you're ready to go live, tap that till it goes green. So it's normally a double tap, so whenever you're ready. There we are.
Oh, I'm actually live now.
You're live.
Nice. Hello, everybody.
So
Cool.
Callum Cripps, driving for Brabham Esports. It's looking relatively comfortable at the moment,
It
but
is
it's
really.
never comfortable.
To a point, yeah. I mean, obviously, just getting through the traffic is the main ordeal. But yeah, it's gone quite smooth. I've got more used to the car now. Like when I first tried it in practice, all the cars were just like, oh my god, I can't drive these things at all. But yeah, you can get used to them. And obviously the boys are very, very fast. They're all iRacing boys, so coming over to R-Factor 2 is quite tricky for them. So, but yeah, they're really up to pace, and obviously they exploited a few things in R-Factor that I didn't really know either. So they're all over it. So yeah, it's going quite well for us. Obviously, your closest rivals are kind of Cam Sport and Purple Helmets at the moment.
I'd probably say it's more Purple Helmets, because Cam Sport, they're now in the pit lane now. Their pit window is so vastly different to everyone else's, although it looks like you guys have managed to start stretching the fuel as well.
Yeah, the plan was basically to do 31 laps per stint, and then obviously we do two lots of laps of 62 on the tyre and then 31 on fuel. So yeah, those obviously Purple Helmets tried to triple their tyres, and Jack made it work. His other teammate, I forget his name now, but I think they gave up halfway through the third stint.
Yes, because Jack spun at the end of his third stint, and then boxed straight away.
Okay.
And then Adam took over. Adam unfortunately had a few little offs during his outlaps. They've had a couple of offs recently as well. Jack's now back in the car though, and putting in some pretty tidy lap times in his last lap time, actually a 1:45.539. Not bad at all, is it really? That's pretty quick.
It is fast.
But it's Jack Ashton, it's to be expected, let's be honest.
Napa have got the fastest lap of the race.
Napa have got the fastest lap of the race. Now, I've got a sneaking suggestion, sneaking feeling that John Dean Smith sneaked some soft tyres on
really?
and did that, because when I asked him about it, he just started giggling. So I think that there's a little bit of
rights.
yeah.
We'll have to do that at the end of the race.
Yeah, I feel like there'll be quite a few attempts at that. I mean, to be honest, through the night, I've heard some teams say that they might risk the soft tyres anyway. I don't think the temperature's going to drop enough for that.
I don't think it's viable, to be honest. I think you'll get maybe fastest lap, and then you'll have 5 good laps, and then it'll just start to fall off, and you won't be any quicker than mediums, and then you won't be able to do the whole stint time. So if you're not fighting for much, then if you want to go for it. But yeah, it's a bit strange. Obviously the track temp has come down a lot, and the air temp as well. So I'm not sure how much the air temp affects the car really.
It does quite a bit. So in qualifying yesterday, it massively affected things. It was like cars really struggling with like the lower grip temperatures. So the Corvette Aiden Carter was like, he got in and he was like, he thought he was in a different car because he had so much understeer all of a sudden, which was like really quite odd, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Jack really struggled with qualifying last night. He qualified P7.
Yeah,
Jack,
I know.
P7.
Yeah.
I know he's already talked us through it a little bit, that he wasn't in the right mindset, stuff like that. But I also think some of those cooler temperatures were a factor as well, because there was
his age. I reckon.
It's his age.
It's his age. He's getting old now.
He's getting old. I mean, he's younger than me, I think. So I'm a little worried about
I know,
that.
exactly. Yeah.
Like, oh
Exactly.
no, don't say that, Callum.
We're veterans now.
We're veterans.
City-race veterans.
God.
But yeah,
I mean, we've got some proper veterans here today. I mean, we've got Muffin, we've got Connell.
I know. I
mean,
couldn't believe it when they walked through. I thought, what are they doing here? Yeah, it's nice to see them again. Obviously, it's been, I can't remember how long ago since the race set up at Stacey Bush's. It was 8 years ago.
Yeah,
probably?
it's what? So 2015, I think. So
yeah, so 8 years ago. Yeah,
long time
so
now.
yeah, we've got some, made some really good lifelong friends here. So it's quite nice to see everybody back in the venue again. It's quite nice. Obviously, COVID, everybody kind of didn't see each other for a long time, so it's nice to have people coming back. Yeah, and Paul Day as well. That was nice.
Paul Day, yeah. That was a last-minute addition as well. Like, they were short of a driver, and I won't go into details. There was an emergency, which meant the driver couldn't come.
Yeah.
Paul Day got messaged. I think Jack Ashton is just an absolute legend, and just started messaging absolutely everyone and their mums trying to get them to drive the cars. And Paul Day was like, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Helps when you got a lot of friends, doesn't it? So
it does, yeah,
it
does. But he's been very helpful with that. So yeah, very cool to see Paul Day in as well. In terms of the strategy, then, so you guys just sticking with the double stint in mediums, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously we're discussing in the group chat because the Aiden and Bart decided to go out for dinner tonight. So, but we were discussing, like, because the triple stint did seem to help Jack, and he did actually catch up to us quite a bit. And Harry, when he was in the car, he had a few moments that set us back a tiny bit. Nothing major, but yeah, he just managed to maintain the gap or bring it down by about 20 seconds or so, losing that tyre changing the pit stop. So, is an option for us if we ever feel like we're in threat from somebody. Then we'll change and probably go on the three stint, just so we can extend it a little bit.
Okay.
Because that's probably the only way we're going to get threatened now, is by someone doing a triple stint over the night. But it has to work for them,
Yes.
They can't have any mistakes.
And look at this, Avanti racing up the inside of Boo Barracuda. That was a bit of a last-minute dive.
It's just Barracuda to them coming. Yeah,
made it work. Yeah, like, it's a good thing that Willett just was aware. Yeah, that could have been just a really clumsy incident.
Reminded me of Verstappen in 2021.
It just came from nowhere, didn't it?
Like, it's a huge send. Yeah.
Not as controversial though.
Nowhere near. No.
And that's the first time that race has been mentioned on commentary.
Exactly,
It's
sorry, I had to bring it up.
No, it's
we
all
won't
good.
void this.
We had Dan McCullough, our regular commentator, decide to bring it up in the comments earlier. He's currently he's living the best life at the moment. He's in Sepang for the MotoGP, so he's watching MotoGP in person. But he was blind drunk because his comments suggested so. He told me he's quite a few beers in, and then he just started going on about Abu Dhabi 21, which was interesting.
Maybe he just needs to get it out of his system, really, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he just wanted to reference it, just to rile people up.
It's the first time I've actually driven this track on sim. It's quite obviously not. I don't know. A lot of other sims have it.
No.
It's a really good mod, actually.
Yes.
Because I did download it at home just to get a few laps in. And it's really, really good. It's very tricky though, like especially the curbs. These curbs here on the right hand side. Yeah,
I was talking to Aidan Neat, because I know Aidan's driven the track in real life, and he told me that the curbs are a bit too slippery, but other than that, it's actually pretty damn good.
Yeah,
to be fair.
I tried a Formula car around here, and it seems to be, I think, more of a trait of the car as well, slightly.
Okay.
But because they haven't got a lot of actual downforce, they've got a lot of mechanical grip.
For sure.
So there is like that kind of factor. So around this corner, if you touch an inside wheel on the painted curb on the inside, then it is sketchy.
Yes.
But it's really, really well modelled, and obviously the lighting as well around the track. The hotel that lights up fully as well. It's so cool. Yeah,
it's really cool.
Someone's put a lot of effort into making the model, so they've done a very good job of it.
And in all honesty, it's just nice being able to do a 24-hour race and not have to think, oh, what car's that? I know it
Yeah.
sounds really silly, but it's like it's just so much nicer to just look at the screen. Like, oh look, there's the Blue Barracuda car. There's many tracks in sim racing which have 24 hours on, and
you have
just
to rely
like,
on the illuminated
yeah, you're like,
number on
what
the
is
side of the
that?
car.
Like, and it's a nightmare. I know it's the same in real life, but
Mhm.
this is just better. But yeah, I've really enjoyed driving the track. I mean, I discovered it earlier this year, and was like, I think the 24 hours needs
No,
to be
it's
on
perfect.
here.
Yeah,
Just
yeah, it's very good.
works. I mean, it was going to be in the GT3 cars, but they're not as good anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, the
as they-
GTEs are still pretty good. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're phasing out
The
now.
time model's a bit strange though on them. I
Mhm.
found like it's gone a little bit like the older iRacing time model.
Yes.
I found like
Yeah.
they're still good. Like don't get me wrong, they're still really nice, but I just felt there was quite a bit of frustration
I
with
think
that.
It felt like it was almost made to kind of suit more the touring cars.
Yeah.
On R Factor, obviously now that we know they've lost that total license, but yeah, it was kind of, it felt like that update was to just accommodate, you know, that part of the sim,
Which is
Um,
fine.
which is fine because
but
it was epic.
Yeah.
Like, I did VMO this year with Matt Richards and Callum Wilson in the BMW, and it was just awesome. Just loved it. Loved it.
it
Loved
was
a bit
good
of
fun to watch.
You know, there isn't enough like touring car sim racing, I don't think.
No, there's definitely not. It's one of those areas where it's severely lacking.
Yeah, people just want to go and race the fastest cars possible. That's why people go with, you know, Le Mans Esports or well, Le Mans Virtual or Formula One Esports. But I think like it's always proven, like especially with like Ginetta Juniors or Legends in the UK or whatever, like slower cars equals better racing.
Oh,
It's just,
always,
it's just
yeah.
a bit of a fact really. So yeah, it's when you apply that sim racing, obviously you don't want to be driving a Citroen C1 on the sim for hours, but like something like a touring car where it's got enough power to, and the bop's good enough that you can keep the cars close together, you can end up with some really, really good championships, as we can see from, you know, some race.
Yeah, Brands Hatch, 3 different winners.
Yeah,
from
exactly,
All the 3
so,
races.
yeah.
Which is super
So
cool.
I am planning to come back and do a few rounds.
I hope
this year
so.
when I get
I
time,
hope so. That will shake things up as well because,
Yeah.
like, I don't think it's as straightforward as some people predicted it to be this season. I think Lewis, as fast as he is, I think he's going to find some real competition. Martin is just Martin. He's rapid. We've also got Aidan Carter, who's just finding his feet in
Yeah.
that BMW, and
He's very fast.
yeah, super fast, and overtaking Manley around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Let's
Not
be
tried
honest. So
it.
yeah, so
Many times.
it's very cool that we've got a really open championship this series. So it'll be interesting to see where you slot into that as well. I think you'll be really competitive because if you've just done VMO as well, and there's some really fast drivers in
Oh my
VMO,
God,
like
insane. Like, I watched some of the, obviously you can have a look at everybody's onboards and stuff like that, and obviously Matt Richards, who's my teammate, he's more of a reference than anything else, but Matt was just he's obviously he's an R Factor 2 king really, but insanely fast.
they just make you feel slow.
I know,
It's-
but then I did enjoy it because when you've got a teammate who's fast, you can get all the hints and tips and all that stuff. If it wasn't for Matt, I'd be pretty much nowhere this year, especially with a few setups.
You did
and stuff
improve
for us.
massively through the season. I noticed the results just got better and better and better,
Yeah.
especially like towards the end of the season. You got some wins in there as well, which were very cool. I watched quite a lot of the races as well, just because they were just such fun to
Yeah, they were
watch.
great
Like
to
they were
watch,
just
yeah.
brilliant, so entertaining, and especially the third race. Every single time it was just guaranteed
Yeah,
chaotic
carnage.
action.
Yeah,
But
I
it
just missed out on the
worked.
podium in the last race as well.
You
which
did,
Brands was
but-
a nightmare for me. But the first 2 rounds I got taken out, and then I went from 24 to 4. Well, no, I got a penalty actually for the move around Scott Sovic. So I got demoted a place, but yeah,
Wow.
it's still pretty close.
It
It was still like mega. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I
so.
think with Croft as well, that's always like a good sort of pin on. It's
Croft's
such a good track.
Croft's it's my kind of track really. I love.
It's
Croft.
so
just-
cool.
yeah,
It's such a cool
something I
track,
gel
and
with.
it's a tricky track as well. It's like
That's
not
what I
easy,
like about
and
it.
it's hard to overtake. So to overtake that many cars in one race, fair play. I think that's impressive. But are you looking at doing that season next year as well, or are you sort of just seeing how
Yes.
it plays out? Because I know Matt's stopping now.
So
Isn't he?
yeah, Matt's kind of he's like sold his rig to all the Jancho boys and just kind of got away with it, and now he's he did the last round of VMO when he did it on like a G29 Logitech, and the old pedals as well, going from what he had. I think he had like SimCube stuff. and all that. So, but he was quicker than me still. And I was just like, God, this guy's so fast.
He's just
but
alien quick.
he
It
is
seems
alien.
strange that he won't race anymore to me.
No, I think he'll come back. I think he's just having a bit of a
Little
liaison
break.
period. Yeah, and then he'll come back.
He'll
and
be back. He's way too fast to
He
pack
is,
it
yeah,
in.
yeah,
I mean, he'll be back.
Married,
and then
married
he'll be
life's hit him. That's
yeah,
what it is.
Yeah, fair
That's
enough.
what it is.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, mate, you're not that far away
No,
from
I
that, so careful what
I'm
you
hanging
say.
on to that Superman life. I'm never giving it up.
You're like, maybe next year.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not stopping sim racing.
No, absolutely not. No, I've kind of, because I was kind of late to the party. Obviously, I came to Synchro Race for years and years and years, and finally got my own rig. So, thanks, Mike. So, yeah, it's I've been sort of like talking to Calvin today, especially with the what's going to happen with the team and all that. So it sounds quite interesting. I really want to branch into, because they were all pushing me to go iRacing, and I'm a bit like, it's expensive as well.
It is expensive.
So I'm quite tight as it is. So yeah, wedding and iRacing don't really mix for me. So yeah, I'll stick to R Factor now. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I just want to get some more people involved in R Factor endurance races, because there's some awesome stuff, like
There
the
is.
classic stuff as well.
Yeah.
Because this, no one really races on these mods, but I reckon you could get some really good. You get to set the cars up right.
Oh,
as we've
definitely.
seen.
I mean,
You could do it's like GT Masters. This.
yes, yeah, it is.
Isn't it?
It's quite
So-
cool. It's a nice nostalgia hit.
Yeah,
like
I watched some of these cars. I went to Le Mans Classic this year, and there was quite a few. There was MC12s, there
Yes.
was Aston DBR9s, stuff like that there. So yeah, some really cool stuff, and they sounded pucker.
They do. Yeah, I saw
sounds
them at the
awesome.
Spa 24 last year. Like, just mind blowing.
Mhm.
But I used to. I mean, I don't know about you, but I grew up because I've always loved GT racing. It's
Yeah.
always been like my soft spot. So I used to go to the GT World Championship at Silverstone every single year. So like sort of grown up with this sort of era of cars as well. Like a lot of these cars
Yeah.
are like my teenage years. I'm
Yeah,
sure it's the
absolutely,
same for
there
you.
were,
And
there
it's
were
like
posters.
yeah.
I had an MC12 on my
it's-
bedroom wall.
Yeah, same.
With,
So it's like just super cool. Like, and you'd go to Silverstone or your local track, wherever you are from around the world, and just see these absolutely epic monsters just powering around.
Yeah.
And like the sound they make is just, there's nothing like
Yeah.
it today.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I remember reading about Murcielagos when they came out. Obviously, it was a big thing, and I remember on Evo magazine they had an episode where they had a Murcielago against just loads of different supercars and hypercars and all that, and they had this poster that you could it was like A1 size poster you could put up on the wall. I've still got it somewhere probably, but yeah, it was like all these cars are pin-up supercars from obviously kids nowadays. It's kind of, now that ice engines ice cars kind of phasing out, you're just gonna have a load of electric cars. You're gonna have a load of Rimacs posted up on the wall. But yeah, I'm glad we kind of lived through this kind of like screaming V12 V10 kind of era.
I think we were the lucky ones that kind of saw
we
it
were
peak.
back on the
We saw it peak.
yeah,
I think
like
and
early 2000s. Like Murcielago, you had the Enzo MC12. You had crazy
It's
stuff.
just so exciting.
Veyron,
Yeah.
Veyron was like Concord, wasn't it, when it
Yeah.
came out?
no one would
Everybody
do
was-
things like that anymore. But the Rimac is impressive, like engineering wise. But I'm not the biggest fan of electric vehicles myself.
Yeah,
I don't get the same passion. I love the instant torque. Super cool.
I still don't
But
think.
I just don't think you get the same buzz from driving a car like that as you would like a proper. Like I really just want sustainable fuels is the way to go, so that
and I
we can
think
just
that's
keep
what's gonna
V12s.
happen.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that EVs will be the only solution to personal transport in the next 20 years or so. I do think, that especially biofuels that the VW group and VAG group are looking in. With Porsche and stuff like that, I do think like biofuels or hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
It's a bit.
It's
It's a bit of a grey area. Really.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, Le Mans is introducing the hydrogen class in a few years.
But they've put it back.
They have put
to
it back.
2027,
Yeah.
haven't they?
I wonder
so-
if that's to help Toyota out a little bit. I've heard rumours, so
Right. Okay.
yeah,
I'll
but
take your
they
inside
were
knowledge
like not too happy that it was coming so soon,
there. Okay.
and that they weren't comfortable and weren't ready.
I still think like a biofuel hybrid kind of solution is probably the key.
Definitely.
But battery technology will improve as well massively over the next 10 years or so. We were saying that 10 years ago. It's still going to improve even more.
Of course.
So you're getting cars close to 400 mile range now in a road car, which is pretty insane.
It is. It's
But then you need
impressive.
infrastructure for it.
Yeah,
So
it's-
it's going to be swings and roundabouts really. But I still think it's still quite exciting. It's just a new technology that's coming in.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that
It's
we
just
got that
different.
era of
Yeah,
basically,
definitely.
like 8 miles per gallon kind
Yeah.
of absolute
Just
heavy.
no one caring
monsters.
about anything like
Yeah.
that. Even though that there was discussions of it, supercar companies would just go mad.
Yeah,
and you had
they did.
Koenigsegg as well.
Yeah.
super cool cars. Like just Koenigsegg to me were like the 2000s version of like 90s Lambos. You know, like just absolutely
it's
mad.
Same with
Like
same
design,
with
and the Pagani, yes. The Zonda's such a cool car. I still look back on that.
I never really rate Zondas.
No?
I don't know what it was. I just
Really?
never really had a massive thing for Zondas.
I love the sound of the F. Maybe that's what it is. It's
They
got
were-
such
yeah,
a
they
sick
sounded awesome.
soundtrack to
Yeah.
it. And I think it's just because it looks so different. It's just quite appealing. in
Yeah, I
that
do.
way, but-
One car I really loved was Spiker.
Yes,
And they did a
yeah,
GTE.
They did, yeah. They
version.
did a GT3, I think, or something like that. Yeah, but I don't.
Oh no, it's
think it
GT2.
did- GT2,
They did
yes,
GT2.
yes.
It was in 2012 or 13. They did Le Mans.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
But yeah, that was a cool car.
That
Obviously,
was
that was
cool.
extremely cool.
It's-
Yeah, so cars, little cars like that, you don't really see them
No.
anymore. But yeah, next year for WEC especially, I think it's going to be a really cool series. You've got all the manufacturers coming into.
Yes, it's going to be a super cool season.
Yeah,
next
it's a shame
year,
that
I
they're
think.
getting rid of LMP2 though.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but it's just what it is. But I enjoyed that element of the race where you had a single make race series.
oh,
pretty
of
much
course,
in the middle
because
of,
it was
you know,
just neck and neck
know.
throughout the whole race.
I mean, in 2017, I think they nearly won, like outright.
Yeah,
Was it
yeah,
2017?
because when all
Was
the
it
LMP ones
all the
just
LMP
died,
ones died.
and like
So
the
Porsche
only
came back with an hour to go.
there was a Porsche that was
I was
laps
there.
down.
I remember
Yeah,
I was
you were
there.
there, and yeah, it was the Jackie Chan one as well.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah, it
Jackie
was.
Chan
Yeah, and
LMP2,
they came
which
second overall. It was absolutely nuts.
super cool.
Yeah.
Like that must have just been mind blowing though. Like I bet you were there, like, come on LMP2,
literally,
come on.
woke up in the morning, we were like, "What's this?" Like,
I-
I thought the timing screens were broken. but
I
it's,
remember watching on TV and seeing the Porsche overtake the P2 and just thinking, oh,
yeah, bugger.
yeah, basically, yeah. Like I don't really know if I want to watch anymore.
No.
But you know,
But
Le Mans has improved so much. I mean, this year's Le Mans
it's-
race to me was just epic. Like,
it was,
it's
yeah. I
just
mean,
so
obviously
good.
Toyota weren't very happy with it because of the bot, but like you saw the margin that they just won at what race did they just do?
Bahrain.
Bahrain. It was insane.
yeah.
You know? They got spun out at the start of the
Yeah,
race.
they got
So,
they still have a stupidly quick car. Let's be honest. And
oh,
you-
we got a spin.
oh, and it's the Avanti racing car.
Oh,
So
you've got to be careful
wait, guys.
Yeah,
there we
we're
go. We're all good. That must be quite off-putting though for the Team Purple Helmets car
It
there.
is,
Like
you
that's
see-
not the nicest place to see
I
a
had
car.
a few times, yeah. Especially when you're trying to overtake somebody and you kind of show your nose and just think, oh, okay, I'm going to try and brake early here, and they just brake at their normal point, but then just don't commit to the corner and go straight on. So it's very kind of them to let us through. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's like that section of the track is so tricky, especially with the two off-camber left-handers underneath the hotel. They were put in 21 as well,
Yes.
when they weren't there before, so it was just
No.
flat.
Yeah.
So it was obviously not that much of an undulating circuit. The most undulation that you get is through this section
Through
here.
here, yeah, definitely. I think it's I've really like this layout of the track. I think
I do. When
the
they
older one with the
announced it-
chicane there, I never really enjoyed it. I remember they said, well, we can't just run to the hairpin because we don't have enough runoff, and then they just did it anyway.
Yeah,
so I'm
they
not
just-
really sure what the actual argument was there. It's the same with like Barcelona, you know, when they always said, well, we can't get rid of the chicane because we can't legally put, and now they've done that anyway.
Yeah,
It's very odd, these decisions.
I mean,
But I don't care because it's better.
when you look at old circuits, obviously they have to, have to meet a circuit regulation nowadays. Obviously, grade 1, but yeah, I think I mean, look at Vegas. I mean, the Straight of Vegas that we're going to see next week, and then they've got a bloody good runoff area if anything happens there, because it'll be an airplane crash otherwise.
I mean, I'm quite concerned about that. No one's thought about the low temperatures.
Everybody's talking about this. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue.
You don't?
No.
Have you seen what's predicted?
I know it's going to be 4 degrees and
yeah.
very cold, but you manage that. They are the best drivers in the world,
True.
so they should be able to.
They should be
manage
able
this
to work
as
around
as
it.
best they can. And if so, then they'll go with a soft compound to keep the heat in the tyre.
Well,
or a lot of heat as well from core tyre temperature comes from the brakes. So it goes up through the assembly, through the brake disc, obviously through the assembly, through the wheel, and then out towards the
Yeah.
edge of the tyre as well. It helps now that the Formula 1 cars have got a lower profile tyre than what they used to have. So now that heat is kind of not as far away from the tyre wall as it used to be, basically. So it's got less room to travel. It'll still probably be tricky for them, but you've got to think like
I think
everybody's
what
saying
they're-
about our cold brakes. Well, all they do is just duct off the brake you know.
I think the fear is as well because they're on the hardest compounds that they could possibly have.
Oh, yeah, it might be carnage. I mean, I
it's gonna
could be completely wrong. But
think
everybody
I
frets
think
about
it's-
stuff in Formula
yeah,
1, and then
definitely.
they get there and it's just like, oh, it's
and then
fine,
nothing
you know.
happens. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people are just secretly hoping for like Istanbul 2.0.
They are.
you
They're
know,
hoping
like,
for because it's been a
but
bit of a boring
around
year.
but around Vegas, that's just going to be like, well, they'll just crash into the barrier, and it won't actually be that exciting. So, I feel like you need to eat your food.
I was just thinking,
'cause,
my
talking about supercars and
I don't even know what I got. I wanted some chicken nuggets and I ended up getting chili cheese bites because I panicked at the cashier. So I'll see
did you
what
not just use the automated machine, or
No, I don't do that.
you
I
like
like to talk to somebody.
humans? Yeah. So
Quite
when
like it.
when the AI, no, I'm good, thank you. I had a pizza earlier. It's like proper. Just I'm
This is my
stuffed
second
now.
McDonald's today, by the way.
No
I went
judgment.
out to go and get
No
something,
judgment.
and then everything. Subway
Was
was
it
closed.
breakfast then? Now
No,
dinner.
it was lunch then dinner.
Lunch
which
and
is
dinner.
quite bad, but there we are.
I mean, if most places
I'm
are
not
closed,
not
then
the fittest I was. I'm putting on the winter fat now, so I'll get to May and I'll just burn it up again. So
have you got any driving plans yourself for next season? Like any real world, or just a lot of coaching, or
hang on.
when he's
One sec.
yeah, it's all good.
Don't
Don't worry,
I'm
he's
just
not
doing-
stunned silence. He's eating.
I'm thinking, oh, real racing. I'd love to do something just financial. You know, I've got a house now. I've got a wedding coming up as well. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. So, I've got to the point now. I got to a few years ago, really, but where I thought, right, if I'm going to stay in motorsport, I'm going to make money out of it rather than, you know, not have the potential of losing money. So it's just give it a shot, even in Fun Cup or something like that. It's a few good grand, you know, it's $4 grand or whatever for a front end, you know, on one of them. So
It's a big risk.
it is a huge risk. So I keep on my toes. I'll keep, you know, doing a few tests and stuff like that, and just basically just jumping in anything that anybody asks me to drive, I'll just do it. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of instructing now for JLR at FNN, which is quite good fun because you do about 170 miles an hour. With pheasants running across the track, which is fun. But that's it's good people, meeting good people in the industry, and there's a lot of there's a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of people that are kind of at the age of retiring now. So there's a lot of positions and potential there. So yeah, I'm kind of doing just a bit more of that really, and just getting into the OEM stuff where you get paid, you know, quite well, and you don't have to. It's not every day that you're at a windy Silverstone at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and you're getting thrown about all day, and it's rain and cold and horrible. So. Yeah, it's quite close to home really, so I'm quite lucky where I am because I've got a few like test tracks in Myra and Millbrook and all that around us. So yeah, just doing a bit of that really, and settling down.
Fair play.
Ready for retirement. So,
Look who's
But no,
just popped up in the
it's
comments.
DJ.
It is DJ. And guess who's coming here in the morning?
DJ.
DJ
Is he
is coming.
really?
He's in Spain at the moment.
I
He's
haven't
doing
seen
some
him in years.
karting commentary at the moment.
He's got quite big in that. I
Yeah,
heard.
he has. And he's the TCR UK pit reporter as
What
well.
a guy.
Yeah,
Well done, DJ.
he's really going up in the world.
Yeah. He
I
must have
feel
something on
like
somebody
leaving
to get in
Simply
that
Race.
position.
I feel like leaving Simply Race was one of the best things you could have done with your life, DJ,
No,
ironically.
definitely not.
But we do miss you.
What a guy.
Although he's actually going to be helping us a bit over the winter because he's missed us that much. So if you want to see DJ, then hop on in.
I might give it a miss. Yeah, I love DJ. Obviously, yeah, we're going back a long way. So I don't think I haven't seen him in years. Probably last time I saw him, I think we were working for Le Mans virtually, like 2019 or something like that, when it was, you know, a really, really old.
When it was at Le Mans
when he was
itself.
actually at
Yeah,
Le Mans
yeah.
in a tent.
on
freezing.
Forza, or was it on
Freezing
Forza
cold.
Motorsport?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that must
And
have been.
we didn't have, you know, I was doing stewarding, but we didn't have any replay, so we had to call the decision as we saw it on the live stream,
No.
and we had no replay or no going back or anything like that. So we pretty much had to tell everybody to basically record their race starts and stuff like that, so that we could watch it back and see who was making contact with people. Oh, it was a bit nuts, but yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun.
I don't think we'll ever see anything as crazy as that ever again. Like using Forza Motorsport to run a pro.
But also, like
esports
because
event
of,
like
because
that.
of how Forza was, the fastest way. Put it in open setups. The fastest way was to keep the cars. In some cars, I think it was like LMP1s or whatever. In third, oh no, it's Group C's. In third
Group
gear,
Cs, yeah.
the whole lap. So like through the chicane and everything, all the way, and the cars would go up to like 230 miles an hour in third gear. Funniest one was we were changing the track layouts from time to time, so we didn't really tell them what track they were going to be racing on. One of them was Le Mans as it is today with the 2 full chicanes. The other one wasn't. So the Group C race was done without the chicanes, and then we brought in another GT race, and we put the chicanes in. But nobody told anybody that the track was changed. Actually, no, some people forgot. We did actually, but nobody forgot, and they went like 180 mile an hour straight into the barriers, and there were about 3 or 4 teams. Classic. It wasn't that funny because really people were competing for a lot of money.
Of course,
like,
but
a hell of a lot of
at
money.
the same time, it's like, what else can you do at that moment?
I
It's
was
like,
just watching. I was just like, I can do nothing here for you.
like,
You've
yeah,
done this to yourself.
we've told you, and you've taken that information, and you've crashed.
It was the middle of the night as well. So
yeah,
like, the track
everyone's
was dark.
shattered.
They
Yeah,
had a massive bollard. Well, it wasn't a bollard; it was a barrier. But yeah, it was. I didn't laugh at the time, but it was quite funny.
I imagine at the time you were probably like, oh, I
I
can
was
imagine. Yeah, you were in. Yeah. So, like,
I don't take things too seriously now.
No.
Oh my god, it was.
no,
funny.
you're very, very light-hearted and very easygoing, but that's
I
why
know.
we all like you.
Oh, stop
It's
it.
very easy to talk to. But yeah,
Right then, I'm
it's
gonna go
been
and have
enjoy
my
your
chili
dinner,
chicken wrap.
your slightly delayed dinner now.
That's
But
right.
thank you so much for coming in and having a chat, and lovely to see you as always. And when are you next in the pod?
I'm doing the worst stints.
Oh,
They've
no.
given me some.
It's because you weren't here.
It's because I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, it's 'cause I
Because
was
they were like,
spending
because they
some-
were like saying we need to sort the stints out,
Mm.
but Callum's not here. So I know
They
where
could
this
have,
has come from.
message me or something. I was sitting at home with my good lady, and I basically got the team sheet through, and it was I did the stint from 7 till about 8:30 or 9ish, and then I'm doing 12 o'clock until like 2, and then they put me on 4 till 6, so I can't even sleep between the two.
So you're
Bart's
doing
Bart's
midnight till 2,
midnight till 2,
and then you've got 2 hours off, and then 4
Yeah.
to. Ooh,
But the hotel's under my name. I'm not going to stay in it.
that doesn't seem
So I'm
right.
going to go. It's basically
When
I
do they
finish
have
at
to check out?
6,
When do they have to check out?
I think
Because-
10.
Oh,
the
wow.
Premier Inns?
Wow.
So I'm going to basically leave here at 6, go to the Premier Inn, try and get as much kip as possible, come here dead, basically, and then just try and stay till the end. Do you remember when we used to have the sofa in the old venue?
Yeah, it's
Where
great.
did that
I
go?
mean, well, it's in the hallway. It's just very cold out there.
It's freezing.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
freezing.
I
Whose
like-
idea was this in November? Never mind. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So I'm going to be here pretty much all night, just I don't know, dribbling on a chair somewhere in the corner. So,
Ah,
leave me to it.
I'm sure you could sneak into the hotel for like the 2 hours and.
But the other
maybe-
boys
maybe-
are using it.
Oh.
So I don't know. We've got a nice big king size bed and then a baby bed for me. So it's all good. I'll leave them to it.
Well,
Yeah.
enjoy your dinner.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your horrible stints. Maybe get some sleep now. Or are you
I
just
thought
like,
about that,
'cause
but then I
it's
was
too
like, I'm
close to
hungry,
it?
and
Yeah.
I just won't. I just
Then you'll
can't-
have like an hour.
I go to bed at like 11. I have a really like personal strict time schedule where I can't sleep before 11 o'clock, and I wake up at 6 o'clock every morning religiously. Like I will turn over and get ready for my alarm to go off, and I'll just press
Just
it.
natural, isn't
Yeah,
it? at
literally
that
like
point?
my body
Yeah.
clock is insane. It's the only good thing about me, I think. We'll leave it at that.
I feel like your missus would beg to differ. I'd hope so. Anyway, leave
think
a
so.
comment and
Like and subscribe, honey.
Slated.
Right, I'll leave you with that.
Enjoy. Okay, so just keep an eye on the gaps. Only Cam Sport currently 8 seconds behind Boo Barracuda, so that gap has definitely come down in the last few stints, as Cam Sport have now moved on to a double stinting strategy. Let's see how that works for them in the long run, but it's definitely bringing them a lot closer to that Boo Barracuda car. However, they are now 3 laps down on the leader, as you may have seen on the stream, as they have been overtaken by the Brabham Esports Maserati. So, just keep an eye out on any other battles that are going on at the moment. It's a little bit spread out throughout the field. We do have Onid go for the gap about 18 seconds behind the Avanti racing car. But the closest battle on field is between Onid Camsport and the Boo Barracuda car. We're just going to keep an eye on our leaders for a little while, considering they're leading the race, and they deserve the screen time because they're putting in some absolutely epic laps at the moment and just dominating the race, it must be said, but still a long way to go. They do need to be careful of those track limits though, so they've got to remember, keep those wheels on that curb, don't go over the curb, you'll get in trouble. So they need to remember that, need to get that nailed in and just keep on doing laps as much as possible. Looking at the rest of the field, so only Go for the Gap currently running in P6, Avanti running in P5, Camsport, as I said, running in P4. Gap is now down to 7.2 seconds. That last lap was 1.7 seconds faster for the Onid Camsport team. So doing an absolutely brilliant job, the Onid Camsport team, to close the gap to Boo Barracuda and try and reclaim that P3 where they've jumped them in the pit lane. But maybe the fresher tyres now on the Camsport car, because I believe they've double stinted, so now they'll be back on fresh rubber. And I think that Boo Barracuda are currently on old rubber, so it's going to ebb and flow all the way through the race, and we won't know who's got it right until we get into the final stint. So I think this third place battle is going to run all the way through to the end of the race, so we'll keep a one big eye on that. So, how long have we got left in this race? Well, we have got 14 hours and 55 minutes to go. It's still a long way to go. We're not even halfway through the race yet. We're not even at the 12-hour mark yet. And teams are starting to get tired. People are getting hungry. People wanting food. People wanting drink. It's still such a long way to go. We've been live now for around nearly 9 hours now, so we've been on the air for quite some time. Hope you've been enjoying your time with us as Only Camsport now, bringing that gap down to 6.9 seconds. I'm just going to keep an eye on that in the background. In fact, let's go to the Camsport car. In fact, why don't we ride on board with the Camsport Lamborghini, because it sounds really good. In fact, we're just going to give you a lap of just engine noise, so enjoy. enjoyed the piping sounds of the GT1 cars. Dane looks very, very sad that I have stopped the neum noises. But we have a bit of a race on our hands. So we've got a van. I've only just started talking again.
Bye, Annabelle.
Apparently, that talking like for several hours in a row is not enough, and I
No.
need to talk more hours.
Yes.
Like, you know.
What are
apparently.
these? Ooh,
They're
batteries.
so you can replace your batteries. So you
No, this battery's fine. Look, it's got 2 bars out of 3.
oh,
I'd say that's a
It said
significant.
0 earlier.
Well,
So-
it's a magically regenerating battery.
It is. So, the main reason that I've come back live, so
Okay.
I have been here this whole time, but I just needed to rest my voice a little bit.
By talking to
By-
me instead.
Talking to you instead about Loki. No spoilers in here, don't
Absolutely 0 spoilers.
worry. 0 spoilers, watch it. That's all I'm going to say.
And if we have spoilers in the chat, then we'll ban you. There we go. Boom.
Yeah, that's a definite rule that should happen. So Avanti Racing are now starting to catch Onid Camsport hand over fist. Although saying that, Avanti Racing have just done an illegal lap time, so naughty. They might get a penalty if they keep doing that too many times. But we'll see if they can hunt down the cars in front. Figured you lot had enough of car noises. I don't think anyone's ever had enough about car noises, though, to be fair. Like, they do sound absolutely brilliant, these cars, so brum. There will be more brum brums later, I promise you. My voice will probably need another rest at some point. So, gonna do a quick race order. So our current leaders are the Brabham Esports team. They have a 1 lap advantage to Team Purple Helmets. Then we have Onid Camsport in 3rd place, and then in 4th place, chasing down Onid Camsport, we have Avanti Racing. 5th place, we have Boo Barracuda, and then in 6th place, we have Onid Go for the Gap Racing, 6 seconds off of the Boo Barracuda car. Napa Racing UK in 7th place with our most popular driver, not currently driving in there at the moment. Fault Shark in P8. Team Purple Rain in Pod 9. Nice play on words for that team. And T Valley Motorsport Academy in 10th. And I don't know what safety car's doing in 11th, but they are 300 laps off of the next car and 317 laps off the leader. And need to get good.
Put me in.
No.
Well, then it's going to remain 317 laps off the leader, isn't it? Because that is a very unfortunate gap to have. I personally am going to go for a hot take here. I don't think they'll catch that back up.
What, yeah, that's I think that's really controversial, because I think they will.
Do you?
Well, because if a safety car comes out,
Then they're going to
They get-
magically
no,
get,
they-
you
yeah,
know,
'cause they get put on the lead
320
lap.
laps. Yeah.
because they get put on the lead lap, so
Fantastic.
the safety car will lead the race, potentially.
The
if we have
fastest
a safety
300
car.
laps ever completed in SRES history.
Yeah, it'd be great. Of course, there's going to be spoilers. The cars, yeah, okay. Fair point. Fair point, Lucian. I'll give you that one.
Another hot take. The back of the Lamborghini looks more like a Bugatti than a Lamborghini. It does.
That is a hot take. I don't agree with that one.
It does. Look
But
at it.
I am looking at it, and
Okay.
I'm not
Tell me that it does not
seeing-
look like the back of a Bugatti
It
Veyron.
does not look like the back of a Bugatti Veyron.
It 100% does.
Have you ever seen a Bugatti Veyron?
Yeah.
Have you ever a Bugatti Veyron?
Have you ever? What colour is your Bugatti?
No, you're supposed to say Bugatti,
Bugatti.
because he can't say it properly, because he's a moron.
Bugatti.
You know, he grew up in Luton, and he used to go to the stupid nightclub Oceana in Milton Keynes. I was probably out many a night when he was out. I really wish I'd have known, because I would have said a few things to him.
Lamborghini.
Oh no, you're winning the argument. I don't like this. Don't give Dane power. Giving Dane power leads to things.
You like a GTR, right? Nissan GTR?
Who doesn't like a GTR?
Okay. I don't like the GTR, the fake R36 GTR.
Which one's the R36?
Search on your phone. Do it.
Do I?
I've seen some people who make custom GTRs.
Have they made their own fake
They've
one?
made a fake.
Oh, this thing?
No.
No?
No. No. Oh, maybe that red one was. But anyway, they've made one and it is not good.
Is it this?
No. Go to images.
Oh, is it that thing? on the bottom.
No.
This is great visual.
This is really great
like,
visual.
really
This is
good
really great
visual.
visual. If you scroll
I
down.
could like. What is that?
Oh wow!
I kind of want to like.
I think if you search
Stream
like
this
Fuji
screen.
or something, because they had it at the work race.
Really?
Yeah. They had it in the pit lane. I can go back and find a photo of it, but I don't know
Sure.
my phone.
Well, maybe show me
So
another time
I'll show you later.
because
But it's bad.
this sounds like a podcast with like no screens on it, which is
But-
interesting. Except you're watching Brum Brums.
It's a 24-hour race. I think that's what the people want.
Yeah, it's true. So the only Go for the Gap car is now only 3.7 seconds off of Boo Barracuda, so they're finding a lot of time. Who's in the car at the moment? It's Aiden Carter, so I should not be surprised.
Nope.
Super fast, although you think you can beat him.
Probably.
You say this, but you don't prove it.
I can't exactly add a car into the race and then prove it. I can't do that.
You're a
I'm
car
pretty
man
sure-
if you like cars that go neum, Lucy, and that's valid, I think. I think that makes you a car man if you just like cars that go neum.
That's fair.
You don't have to know anything about cars, but if you enjoy them going neum, then I think that's good.
Yeah.
See, it was around that volume before, and you told me it was too loud. Now, out of context, sorry, listeners and viewers.
It
The
is just
debates
listeners at this
keep
point,
coming.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is just listeners,
It
let's
is.
be honest.
After
Although,
debates, yeah.
although saying that, I'm going to cut to Onid Go for the Gap because they are catching quite quickly. The
I
Blue
like this
Barracuda
livery.
car. I do. Do you know? Okay, so we had Cami Sturch in here earlier,
Yes.
and it was her design. I don't think she actually made the livery, but it's her design.
Yes.
What do you think it's referencing? And I swear you will get it wrong.
Is it Circuit Superstars?
No.
It's not a Marlboro car.
No, but that's what everyone thinks.
Right.
That's the one that everyone
Yeah.
gets wrong. So it's actually modelled on Sonic the Hedgehog's shoe.
Because that's normal.
I mean, it's
Hey,
Sonic
it
the
looks
Hedgehog.
good.
It's cool, you know. Like Sonic's shoe is fast. So well,
okay.
Sonic is fast.
Yeah, but if he's fast, his feet are moving fast, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
And then you get because when he's running, you get the like red and white blur of his shoes. That's what it's representing.
okay, that's
And
fair.
it just so happens to look good on a Corvette. Avanti's livery looks like a Lynx African. Oh no!
I mean,
I can't unsee that.
should we look at them?
I feel like
Should we just
I mean
like
they've
put
been
them in
on
the
stream for
spotlight?
ages,
Put them in the spotlight.
but they're catching. This car is catching another car. There's an actual race going on. Fine, we'll look at the Lynx Africa car. I've blessed the rains down in Africa. There it is on your screens for you. Thanks, Kai. I'm never gonna unsee that now.
Gonna get copyrighted.
I'm
then.
not going to tell Edson that, the man that designed the livery, because I don't think he'll be too impressed.
To be fair, you're not wrong.
You're definitely not
You're
wrong.
not wrong.
You're not wrong at all.
No.
I
That-
might
that's not a
dox
hot
Kai
take,
though, because I
that's
know where
just-
he works.
Whoa.
Can I dox Kai on the
Whoa.
stream? Am I allowed to do that?
Whoa.
I mean, he's laughing, so I might be allowed, but that could be the delay.
It is a delay. But also, whoa.
Whoa! What are you worrying about? The
Don't-
doxing.
Don't dox people.
I mean, you
That's-
doxed me on GeoGuessr.
No. I played GeoGuessr Milton Keynes, and the very first place it put me was right outside your house. It was literally, it's what looking at your house. I was like, well, I know where that is.
Right, so we're going to stop looking at the Lynx Africa can now. I'm never going to be able to call it anything else. And we're going to actually look at the battle that's going on for P4, because, funnily enough, this is a motor race.
Is it? Well, this is a very bold track to say that sentence.
Oh no! I've just realised what I said.
It's
Oh,
called
no.
a motor race.
Oh, we went car racing. On my way to Doc's Oh no. They're going to dox me on GeoGuessr.
It is great, like really funny that one of the positions on the GeoGuessr they've just decided to put your house on it.
I wish I knew why. I mean, I've not had it come up for me. The weird thing with GeoGuessr, I adore GeoGuessr. It's one of my favourite things. But like, it's always quite strange when, like, so say you don't play the MK one, but you're playing like a random one, like around the whole world, and like it puts you on a street that you've actually been on in real life, and it's not a famous street.
Yeah.
It's just one you've been on in real life, and it could have been any street anywhere in the world. But like, I remember it took me to a random like alleyway in Paris that I'd been down,
Yeah.
and it was like so random. It's not nowhere
I've had
near
that.
like the landmarks, and like Morocco, it's put me on like parts, and the
I've had
Canary
Singapore.
Islands and
There was
Denmark.
a random bus stop in Singapore that I had been to that bus stop
Yeah.
because I had to wait for a bus there, and I was playing with my girlfriend, and I was like, I know exactly where this is because I've been there, and she thought I was talking nonsense.
Yeah,
Didn't believe me, but I was like, no, that is that bus stop because
You
I've
see,
been there.
when I tell people, they believe me. I feel like your partner just thinks everything you say is slander.
90% of the time it is.
So that's on you then, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
Probably.
So
It probably
basically,
is.
you've tricked her so many times that she can't trust you anymore.
Healthy relationship, that one.
Super healthy. I can't wait for your wedding in December. It's going to be great.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a wedding. It's one of the weddings of all
It's going to
time.
be the wedding of all time. One of the weddings of all time.
I like how we now just on our second
I mean-
on our second screen here in the production room, we just have the Lynx Africa cat driving around on one of the screens. Whilst the stream is watching the battle on track.
But they probably secretly just want the Lynx Africa can.
They probably do.
Okay, so I'll do you a deal, chat. If you want the Lynx Africa can, I'll give you it. However, we're going to watch this battle, see if it gets spicy. And if it does get spicy, we'll stick with this battle. But if this gets a bit boring, then we will look at the Lynx Africa can. Or if they overtake and pull away, we'll look at the Lynx Africa can. I think that's fair.
That's fair.
That's a compromise.
They have now caught up to be 8/10 off.
They have.
They're close enough now on track that our timing screen is telling us that they're close on track.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys.
Hello.
You
Something's happening. Stop
might
talking.
wanna watch these two cars in this motor race.
I think it's more like less than half a second now. They are very close. Ooh, that was nearly track limits out of the final corner.
Yeah, they need to give that lap back. Undo that lap from history.
I need to just forget about it. But it's fine because if they overtake on this lap, no one will remember the last lap. No one remembers that.
Everyone remembers the last lap.
Oh,
of
and a
Abu
third car's
Dhabi.
joining.
That you always remember the last lap of Abu Dhabi.
The internet will never forget
Never
that
forget.
happened. Just ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit deep. That is a
is
bit deep.
Oh, look at this. That's going to be a hell of a run. So, I'm going to actually commentate properly now as they go side by side down the main back straight. So, this is Aiden Carter's best chance. He's up the inside. All he has to do now is get his braking zone right and just slightly outbrake the Boo Barracuda car, and he will get the position. And he does so, turns in, and he gets given the space, takes the chicane perfectly, and will now pull away off into the distance. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that we can now go, amazingly, to the one, the only Lynx Africa can. There it is, on track, in the distance for now. It's got to make an appropriate entrance. Here it comes. There it is. I hope you're happy now, everybody. The Lynx Africa can is back on the screen. I'm not sure if you actually want to see the Lynx Africa can, or if you were like, don't actually like seeing the Lynx Africa can. I don't know. Oh my goodness!
I saw that happening before the camera cut.
It was a good overtake. It was a good move. Let's go, says Kai. But is that excitement for Lynx Africa? Oh, yeah,
Yes,
here we
it
go.
is.
Here's the hype for the Lynx Africa can
I
car.
will just say that if you did hear me thinking, oh dear, something has gone on, and wondering, what am I looking at? On our second screen was still the Go for the Gap and Boo Barracuda, and on the last lap you would have noticed Tees Valley Motors pull out of the pits behind them, and apparently cold tyres make the right-hander at turn 11 quite difficult, and they've gone in. The camera's cut as the car was a bit sideways. I pointed at the screen, they cut the camera, and then you just see their car backwards fly across our screen.
I just also want to say that Avanti put in their personal best lap on that lap as well when they overtook. the Boo Barracuda car. I think that's really impressive. That middle sector is so much faster than anyone else on track at the moment.
They're faster
where
than
did that come
Brabham.
from? Yeah, they're faster than Brabham. 45.352. They're faster than the race leaders. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep
Now
going.
we have a reason to look at them.
We have a reason to look.
Not that we need
at
one.
the-
Let's be real, we don't. But it's always nice to have one.
Yeah, super cool. I think they can feel the presence in the chat cheering their car on,
Yes.
because
I now want these people in chat, these lovely people in chat, I want them to tell us what the other cars...
I need
No
you to
sweat.
decide.
Oh, Chris.
I'm such a sucker for dad jokes, and I'm not even a dad, so I love that. I mean, I might be a dad. My 20s were quite wild.
Oh my god.
How to make Dane uncomfortable on stream.
Top 10 wildest moments in SRES. I might be a dad. My 20s were quite wild. What is that?
WatchMojo.com is going to like rank that. You watch.
Welcome to Watch Mojo.
Welcome to Watch Mojo.
Today we're looking at top 10 wildest current line and statements.
No, that would be a long video. I've said some things. I've said some things and some stuff. So, whatever lap it is, lap. It's not even telling me. How rude. Let me have a look at the actual stream then.
It's been a lot of laps.
I can hear drunk people
I
outside.
can also hear
Oh, it's 11:05. Right, that's starting to make sense now. Okay, so that's why there's drunk people outside. So, I think who's sat in the steward's chair? Is that Colin still?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Cool. So we still have an active steward. Good. Our race control is sat next to me now because Annabelle, I think, has gone away for a few hours, which well deserved.
11:05. Yeah, all it took was it becoming 11 p.m. and then we have just descended into absolute chaos, as any professional 24 hours commentary team would do. I haven't even been here for that long. I've only been here for 3 hours.
You bring it out of me, though. That's the problem.
Well,
we as a duo, we are chaotic.
it's true.
We're very good at what we do together. Like, we work really well together, but we are chaos.
Don't need to get into that right now, Grant. We don't need to.
What are you what the hell are you referencing? Oh no, no. I mean, in a professional basis.
Of course.
My 20s weren't that wild. I wasn't even alive.
You're not that old.
I'm pretty old.
You're not that old.
I'm a lot older than you.
Now I'm thinking, hang on.
It's quite worrying that he has to think.
No.
So I was born in 1990, Dane.
Yeah.
So I lived a whole decade before you were born.
Yeah.
It's quite a long time.
I suppose it is.
I'm old. Accept it. I don't feel old until people just tell me that I'm old, or I tell myself that I'm old. I feel like I'm still in my 20s.
Just not as wild.
No, I've calmed down a lot. I listened to Taylor Swift. She told me I need to calm down. I listened.
Oh
I don't even like that song. I've just heard it play so many times. I just think it's quite funny to go up to someone and just go, "You need to calm down."
You're being too loud.
I'm being too loud.
That's the next line of the song.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not a Swiftie.
Terrible. I
mean,
tried to get tickets for a tour. Do you know how difficult it is to get?
I don't really want to know. How
It's
difficult
quite difficult. It's surprisingly difficult to get tickets for her
the
tour.
Lynx Africa car looks like it's in quite turmoil at the moment. I would not want to be in the Lynx Africa car right now.
That's just disrespectful. to the car that is in front of them.
No, it's not. This just looks scary.
Oh.
You see what I mean?
Oh wow.
Oh. He's getting a really good look at the rear.
Blue
Yeah,
flags.
Full Shock are like, you know what? If you want to go past that much, they haven't done that for anyone. They usually fight them, but I think with that they were like, you know what? I want to finish this race.
Yes. Yeah. Finishing the race is always good.
Finishing the race is good. So, Go for the Gap have already pulled out nearly 5 seconds on Boo Barracuda since they got past them.
Wow.
And just lapping exceptionally well.
Avanti are catching them as well.
Avanti are catching them as well, yes. 21 seconds is the gap. But Go for the Gap are also very slowly catching the Cam Sport car, which is actually yet to stop, so it's not really in third. So I think now, because previously Cam Sport was jumped from by just Barracuda car and Team Perfect helmets, but I think this time they're going to lose another position to Avanti because they're definitely within a pit stop almost. It'll be close. If Cam Sport change tyres, I'm fairly sure that they are going to be close enough because it's like 60 seconds for the pit stop. Pit lane, you're losing a good like 20-30 seconds surely. So 50, 55, it's about 76 seconds. Was that Annabelle?
She's still here. I caught that.
No one saw what you caught, so no one's impressed. I mean, I could put the webcam on, but I think that would just be... I don't think really wants
anybody
that.
wants to see that.
Just watch all the chat go, turn on the webcam.
Well, that starts a whole different conversation, especially at this time of night, right?
No, it doesn't. Now who's wild? Oh yeah, you're in your 20s. You're getting married. You got to calm down. You're getting married before Callum Cripps. He's been with his partner forever.
How long?
A long time. As long as I've known him. I've known him longer than I've known you.
Okay.
Like 2015. So before then, I think.
Oh.
Long
Needs to get a
time.
move on.
I mean, he's engaged now. Did that a few months ago.
Well,
Get good. It's expensive to get married, though.
it is. Yeah, I can attest to this. I can attest to it. It's very expensive. Our wedding's tiny.
Yeah, I know.
It's very small.
I
It's
mean,
still very expensive.
The only guests are me and someone I've never met.
Yes.
And the only other 2 people are you and the bride.
Yes.
I mean, you'd hope so, anyway.
Hopefully. I mean, I have to pick everybody up because nobody else drives.
Yeah, but it's not far away. I was just going to get them myself. But, I mean, if you're going to pick me up, then sure.
Boring. Yes. Of course I'll pick you up.
Sick. Awesome. I just attained a lift.
You found out about a lift you
I
already
didn't
had
even,
the whole
yeah,
time.
I didn't even ask. It's just happening. But yeah, I think it's going to be a fun day. But here's some advice for you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get married.
It's expensive. It's really expensive.
Like, if
Just
you love
to ask
them, if you love them
permission.
that much, just...
Because I didn't know this, but you have to ask the government permission.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
And that is expensive in itself.
Dear
but
Mr.
also-
Government Man, please can I marry this other
This
person?
is the best part. You have to book a wedding and have a venue before you can ask. And you have to ask 3 months in advance.
But do they ever say no unless they think it's like a scam marriage?
No, they don't. But you still have to go through the process. But I find it funny that you have to book it first and then ask permission.
It's a bit strange.
But you have to ask permission 3 months before it happens so they can still have time to say no.
You've learnt all these things about weddings.
As you begin to sentence on why.
I personally I think 10A is great. So
I do too, funnily enough.
I
think she's
hope
great.
so.
I think she's great as well.
But like I don't
Need to
think
timestamp this and send it
it's
to
a
her.
sentence. In all honesty,
I don't think it is.
I think it's going to be the start of a good time. You're a fun guy. Now everybody in chat post pictures of fungi.
You are a mushroom.
What if they say no? They
They
then
can't
you-
say no unless it's like when you ask permission, you're basically they do a check to make sure that you can legally get married, i.e. you're not related and you're not... Yeah, that's a check that they do.
Of course it is. I'd hope so.
You haven't just met, i.e. it's not like a you know...
A scam marriage.
Pretty much.
Or a shotgun wedding.
And that you... Oh, there's one more thing. You're not already married.
What about marrying for immigration purposes?
That's legal.
Yeah, but in terms of like, is there certain ways where they're like, this feels like a scam?
Unless you... if you know each other...
Yeah.
They basically just check that, like, you know, they check that you know each other's like addresses and jobs and stuff you would know about someone if you've spent any length of time with them.
Yeah.
But not like, you know, what colour are their eyes, because I don't, off the top of my head. I mean, I do, but for a long time I didn't.
I mean, you probably don't know what colour my eyes are, and if you do, then I'm a little bit scared, and you're not allowed to look.
No, I don't.
Thank you. That's good.
Not off the top of my head, I wouldn't know.
Yours are brown.
They are. Well, actually, they're hazel. They do turn really green in the summer when I'm not working in here.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lie.
It's not. In here, it's super dark. But when I'm in, like, if I go on holiday abroad in the sun for like a week or two, I'll come back. My eyes will be green.
You're telling me that your eyes get tanned?
My eyes go green in the summer. They do. When I lived in Cyprus, my eyes were green. Permanently, they just were green. I came here, and then they turn darker brown, and then in the summer they go green again. When I go to Central America for Christmas, I'll come back and I'll show you my eyes will be green.
How long are you in Central America?
2 weeks.
Okay, sounds fun.
It's gonna be good.
Is it Central America as in Central America, or is it a
Central
country?
Mexico and Honduras and Belize and Florida.
Why are you not? I mean, it could have happened, Phil. Like, who knows? I don't know. Believe what you want on that one, Phil. Feel like I've been called out there.
Did you forget already? Terrible.
I forget about a lot of things.
I'd file for divorce.
Earlier.
I'd file for divorce if I was you, Phil.
No, it's my monies. This is why I signed a prenup. To protect my goods.
But no, my eyes
from
turn
Phil.
green. My eyes turn green and my hair goes lighter to the point where it does turn blonde if I'm in like if
You're
I
being called out in the chat, but I can't repeat it.
by someone who I don't know.
Yeah, that's funnier.
They don't know me. I hope they don't know me. Otherwise, now I feel bad. What if they do? That would be worse.
I don't think they know you.
Because if they knew me, they'd know it's true. There we go. So now I know I don't know you. Boom.
He tried to Sherlock Holmes that, and it didn't come out as C4. I don't think. Are there any battles on track? No.
Nope.
So we'll continue to watch the Links Africa Can, because I think it makes people happy.
Should we go through the other liveries for like a few laps each? And I want people to
and
say
people to
what they think it is.
Okay,
like
fine. So you can't say that the go for the gap cars like the Sonic shoe though, because that's
because
cheating.
that is cheating. Because we did tell you.
So the first one we should do is the one that you can't see.
Yeah, that looks like John Cena's car to me.
And then we'll go to this one. Anything that comes to mind for you? So we're already getting demands for Link's Africa Can car to come back again. But can anyone think of anything that this reminds him of? I feel like Dane knows something this reminds him of, but he doesn't want to say what it is. You can say that. That's not offensive. So Dane thinks that looks like a warning triangle. Get your votes in for the Tees Valley Motorsport Academy car. What do you think it looks like? And then we'll look at Team Purple Rain, which it's colourful.
It looks... Ooh.
It looks like a car fell on the Joker.
Yes.
Oh!
Oh no! Oh no!
Look what we've done!
Oh no!
We've cursed We've cursed.
Oh no, it
we
wasn't
didn't
on
even see
stream!
it. Oh no.
Have they just
Oh,
hit the cam sport car?
No.
Are you sure?
Okay, so and they're hitting the wall again. Okay, so we need to go back to this car then, because we need the chat's thoughts on it. There it goes. I mean, we kept it on the Lynx Africa, so that's why I assumed that it had definitely changed, because they were just demanding Lynx Africa. That's a shame, because that's quite.
So what we've just missed, in case you're wondering now why we've both, well, mostly me, have been very shocked, is Team Purple Rain have just been in the most horrible way over the curb on the exit of turn 3, entry turn 4, and have just speared straight into the third alternate pit entry.
In real life, I think that would have been death.
I mean, it looks like it.
But where are you going, lads?
They do go off there quite a bit. Like that car has. I've seen that car go off there a good few times now. It is a very tricky corner, but this car, Team Purple Rain, their car is damaged heavily damaged.
Well, it would have been if damage was switched on.
Is it not?
No.
What's happening? Because they've been.
Oh, okay, so no one's told you this, have they? Great handover there. So we had a bit of an issue with the damage in practice.
But why are they driving so cautiously now? Track
Because
limits.
I think they're just going slow. So, okay, I'll show you the replay of the funky Joker car if you give me thoughts on what you think the red and white and black car looks like, which Dane thinks looks like a warning triangle.
Oh,
Oh, that was spooky for the Barracuda car.
Halloween was last week, guys.
I can still say it. It's not a crime.
To them,
Spooky.
they need to stop being spooky.
Yeah.
Oh, the Purple Rain car's wide again.
I think that's just their line in that corner.
No.
No. No.
Nope.
I kind of think it is. Okay, well, no one's made a guess on that one, so we'll go. I'll get the crash.
I think there is a significant delay here.
It's, yeah, we'll get there. It's fine. People are.
Halloween is all year. Yeah, but no.
Yes, it is.
I mean, according
Yeah,
to
the
the
Tees Valley
Centre
car. What do you tell us? What you think the Tees Valley car?
Yeah,
looks
what
like?
does the Tees Valley car
The
look like?
black and red and white one. I love watching them in reverse. It looks just funny.
I love it when they're like a bit sideways, because then it just looks so unnatural.
I feel like Kai has thoughts on the Tees Valley car, but he doesn't want to say them.
Well, how the turn tables. Yeah, it was a pretty horrible.
Transition.
Look at that.
Hits the
Way!
curb, carries all the speed in the world, and then
Goes through the barrier and hits the bridge.
then reverses. I mean, that was a nice recovery.
Did they hit the cam sport car though?
No.
Just. And then they put it in the wall here again.
Yeah.
So stay here
Just
because
to,
bang. And then they go off like every single corner after this as well.
They
That's
do.
why I thought they had
Yeah,
damage, because they just keep
That's
going
a,
off.
That's a fair comment.
Are you sure damage is turned off?
Yeah.
I mean, now they're in the pit
lane.
Has our factor decided damage is not off?
You get damage. You get damage. Or they've turned invulnerability off on their own pod for a challenge. I mean,
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a thing that people would.
I like a red and white and black car. I think it looks like a massive. Oh, because T Valley is a god awful place in general.
Well, that's certainly a hot take.
Yep. That these views do not represent the views of Timberlake's.
Or no, I won't say that. Or do they? No, they don't. They don't.
That would have murdered the person. Yeah, it definitely would. So, okay, so what do we think of the Joker car then? I mean, I just think it looks like the Joker with a hat. Well, a squish Joker.
It's still
car.
in the pit lane.
Yeah, out the pit lane. But yeah, it would have killed the driver. So here comes the Joker car. Here comes the Joker car with the green roof, the purple back, and the white front. Ooh,
Whoa.
They nearly crash into Guys, come on.
Time for a pit exit. Send it. Send it.
He is sending it.
Send it right in front of whatever car that is.
So yeah, it's just I don't think that can be anything other than the Joker, really. Okay, so let's move on to our next one, which is Fault Shark, which I thought was going to look like a shark.
It does not look like a
It
shark,
does not look like a shark. There's not even a shark logo. So
which is sad.
0 points for that.
Negative 10 points.
Negative 10.
Negative 10 units of disappointment. No, 10 units of disappointment. That's it.
10 points to Gryffindor.
What
I don't know.
do these colours represent? We got a fluorescent yellow stripe, and then we got blue, a very nondescript blue. It's just blue
Purple.
and purple.
And their livery description was quite confusing for our designer as well, because they
Our
literally
designer.
just said, well,
You.
no, I didn't design it.
Oh, did you not?
No, that was Matt Goodgescott.
Ah.
So they said, want blue, Mobius strip, green, purple. That was basically...
Mobius strip.
yeah, that's not
green.
Mobius strip.
No, it's not.
like,
So
but-
Matt's had
Well, no,
an
no.
absolute nightmare there.
no, because like, you can't really put... What is going on with Tees Valley? And
let's
there's something going on with my other feed though, so I don't really know if I want to show that live because it's glitching.
it does not like that at all, does it? What's going on there?
So let's go to that live, shall we? Chaos. It's not going to be chaotic now, is it?
That PC's not having a good time, is it? No.
I'm going to Alt F4 it and see what happens.
Hopefully it doesn't do anything.
I'm going to accidentally the computer.
Oh dear. Yeah, while we're looking at that, let's bring track back up. Oh, it looks like a Hot Wheels car.
That's... I think that's
That's
a
fair.
take actually.
Ah.
Whee!
Do you know what I
It's
did
the
really
German
like?
commentary.
I did really like the when they go for the gap car, got past Boo Barracuda. As they were braking into the braking zone, you said that you're just gonna have to send it side by side and go deeper on the brakes.
Yeah.
They just released the the flamethrowers out the side and just blow up the car's tires.
So Team Purple Rain are currently unlapping themselves on Boo Barracuda, which is terrifying me.
They're a bit wide.
They've done
through there,
it.
though. They
I don't know what's
have
going on with Boo Barracuda, but they're
something.
quite slow. I mean, the Tees Valley part is going to get them as well. At
They're in
this rate.
P5.
What's happening here?
What they've got is they've got their Nightspin
Whoa,
driver in.
that didn't look fun going into the... It looked like they were going to go into the back of them. They didn't, but... You good?
Yeah, look, the wrong mouse. I don't have access to the mouse that can change.
What do you want to see?
Oh!
I feel like that's the second time we've seen that. But this time, you got to see
I
it
think
too.
there was contact there. I would quite like to see if we can go back in time.
I'm gonna have to, but I'm gonna have to do it in the jank
It's
way.
going to look terrible, but it's worth it, I think, because
Because it's gonna be stuck like this for a good 10 seconds.
that's fine.
And then it was on T Valley. Hopefully it will actually...
There was, in fact, no...
Hey!
Bang!
Wee!
Good thing there's no damage.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I'd
At
love
this
to see
point-
whoever's driving the Boo Barracuda car. I'd love to see what their reaction to that was.
Well, we can ask Matt Willett when he gets out the car. We'll go up to him and be like, are you okay? Do you need fresh underwear?
Was it a good brown?
Oh no.
Ugh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's concerning.
That is
no,
rather
there we are,
concerning.
there we
Okay. It was just... Ready? Hashtag RF2 things.
Yes. Okay, so next car. So Fault Shark Hot Wheels. Now we're on to the Napa Racing UK car.
I'll tell you what this looks like.
A Napa Racing UK car.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the flag of Sweden.
Yes.
If it was pasted over a template, just like that,
Yeah.
just pasted over the template, and the entire template looks like the Swedish flag, it would probably come out looking something like that.
I think you're right. I think that's the only thing it does look like, other than a Napa Racing UK car. Okay, now back to having. That is Sweden. Yes, that's Yo Dog. I heard you like Trustmaster. I'm gonna guess that's Dan Wren. IKEA car. Yeah.
Yeah, IKEA car. That works. Insert Swedish thing here, basically.
Okay, so our next car
IKEA or a
is
minion.
which-
Someone said it looks like a minion.
That's actually
That's
a good shout.
Yeah.
Minion car in all caps. Yep. Yeah, fair enough.
Minion
yeah. Okay,
car.
Lucian,
Minion car.
that's a based opinion, I think. You can't say Sonic's shoe for this one now.
Well, they're going to now. You said you can't do it, so now what's the internet going to do? It's
Okay, you can say Sonic's shoe. Then now they won't say anything. It's going fine, Dan.
banana.
It's some minions.
Oh,
folks.
right.
Banana.
Banana.
Banana or something like
Marlboro. Yeah. See, that's what pretty much everyone said.
that. Yeah. I don't know if we're allowed to say that on the stream.
Why not?
Because it's cigarettes.
And we're on YouTube. What's the worst thing that they're gonna do? What's the worst thing that they're gonna do?
It's going okay, Dan. It's actually going fine. So thank you for asking. I'm guessing this is Dan Wren. I'm assuming it's Dan Wren. Assumptions aren't always the smartest thing to make, but I'm assuming you are Dan Wren.
It is
you.
it is certainly somebody whose username is Dan.
There is such a big delay. How do you know there's a big delay?
Because they're writing something and we're taking 2 minutes to
Ah.
talk about it. So they're now waiting 2 minutes for us to reply to that message.
Right.
How do you know there's such a big delay 3 minutes after you've asked if there's a big delay?
Well, I think someone's wiped out a breaking marker point, and Jack Ashton is not very happy about it.
Oh, dear.
So, I hope you didn't hear that, but if you did, I apologise for the extreme language. Sean is back to start arguments. No, I'm joking. We love Sean.
Sean's not going to remember who I am.
Sean doesn't, I don't think Sean even recognises your existence.
I am dead to Sean.
He's just going to comment like, oh,
It just
no.
reminds me of when it was the three, you, myself, and Mike were all sat behind the desk, and Sean came in, and neither of you recognised him because he had a dramatic haircut.
Yeah. It was really, yeah, and he had a smile on.
And
It
the
was
two of
just,
us looked at each other. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Your brain's turned into soup. Yes.
Well, Sean, have fun in the shadow realm.
no,
The
no,
thing's in the
no,
way.
You're not banning Sean
Why?
because I like Sean. Yes, my brain's turned to soup. It's been soup forever. Dan Hyde, I have no idea where he is, but that's not a good thing.
That's actually rather terrifying.
Yeah.
I would rather know where he is. Especially on track. The best place for Dan Hyde to be on track is in front of you.
So we already know what this car looks like.
Well, that looks like...
I wonder what Dane's going to say here.
a 1962 Brabham car from Formula 1.
I feel like you're going to get sued for saying that because
I'm not going to get sued. Simply Race might.
how do you know about hiding, Lucian? I've never mentioned hiding someone to you before. I'm impressed.
Hide out of the car. We don't know where he is.
I'm surprised Dane is still in the country and not gallivanting around somewhere.
Yeah.
You're not far wrong. He will be in Central America soon, Sean. So you're not far wrong. So we already know this is a Lynx Africa can. We just accept that now.
But which car is on stream?
But that one, I'm fairly sure, because I took that one off stream because we had to restart
Miss your
it.
positivity, Dane. What positivity? Would you say I'm a positive person?
Yeah.
I am? Well, I don't think so. I think I'm very cynical.
So what does this car look like, chat?
Barracudas. That's what it is, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but the game is you're supposed to just say what you think.
It's moving so at speed across our screen that I can't actually focus on it from here.
So what you're saying is they need to go in the pit lane.
The camera tracking could be better, but thankfully no one is actually controlling that. It looks like Barracudas. I am a positive person.
Well, that's not very nice. Gmod, Scarmod, I can't say I know that. I mean, it is Gmod based, ironically, R-Factor 2.
What?
Did you not know that?
No, I did not know that. I did not know that. I did
There's
not.
Gmod,
It looks like
yeah.
someone's thrown up a blue slushy on a car. Now that is very wise words from a very tall person.
Paintballs at your car as well.
Paintballs, yeah,
Yeah.
I see it.
I'm starting to worry because this stream is now doing what the other one was doing.
What's
Dan
happened
Wren,
is
you have ruined my life. You asked how it was going, and now look what's happened.
let's do the old switcheroo, shall we? Let's just fix it by looking at a faster car.
Look, Dan, if you want to
Boom.
come and do this stream yourself, you're more than welcome to.
Shots fired. Framedrops.mp4.
Now I need a slushie. We all need a slushie. That's good. I like that. Okay, so next one is this one. Now this one is pretty unique, so it's quite... I don't know if anyone's going to actually...
Did I stutter? No, but the stream did.
But
We need to get like an MP4, but and then just play it on.
You mean like, yeah, what, to just go...
Yeah.
It wouldn't be difficult.
That's why I said we need to do it. Do it. Make sure it's copyright free though, Grant. Otherwise, you're gonna get Simply Ray sued. Madam Tish. What is that? Yeah, downloads. Boom. Is that going through stream or not? Not maybe 3. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why?
No.
Will it not like
No,
it?
it will not. Add it. Oh, it's me. No. Definitely don't do that. Downloads.
Where's it gone?
No, it's in there.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have now got fun.
Is Link's Africa car still going? Yes.
Still going, the Lynx Africa car is.
Zoom in, please. No, you.
Zoom in, please.
No, you.
Make it easier
Make what
to
easier?
zoom in.
I can zoom in, but why would you want me to do that in the middle of a broadcast, Mr. Wren? You know what that entails.
My ears. Was that loud?
Oh,
that
no.
was probably really, really loud. That was probably so much louder than the rest of the broadcast. Do it again and look at audio levels.
No,
Do it again.
I'm not doing it
Do it
again
again.
if it's going to destroy people's ears.
Yeah, it was at 100% volume. What is that?
Hopefully.
Well, that was barely
That's
audible, but
I mean, to be fair, yeah, considering that we can only just hear our voices on that. And that, the
it was
badum-tish
quite
was
loud.
loud. Soz.
I do not apologise. We're not even halfway through yet. Yes, but that's why the fun has to start now.
Too much Link Africa. Cheers. It just smells like I'm at college now.
Right.
I'm not rolling the safety car out for the lols.
No, I tried to do it. What I did was I went up to people and I gave them heads or tails for a safety car to come. It's not the middle of the... Why is John Cena driving at midday at Yas Marina on that screen? A wild errant daily has appeared.
Yes, but he's going to have to give us a minute because this reminds me of a glitch you sent me from a certain simulator that definitely does not use files from another simulator.
Absolutely zero comment. However, what is going on there? We're not going to.
Maybe I could just use this as trackpan footage. Dane, can you not make noises like that on the microphone?
I love. And his name is John Cena.
Yeah, you need to be careful with that one.
I'm not that good at impersonating
Can
sound
you
effects
do a
personally.
Twitch stream and roll at initiatives like 2,000 channel points, drop a random chicane in the track? That sounds fun. And someone mentioned
I'm not.
something.
I am not speaking.
That's funny because that's your
Insert
surname, Dan.
insert Jose
Dan, that's
Mourinho.
your
If
surname.
I'm not saying anything. If I speak, I'm in trouble.
Maybe we need to up the seriousness. There's a lot of personal bests going on at the moment.
Yeah, but they're all miles away from each other. When they get close, we'll look at them. That's an incentive.
Hey, it's suddenly night time on the
What?
other stream.
What in the
It
R factor is
fixed
going
it.
on?
Hang on, this is the battle for the lead we wish we had.
Is that purple helmet?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan, why are you like this?
Dan, if you want an onboard, you can come here and press onboard. Boom. What are you going to do about that? Oh boy, yeah. That's Ooh, drop the mic box. We're fine. This is a fully professional and good. It's safe. It's Inception.
Let's get rid of that. I'm hearing lots of noises outside. I don't know about you, but I can hear a lot of alcohol being consumed.
I can hear that as well. I can hear a lot of previous alcohol that was once consumed as well.
Well, I think it's the pop world people, the nightclub people, I should say.
There are driver changes happening.
There are.
Ben Brown is getting into what I assume is the
So
Campbell
Matt
car.
Scott is getting out, I think.
Yeah.
Well, no, Ben Brown's been in that car for a while.
No,
I thought.
They've just turned around. I've
Just
watched them do
spotted
it.
him. Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm glad I got that wrong. My timing screen's gone mental.
Do you possibly think, Grant, that they're not actually setting personal bests?
No, that I think that
And
one
they
might
are.
be,
It
no,
is just because you restarted
a
the sim.
43.0. That's definitely a purple middle sector. That's the fastest middle sector I've seen all day.
Okay. If you're
And that's not the fastest final sector because there's literally a 38 there, which is also their in lap, which is a bit weird. Okay, now we're seeing like purple sectors just pop up everywhere.
I personally think that because we restarted the Sims, the live timing has decided that the first 11 hours, 12 and a half hours, or
Didn't happen.
10 and a half hours of this race, I can get the maths eventually. Didn't happen. Never ever trust, to quote Lewis McGlade, never trust a commentator's maths. Ever. Am I not commentating? Then I'm a commentator. It is actually my job. Down.
Oh, that was one of the greatest like commentary moments we've ever had at Simply Race, and it was completely like by accident. Like it was Ben Turner, I think, said it. Yeah, it is Callum Cripps driving for Brabham. Not right now. That is currently Bart Horston, although not IndyCar driver Connor Daly is currently driving for Falkshark.
Not IndyCar driver.
Yeah.
Bart Horston, isn't he? What?
I said
Isn't
Connor
he-
Daly.
Yeah, but Bart Horston, isn't he an F3
Yeah.
driver? Yeah, see?
It's fast.
I've interviewed him before.
So what you're saying is if you go out there, he'll know you?
No. Online interview after a race that he
Famous friend.
absolutely dominated in lockdown when all the racing drivers were doing their thing.
Okay.
It was a race with Alex Albon in it as well. I called him Alexander Arnold for an hour. And no one told me until afterwards.
Judgment.
It was terrible. It was really bad.
Judgment.
I will never live that down. There is a YouTube clip of it somewhere.
I'm going to look that up when I get home. Actually, no, I'm going to go to sleep when I get home.
Yeah, you are. Look at it now.
I don't want to look at it now.
It's really bad.
Not IndyCar Connor Daily, lol. I mean, to be fair, his nickname here is Connor, not that one Daily.
Yeah. Fair enough.
It's true.
Yeah. Why not?
He didn't get dropped by an IndyCar team, so... I feel like Aaron wants to be interviewed, so we'll get you hooked up.
Do you want us to ask about the spins that we've seen? Or not? Before I ask you about them, I'm asking you if you'd like me to ask you about them. Amazing. What about this spin?
We've got them all queued up.
We have them ready. Just waiting for you because we knew you couldn't help yourself but come in here. So we had them wait. No, we didn't. I wish we did now though.
I mean, your brother came in earlier when I was trying to interview someone else. I had a whole interview set up and he just walked. I was like, we're not interviewing you yet. Go to your pod.
Has he asked for an onboard
the
again?
fans were... yeah, of course.
Dan.
Yes. Mine is probably Sean the Shouting King.
Isn't it just Sean is very tall?
Sean is very tall.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Portimao King, maybe actually. Okay. Flex, but you know how to unmute that. Push the button on the top and it'll go green and you are live. So we're now joined by Aaron Daly.
Press it again.
Oh, now it's green.
We are now joined by Aaron Daly.
Yeah.
So, okay,
I'll
so
move away so we don't get like 5
Aaron,
mics.
let's talk about your stint then. First things first, can you explain your livery to me? Because you asked for a Mobius strip, which on a car doesn't make sense.
No, I just more sort of didn't want a flat stripe. I just wanted
Yeah, a bit.
just it to sort of grow and shrink and sort of not just be a regular line.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it just confused like our livery guy because he was just like, what even is a Mobius strip? Because that's something I used to use in school. So
It's one of those things that works really well in my head, but when you apply the real world to it, it just doesn't.
okay, fair enough.
So most things.
So it's a happy accident. Yeah, it's a valid flex, Sean. It is a valid
flex, but
Sean.
you still can't use the right there.
So mean. I mean, I would welcome you back to sim racing, so I hope you come back.
So you retired. So that's what me leaving does to people.
I feel like we could call you retired from sim racing, but I think we can unretire you.
Do that. Sounds like a good plan.
So, okay, so Aaron, talk us through your race so far. I heard you shout very early on in the race during the very epic battle. From here.
Yeah, I'm good at that. It's the first time I've really been in a on-track fight in a SRES race. Obviously the T-side car behind, they're not massively experienced guys. There were a few moves that I thought were a little bit ambitious, and I had to do a bit of moving out of the way a couple times. But overall, it's been a fairly what we were expecting kind of race. Sitting 8th place at the moment. Turns out the last minute additions to Napa are a lot better than we originally expected. So the original thoughts of maybe being able to get them in the race just aren't looking as likely anymore. But yeah, if we can keep putting the pressure on them, hopefully, still a lot of the race to go. You know, we've got the pace on some of them, and some lost my train of thought here. We definitely have the pace on them at points in the stint and points around the track, but yeah, we're really just trying to run our own race at this point, and hope we don't lose too much more time.
So is it Napa that you're really looking at then?
Yeah,
End of the race, you're not looking at anyone else in front of them even?
potentially go for the gap if Aiden Carter doesn't do too much driving, because there was a big stint in the middle of what's happened so far, where they just dropped back through the field when they had all their other drivers in the car. They were they were starting to fall back. They were like in shooting distance of Napa, which at the time was sort of not out of the question of being in shooting distance of us.
Fair enough.
So yeah, everyone else would have to take a bit of divine intervention for us to catch up to them at this point, I'm thinking.
Oh, you never know. It is our factor. So the track then, it's not one we've used before.
No.
It's not one I don't think that we've used for anything up until this point. It's fairly new. What are parts of it that you like, and what are parts of it that you do not like? I feel like I know parts that you don't like.
What do you think I don't like?
I think it's turn 11.
So it's yeah, I find I'm actually gaining time through there when I'm looking at the timing splits. I'm really gaining on at least when we were on the lead lap and we can see the gaps. We were definitely closing it through that sort of third sector. So everything from the sort of hairpin after the straights that used to be a triple chicane and a 90 left, all the way through to like the final corner, we were taking time out of them. But then it was really down the straights that that we were losing the time. It was really through the middle sector on the straights that we're losing the time, and I'm just getting the bad exit out of the hairpin, and it's just losing me through the straights, and
yeah.
I'm just seem to be shaky in the braking zone into the chicane in the middle. So that's the bit I'm not enjoying. But sector 1 and sector 3 in these cars at this track actually boatloads of fun.
Yeah.
And kind of quick in them. Well, I say kind of quick in relative terms.
I really do enjoy this circuit. I always did like it, but I think the redesign that Driven International did back in 2021, early 2021, it's just made the track so much better. Because the parts of it that I didn't like are the parts that they've changed, and then they've also opened up the whole last sector. It's a very subtle change. Unless you really drove the track a lot, you probably wouldn't notice, especially not from TV cameras. But if we take a look into the third sector of the circuit, sort of after turn 9, after the alternate pit straight, take a look and see what are we actually looking at right now. We're looking at this one here, purple helmets. So as they come through here now, chicane hasn't changed, but coming through here, this used to be a pretty terrible left chicane into a 90 left that was off camber and pretty terrible. And now it's this awesome sweeper that's very nice and on camber. You can keep the car quite nicely through there. Overtaking possible?
Yes, definitely. 100%. All the overtaking is possible through there. It's really easy to run it deep. And it's really easy to just get a switchback. It's really easy to pull yourself around the inside. There's 2 or 3 lines you can take. You can gain time on the entry and the exit depending on what you do. It's all sorts of overtaking can happen there. I'm surprised there hasn't been more action around there, especially in the early race.
I think a little bit of a tap to the wall there for purple helmets. But this entire last sector, whilst you were talking there, and it has been opened up. All the corners used to be really like low radius, like really pointy on the apex, with those cones and those big orange curbs that they like at Yas Marina. But they've opened it up. They've made them all much more open radiuses, and I personally think that has made the track so much more fun to drive. The first sector is great. The hairpin down at turn 5, probably one of the most infamous corners in motorsport in recent times now. But yeah, I think they've done a fantastic job of it. Brabham taking a liberty there with track limits as they're catching up to the Napa car. And there is purple helmets behind them. They are 2 laps down though, however. It's looking for a little bit of
It
a
is
pass
first
there.
and second, separated by 2 laps and about 5 feet.
Pretty much. Which is cool to see them on track next to each other, but you look at the timer screen, you suddenly realise, yeah, that's 2 laps. Whoops! But, yeah, the pack seems to be bunching up ever so slightly. Blue flag's there for Napa, so they probably will be letting, purple helmets by. And then continue on their chase. But, yeah, so you say that the first and third sectors are probably your most favourite, but the middle
Yeah.
bit is finding it a bit tricky.
Yeah, I'm just getting a poor exit out of the hairpin onto the first straight, and then I'm a bit shaky in the braking zone into the chicane in between, so I'm not getting the run through there and the exit through there. So it's really sector 2 I'm struggling with, which sounds strange considering it is 2 long straights.
And another thing, actually, we've had the SRES season throughout the year, GT3 cars and hypercars, Le Mans hypercars, LMDH was hypercars, wasn't it? Those cars didn't seem to be the most popular, either of them really. But how do they compare to the GT1?
Oh, they don't. They just
don't. Yeah.
The LMDHs, the hypercars, they are so twitchy on the rear end. They will bite you throughout the race. They're just annoying to drive, and they just oversteer constantly, and it's not nice. And then the GT3s, they're a bit too sort of understeery for my liking. I'm not a massive fan of them. And then I want to say they've had a new tyre model that's sort of set them back. Not as much as the new tyre model did to the GTE cars, which was why we made the switch from last season initially.
I hope Dan's watching this and taking notes.
Yeah. Yeah. So the GT3s, they were better than the hypercars. They still weren't massively great to drive. But these cars, ever since they were introduced, they started running them at the Friday Night Unlimited at Simply Race, and myself and John Dean Smith and Connor and Colin that all do those fairly regularly. We all jumped in them, absolutely loved them, and they just turn nicely. They're nice and easy to control. If you slide them, you can catch them. They don't understeer too much unless you really push them through the corners, which we've been doing a couple of times. But they're just stunning things to drive, and you really can do them for hours on end.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't personally driven them, although I have found out that maybe I will be later. But yeah, they have been definitely had massively great feedback on these GT1 cars. Obviously, Grant as well saying that he's a massive fan of them too. We've got Sean saying that GT3 is the most popular. I disagree. My opinion is most important. The hypercars sucked.
Yeah, the hypercars definitely suck.
I think we got that feedback from quite a few people. The hypercars were not as popular as we were expecting them to be. I love hypercars.
Yeah. I felt I had to sort of wrestle it around the track, especially in the later stages of the race. It was really having to sort of fight it more than try and drive it.
As Grant has returned, I am just going to point out one thing. I'm very impressed at the sellout crowd that we have here at Yas Marina for this exhilarating GT1 race. I mean, they're loving it. They're having a fantastic... Look at that. What a crowd. Sellout crowd.
Crowds in some of the grandstands when you look at the feed out there. And I'm really confused because I've never seen them on this screen.
So outside, there are fans. But
Yeah.
here, look at that crowd. Look at all of that space that a crowd could be in.
We could fill a crowd with this. We could fill this with a crowd, I should have said. Oh dear. GTEs were good, but then they ruined the tyres on them. So
Damn.
yeah.
I hope you're watching.
Next time you do a stream, Dan, I'm going to tell you on board, please, like every 5 minutes.
On board. All aboard.
And Dan, you're supposed to be racing in this race, and you didn't, so your opinion is invalid.
Terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I don't think he's watching anymore, which is
It's fine. He'll play it.
such a shame.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
Whoa. Give the stands a crown. I agree.
Oh, I got a medal on my watch.
You got a medal.
Well,
For what?
all this hard commentating he's been doing.
What? It's not showing me. Wait.
Come back.
For what?
Move goal 200%. You doubled
So
your daily
when I got
move
my
goal.
Apple Watch the week before we went to Disneyland Paris, I was setting it up. And I was setting it up in a hurry, and I wanted to leave where I was, but I didn't want to, like not set up the watch. So I'm trying to set up this watch, and it was like you need to set an exercise goal for each day, and I was like, okay, I don't want to do that right now, and I set it to 5 minutes. And then every day at Disneyland, I would wake up, walk across the room, and get a buzz saying, you've completed your exercise goal for the day. And I would be getting the exercise goal like 23 times in a day, and it would be giving me these achievements. You've done your exercise goal 23 times today. What a fantastic day of exercise. I was like, no.
That is the definition of setting the bar low.
I set the bar as low as the bar would be able to be set without literally being on the floor, and I am proud of it.
Alright.
I feel like you're more active than me. Actually, no, that's a lie.
That is a massive lie. Recently, not a chance.
I didn't notice like on your hoodie. Not many people are going to see this, but the Formula One like demo car on the back of it.
Yeah.
Like
It is one of the hoodies.
why is the print so low, such low quality? Is that from Primark?
I
It's
don't
a
know. I
totally
didn't get
legitimate,
it. It was a
definitely
birthday
F1
present
merch
from
hoodie,
my
is what it
brother.
If it says if it's from Primark, it'll have it on the hood. I've got a feeling it's Primark. And there's like a proper label, like there above it.
Should
which
put the
is
webcam on for
folded.
this. I'm strangling myself.
H&M.
H&M.
Whoa!
Oh no, I saw that in H&M actually.
H&M
so-
have a real track record of releasing horrible Formula One merch.
I didn't know they even released Formula One.
They
merch.
released some. It was a women's top. It was Cape Town Grand Prix, 1930 something, but with 1980s F1 cars on it.
Yeah. They like doing
On
things
beach.
like that.
On a beach, a white sand beach, which that's just horribly inaccurate in every way possible.
As you do.
I need to make a trip to H&M and look for F1 merch. I mean,
It's horrible. I apologise to anyone watching that has currently got H&M F1 merch on, not including myself, because this is a very comfortable hoodie.
H&M hoodies are comfy.
It is comfy.
That.
There are other hoodie options. Just a disclaimer.
Other brands of hoodie are available.
They are indeed. They are available. I do want to know what happened at 10:50 p.m. for that massive and very sudden drop in viewership and then immediate return of viewership. Is that when the stream went down for a minute? It must be.
Maybe no. I think it's when I left and just put on boards on for ages.
No, because there were people in chat.
And people were like, "Oh, your voice is gone. We're sad."
But then why did they know to come back? Whoa.
Magic.
Just
Beach Formula One cars.
Beach Formula One.
Formula One, Formula Hovercraft.
Formula One dirt sprint cars. They exist.
They do exist.
And they're great.
They do exist.
As do Formula One
seen them.
powerboats.
They're great. Yep, Formula One powerboats.
Formula
that's
One
a thing.
powerboats.
It's amazing that neither of these brands have been sued.
Right? Maybe they have, and they were just very unsuccessful, because let's be real, who's going to mistake Formula One from Formula One powerboats? One very, very sad person bought tickets to Formula One for their grandkids and has actually not booked Silverstone. They have booked Portsmouth.
We're not slandering H&M. We quite like H&M. It's just their F1 merch is strange.
It is not accurate.
it is not the highest quality of F1 merch available on the market.
It doesn't satisfy the nerd F1 fan.
No.
Oh, I think you'll find that those.
Do you know what
cars
does
are from
satisfy-
1982.
What does satisfy the nerd F1 fan is designing a track when the Jeddah Grand Prix was announced back in 2020. Designing a track that could be used for a Jeddah Street Circuit, and then that layout being stolen and published by the Mexican Grand Prix F1 official Twitter account, and it still exists today. And it's still there, and it's someone I know who put it on Reddit, And
What,
that
claiming for it to be Jeddah?
no, saying it's a racetrack designs subreddit where you post your racetrack designs. The Jeddah Grand Prix got announced, so obviously we're all trying to design Jeddah Grand Prix circuits, as you do. And they designed a pretty good-looking render of it, and it just fully got stolen and posted by the Mexican Grand Prix official Jeddah announcement.
Interesting.
And it's still there. They never took it down. And the Alpine Formula 1 team on their calendar for 2 years had that same track design graphic in the background of their website.
The fact that you know that is a little bit weird. It's an interesting fact.
It was there for 2 years. They've taken it down now.
You
But
have to wonder
for 2
how
years, it was
little
there.
of a social life you have to have.
How fast the day nights in his house go.
What did you just say?
Have you never heard that phrase before?
No.
How the nights at the Baird household must fly. How about that one? How does that sound?
What
that
you
sound?
said was not.
No, it wasn't. Look, I'm living on about 4 hours sleep right now, and it is currently midnight.
Is it?
And I've been talking for
it
a
is.
while. I'm entitled to say things that don't make sense.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm a commentator. That's kind of the job, right?
Just bring out your inner Hindi and just talk about nothing important for 45 minutes
That's
at a
what
time.
we've been doing.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm.
Just
that's
not
what
for
we're doing.
45
But
minutes for.
Don't bug
what?
me and Wagamama.
11 hours.
Aaron has no idea what I'm talking about, but
Absolutely
Dave does.
Do not bug Grant at Wagamama. Did you hear me? Other restaurants are available. Don't bug Grant in any restaurant.
Especially Wagamama.
Especially if you're a commentator.
Unless
Especially
you're
if your
me.
name
I
is
can
Dane
bug
and you're
Grant
wearing
in
an
a
H&M
restaurant.
F1 hoodie.
No, I
That's
can
not
bug
what
Grant
happened.
any time.
He can bug me when he wants, yeah. I'll
We
just be
ran
like,
into
"Sup?"
each other at the city the other day.
He looked terrified.
I was just confused. I thought you were here. You were not
Terrified.
here.
Grant being somewhere other than the Simply Race venue. That never happened.
I think that's why he was so shocked.
I just was very confused because I thought you were at work. You normally are.
He was planning a visit, I reckon.
I
reckon
was.
You were planning to
I
pop
literally
in.
was planning on popping in. I would have been
It's a good
horrendously
thing I bumped
disappointed.
into you.
I would have been very disappointed.
You'd have been like, there?
Just showed up and it would have been somebody else behind the desk.
Imagine my disappointment if I walk in and Gordy's here.
It's fine, he won't be watching.
Okay.
There is exciting activity happening outside, apparently.
No, there's not.
No, there's just a bunch
They were
of drunk
cheering.
people dancing.
They're just drunk.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Apparently,
It's
there
not
is.
exciting, it's just drunk.
It's exciting to them.
Did you say you went to a gig, Sean? If so, who did you see? Because that sounds fun.
And why did that mean you had the?
Maybe it's
Wow, that is commentator math right there.
19 hours ago.
Or maybe he had work, or he just maybe he gets up at 5
that
a.m.
is a-
because that's his sleeping pattern. You know, like sometimes
To
you
be
just get
fair,
up.
I can't talk about sleeping patterns.
My sleeping pattern's so broken. that I
Right.
don't think it even exists
Right.
anymore.
I went to bed at
Why
the
do we
same time as
sound
my Australian
disappointed?
friends.
Well, disappointed about what? I did go. Which gig did you go to?
Well, he's getting to that. We have a delay. He's just going to be sat there waiting for 2 minutes, waiting for us to reply to his message.
2 minutes later.
We need to get that as a. Well, we'll definitely get copyright. No.
I think
If
we
it's
would.
less than 5. No, because
Although saying
everybody
that,
does.
yeah, everyone does. But
Everyone
let's
uses
not
it.
do that. I feel like the badum tish is the
2
limit.
hours later.
I feel like the badum tish is the limit. I'm not gonna lie.
It was a local band called something riding with
Blender.
Blender.
Called Vendor, raising money for charity after their can't see the comment because of the heart.
Dad.
After their
Dad.
dad died of cancer. Oh, we're not disappointed about the excitement outside. It's more that there's just drunk people.
Usual sort of
And
outside of nightclub at
that's
midnight
fair. Well,
excitedness.
I hope it raised a lot of money for the charity because
Yeah.
that's a really, really good cause.
I woke up at
And he
5
was right,
because
it's his
a
normal
normal
wake-up
wake-up
time.
See? You just do. You don't even need an alarm clock at times. You just wake up and you just do.
The problem
You
is
definitely need an alarm clock.
I wouldn't. I wake up at the same time. My sleep schedule is so backwards after doing a week of work on Pacific time, then going to Texas, coming back from Texas, and doing another a week of work in Pacific time, means that my sleep schedule is bad enough that I'm at the point where I'm going to bed at the same time as my Australian friends. It's bad. I have, the last week, probably gone to bed the same time that my parents are waking up. About the same time every single day.
Well, that's fun.
I didn't see the sun last week. Genuinely did not, because the clocks changed and the sun started doing weird things as it does in winter in this country. I didn't see the sun for a week.
They raised over 1,500 so far.
Nice.
And we had 180 people from band that mostly played pubs 15 years ago when I was a teenager. To be fair, that's not bad.
That is not
That's quite
shabby.
good.
I think that's really good. I think that's really cool. Awesome. Well, I hope it was a really fun gig as well. But yeah, Sean, I hope you managed to get a good sleep. Don't just think you have to watch the whole race. I mean, you're more than welcome to. But don't feel like you have to watch the whole race, because if you need to sleep, that's good. Although, if this race is making you think about sim racing again, then keep watching.
But don't be
I'm
tempted
so
to
good at
drive all the
advice.
way here.
I mean, there is a team that needs a driver.
No.
I don't think anyone of y'all will have a coherent sleep schedule after day.
My sleep schedule will not change.
No, I've tried. I'm stuck with the 4 a.m.
I
like
meant
sleeps
after
and-
today. This is not going to change my sleep schedule in any way. My sleep schedule is already at the point where this is my regular sleep schedule.
You can't tell me what to do.
Oh, but I
said
can. You just don't have to listen. But I can tell you.
Sean. I mean, I'm kind of worried about like going to sleep at like 3 in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. That it's going to reawaken the night shifter in me. However, I think that's already a thing anyway, because I can't sleep until 4 a.m. as it is.
No team needs a driver, Sean. Grant was talking nonsense.
No,
There
they
is-
do. They do.
No, they don't.
Are you scared because he's going to take your
He's
drive?
going to take my drive.
Napa Racing UK need a driver, but they do have Dane.
No, they
But
don't.
you're welcome to come as well.
That's a solid replacement.
But it's not until 8 a.m. So,
Who am I replacing?
Alistair Dendy.
Oh, is he no longer showing up for?
No.
Oh,
Typical Dendy.
just not that Nendy.
Doesn't matter. A Dendy of any kind.
Now that I'm going to come in and
Not that I'm going to
hero,
come in.
I've never driven these cars. Not that I'm going to come in and hero.
I haven't driven these cars either, for what it's worth. So if you want some entertainment, Grant will probably just put my onboard on.
You know what, Dane?
You'll be fine.
You drive for Volshark for me. We get Sean in driving for Napa and maybe the Gapper Club.
I don't think it's legal for me to drive for both teams. Is
I
it?
never said drive for
Am I?
both teams. Just drive for
No,
me
you
and let
said drive
Sean
for-
drive for Napa.
Yeah.
Well,
That was a
that's
very.
alright.
You heard a very different thing.
Okay.
And Sean will just be like, actually, no.
Sean has stopped watching the stream. Oh no, never mind. Here he is. But Dane, you're a better driver than me. Oh, thank you.
Yes, that's why I want him in my car and you in the Napa car, so that you can
someone has
catch
sense.
up.
The slander. I think Sean's a good driver.
He's
but
a great driver.
Yeah, just not as good as Dane.
It has never been bigger.
You're welcome.
Can't tell if he's like trying to chat you up or get something from you.
He's a bit late for that.
True.
Yeah. The day after the proposal, someone that I was friends with when I was 8 years old and have not spoken to since then, that is 13 years ago. Yes, I'm young. Looked me up on LinkedIn. How random is that?
Not really.
It's a bit strange.
Some people just see your profiles and just click it.
My profile's empty.
So is mine.
It
but
won't show up on any.
People
No, but
still
it said
click
Well, some
it.
people
appeared in a
just randomly
It's
go
got
and
my
look up
picture.
people
Yeah,
that they've
mine
not
doesn't even
talked to
have my
for a
picture.
while on
It actually
random social
reminded
media
me
places.
to make my LinkedIn profile. I still haven't done it. I shouldn't be as good as Dane. He spends a lot more time doing this than me. That's actually not true. I didn't do any sim racing since February until October, and then I won my return race.
Yeah, he won the Petit Le Mans.
I
which
did
is
win the
pretty
Petit
cool.
Le Mans. Did you know? I haven't spoken about it at all.
You know, he just never mentions it
I never mentioned that.
to no one.
I have now, in one way or another, won 3 out of the 4 VCO Grand Slam events. I won Daytona 24 Hours as a strategist, which was amazing.
Does that
Welcome,
count?
welcome to the world of
I mean,
professional
I don't
esports,
say
Aaron.
that I won like the GTR 24 Le Mans race because I didn't drive in it, but I did strategy it and I did.
That counts
pitwall
for a
it.
team member.
I was the team manager apparently.
Yeah, that counts.
But-
Your car won the race,
Yeah.
then you won.
I mean the trophy's at the back if you want to look at it.
Would you not say that Toto Wolff was F1 Constructors Champion?
Well,
That he's
that's
won an F1 championship.
Yeah.
Christian Horner's won an F1 championship.
Sean didn't just mean sim racing. A little concerned about where that's going. What are the ramifications to that?
I'm trying to read the
Shall we
messages
move
over
on?
here.
I won the
I
Portimao race in the SRES.
That's all I got.
That's all he got.
Okay.
Still more than me.
Oh, Martin Buchan is now in the Boo Barracuda car. There's some Scottish mist going out onto the circuit.
Oh no.
Iron Brew, here we go.
Bring out the bagpipes.
Bring out the haggis, bring out the
No,
bagpipes.
no. Don't bring out the haggis. That's too far.
Do you not like
What's wrong
haggis?
with haggis?
What's right about haggis? Ooh.
Dane has a thing to do as he is officially the race director. Got to do a thing. Got to do a thing.
So Napa Racing
Apparently
Pit Lane are in the pits as well. They're keeping John Dean Smith from the looks of it. I thought they were going to change drivers by now, but no, he's continuing for another stint. Yeah, you can. Clio stuff counts. Clio stuff definitely counts.
We should be counting it because then I can count my one Alpine win, and it was only a race win, not a round win.
Alpine win counts.
Alpine win counts. I won a thing.
USSC race I won. Yeah, you won that. Yeah, you won that. That was a great win. That was a victory of the ages because people thought you hadn't pitted, which is great.
And you're that
It
fast.
had a mandatory pit stop in the race in case you hadn't figured that out. But Sean was literally so far ahead that Callum Cripps was just like, no way is he not pitted. Like, no way is he pitted. Like, he's so far ahead. And Sean was just like, get good. I mean, Sean got good that day.
Yeah. Very good, seemingly.
No, it was a hell of a drive. He had a lot of bad luck in the USSC, to be fair. He should have had a lot more wins. And that's not a hot take. That's just a statement of fact. Like, genuinely. I feel like you're too young for the USSC. You might not remember much of it. If you even did any of it. Or
No.
watched any of it.
Oh,
Because I
whatever.
think you guys were just coming as customers back then. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I vaguely remember seeing like a poster of it at some point, but not really.
Well, I can't see Dane at race control now, so I have a feeling that he's made his decision. But guess what? We're not halfway yet.
No, not quite.
I just wanted to get that out there. Last year, in the June 24-hour race, I upset quite a few people by playing the chorus to "Living on a Prayer" by Bon Jovi as soon as we got to the halfway point of 3 a.m. And it was on the speakers. It was quite loud. I forgot that people would be sleeping and just did it. It was.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Dane thought it was funny, although Dane also thought that leaving his university work to the last second was funny as well.
He also thought that last year he could do the whole race by himself.
Living on a Prayer was a good moment. I
Mm.
enjoyed it. What was the drive-through?
Attention drivers, attention pit lane.
No, we're not doing that.
Okay.
Information to pit lane.
Information to pit lane. Brabham Esports have a drive-through penalty for jack limits at the final corner.
Do they actually?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
There was a little bit of a
bias, but
Oh, sick! Let's go! They have a drive-through
Yeah.
penalty. Woo!
yeah, because it makes the race a bit closer.
yes from the 2 laps that it is at the moment.
Well, it's actually only 1 lap. They've not picked
A
yet.
well-timed
Okay.
safety car
So
could fix
when do they have to serve it? They're not doing the. They're not. Yeah, we need a well-timed safety car. They're doing it now.
that. They're doing it.
They're doing it.
They have 3 laps.
They have 3 laps to do it. Okay, well let's watch and make sure they do it then. Because otherwise then that would be a worse penalty. I think drive-through is a bit tame. They've been doing it a lot.
Yeah, Callum also had a little bit of a argument with Colin at one point
Yeah, I
earlier in the
know,
race.
But
to,
it was agreed upon in the
yeah.
morning, and I told them that we'd seen them do it last night. We didn't like it. It's not realistic. I mean, in all honesty, we could be pinging them in a lot of places. 6, said the impartial commentator. I'm just thinking of the racing. That's all I'm thinking of.
sick!
That's all I'm thinking of. Genuinely. The impulsive thoughts one. That's the intrusive thoughts one. That one. So, Brabham have now 2 laps left to serve their, or maybe 1 lap left to serve their penalty, because it's been a while since you came back. They better do. I'll be very angry if they don't, because that means that they're disobeying my staff.
yes, and they're going to get an even bigger penalty, and it's going to make the
And
race
then-
even
then
more
then
interesting.
They get a stop go, surely. No, that's a bit harsh. A stop go, I think, would be justified if they ignore the black flag. But no, they were told in the driver briefing, because they were caught doing it last night during the practice session, that you can't. That's not how it came out. Shush. Like, no. So they were told during the driver briefing. Oh, well, we want an exciting race, Sean.
More spins they've got up and down that Brabham team, and it's not surprising.
So
that
they
they're this
still
far
haven't
ahead.
served it, Dane.
No, they were just so far ahead that they served it and none of us noticed.
Oh, really?
They served it straight away.
Oh, okay.
But they have said they're out of sync with Purple Helmet, and they say that Purple Helmets are within 2 laps.
Yeah,
they're
they
only
are
1
within
lap
2
behind
They're only 1 lap behind. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is correct.
after pit stops. So
They're definitely like pushing the limits with track limits as well.
are they pushing the track limits?
Yeah, they really are.
Woo. Well then,
I kind of wish I'd imposed more. How's fan fave Link's car doing? Link's Africa car is in 4th place at the moment. Doing a great job.
30 seconds ahead of the only go for the gap.
Yeah,
Sonic,
doing well.
who's
Who
not
were in
working
both
for
of
them.
those cars at the
Whoa,
moment.
what a transition.
So
that was.
it's Will Richardson in the Avanti Racing # Link's Africa car, and then it. You sure? Oh yeah. So it's Will Richardson in the Link's Africa car, Avanti Racing car, and then it is. Oh, that looked like they bumped the wall a little bit there. And then it is in the Go for the Gap car. I think it's Aidan Carter. No, it's Brendan Rooney. So Aidan Carter has got back out again. Seems
Yeah,
like a
he
short stint.
I think he only did like 1 stop before he get them in, and then he's gone to go and get some rest so he can come back and
Right. Okay.
be fast in the late stages of the race.
Well, Jack Ashton is now back in the Purple Helmets car as well. Gonna go kick my modern.
Modem.
Oh,
Oh,
your
is
modem.
this the stream lagged? According to
Oh.
yeah. According to chat, the
I'm not too sure
stream
because
lagged
we have a
anyway.
comment like talking about the Link's Africa Can car. So
Maybe
No,
it's just
our
on his
stream is
end and he
fine.
needs to go
Our
and kick
stream's
his
fine.
modem.
yeah.
It says excellent connection with a big green dot on YouTube Studio, which means
It's an alright
everything should be
connection.
fine. However, YouTube do be YouTubing sometimes, and then it doesn't, even though it says it.
Or it's an issue on Sean's end and he needs
Personally,
to go and
I
kick his
think we
modem.
should turn the webcam on. Why not?
I mean,
You want everyone to see you sitting on the floor and still somehow being the same height as us.
Everyone needs to see the Seahawks.
yeah, don't trust BT. Well,
Don't trust BT.
oh,
Yes.
Brabham just made a big boo-boo. And
They
a fancy
did?
go back past them.
Maybe.
They're
have you
chanting webcam now.
You've just set a purple second sector.
They have, but they went off track. Just then they got
Yes, in the
repassed by a
third
fancy.
sector they.
Yeah, it is.
God,
the
we've got them
third sector.
chat wanting webcam.
Well done, Dave.
I know what the people want.
Have Brabham served the penalty? Yes, they have.
They served
would've-
it
they
so
would've
quickly
been
that no one noticed
penalised by
it.
now if they hadn't.
But I do have multiple eyewitnesses, not from Brabham, that they said they have served it. So I believe Annabelle. I don't think she's gonna.
No, she wouldn't. She wants a good race too. She wants a good, clean, fair race.
Yes, Brabham. More mistakes.
That's
I
Sean
am
saying
reading Sean.
that. That's
comments saying
Sean comments there.
Not me.
Might be you.
It
I
might,
didn't
it
say
might be
that's
what
not
he's
what I'm
feeling
thinking.
deep
I just
down
said that's
inside.
not what I said.
I don't know why you want the webcam. No one wants the webcam.
Everyone wants the webcam. I haven't seen a chat message that says no webcam. I've only seen a chat message saying webcam, webcam.
To do.
And chat,
Right,
as we know, people on the internet have infinite intelligence.
I don't know what internet you've been on, mate.
Chat
wants
wants
webcam. Yeah,
webcam.
but you're the same person saying that.
One person in chat wants webcam.
Okay, thank you.
And
You're
Dan.
very welcome, Aiden. Honestly, I think they're taking liberties on track limits. Look like all four wheels over right lines. Most of it's just done automatically, to be honest. So most of it's done by the game. There's a few that we are manually policing as well. So, yeah. Sean says no webcam because Sean knows what I look like. So.
Whoa! Sean, can you confirm this is the reasoning?
My brain says I could do this easily, could not. I'd be like 50 laps behind right now. You've been to Simply Race before though, Kai, so you wouldn't be 50 laps behind, I don't think.
49.
It's a lot harder than it looks. Well, next time you come to Simply Race, try these cars at this track. Give
Look.
it a go, see how you do.
Brabham back
You would
in
be
the
beating the
pits.
safety car.
Everyone is including us, lol. I think that's Aiden replying to Sean. Like, it is all done by the game, apart from the final corner, which we have told you about. So, yeah.
And is what got you your drive-through.
I believe, yes. No, it's because I don't want to see Dane smiling at me when I'm this
I'll
tired.
frown at you. I'll blow you a kiss.
Not sure what's worse.
You have to donate for that. No.
No, we're not doing that.
Isn't that?
No. No. We're not going there. This is a family show.
Only the most sane family show at midnight on a Saturday night. Yes.
There might be children watching. You don't know.
It's post-watershed.
That doesn't mean that we can just be unprofessional. It's not like Le Mans commentators see that it's past 9 o'clock
And just throw themselves off
Yeah.
the chair.
like, definitely no webcam now. Horrifying thought. There we go.
Oh, what was the comment that was on? No.
No, we're not going there. We're not going there. Definitely not going there. So, Aaron, when are you next due in the car? Because I've not seen Paul Day for a while. Is he asleep or is he?
Last I knew, he left the venue after his last stint so he could get a bit of rest. He was going to be coming back around midnight,
Which was half an hour ago.
which was half an hour ago. So I
he
should probably think
should be
about.
back.
He should be back, but if we can't see him,
Then
probably think
does
about
that then mean you are driving if he's not back?
maybe.
Okay.
I might want to go and have a look out there
I
and
was
stuff.
going to say, 'cause Connor's going to
having
be
some
quite
fun.
tired after working all day and
Yeah,
and driving brum brum.
yeah.
But well, good luck. See how you get
Yes.
on. Hopefully, chaos will ensue in here.
Thank
So,
you very much for having me.
No worries. Thank you. Aaron Daly from Fault Shark now returning to his team to see what's going on. We'll just do a quick rundown of the standings and do some actual commentary for a few minutes, because why not? He sounds so... I am going to go to bed soon. Okay, I believe you, Sean. I believe you. Just when you wake up in the morning and you see that we're still live and you hear my voice compared to what it sounds like now, if you think I sound tired now, just you wait.
Likewise.
Sleepy.
I am full of enthusiasm right now. I will probably... Oh, I went loud for a second.
I will probably... Ooh.
I will... No. I'll probably still be super enthusiastic at like 8 a.m. when I'm supposed to maybe be driving. Yep. I mean, we're gonna do this.
You asked for it. Is do wizardry. I don't know if I want to. But I might. We're all enjoying my music down the stream, I'm sure. Oh no, it's way too big.
It's massive! Do you know what to do?
Yeah,
Edit.
I need to go to the...
Edit.
Yeah, I need to
Edit.
go to the... Yeah, this bit.
And then... No. Let me do it.
And then
Let the
pan.
VMAX... No. Whoa, that is freaky. Yep. Give the...
Oh, what's happened to the...
Ooh. Oh, I know what you've done. Go back to layers, multi-view. Click on one. There we go. Ooh.
And just move the exit one. Shall we put it, I think, down here? Dane's like, let me in.
Let me. Let.
It's
Let me do it. Let me do it. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So
I
now
think that's better, but you know.
I think it'll be better.
Why? No. Okay, oh, do you just not want to be on?
No.
You're literally just gonna have my. Yeah, fine. Oh no, don't.
Wait.
It's such a limited image. Where is it going? No, that's massive. Oh god, just hearing the sound of that and not seeing the context is a little worrying. What the hell are you doing? There you go, you've got the webcam. Wait for the live chat reaction. People as well let. Oh no. I don't know why Dane has done this, but the chat wanted webcam, so
Now you've got a webcam.
it'd be nice if it was slightly less cursed. Oh yeah, you're doing that live.
Yeah. There we go.
There
Much
you go,
better.
you have webcam.
Now it's not cursed. But now it's just us.
There is a race going on.
Who's close though? We'll get rid of the webcam for now. Back later, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we'll bring the webcam back if it gets a bit like dull in the race. Who knows? But there you go. You wanted the webcam. You saw it. So, welcome back to the 24 hours of Yas Marina. We have the Blue Barracuda car currently making inroads on the Onid Go for the Gap car. The gap is now 15 seconds between the two cars, so very, very close for them. Now, I might do the webcam properly because it will be quite a handy tool, but the way Dane's done it, I don't really like, so I'm going to get rid of what he's done because it doesn't look good. So the webcam might come back, but in a more professional capacity a little bit later on. So you can see the Blue Barracuda car currently driving around the track, currently being driven by the incredibly fast Martin Buchan, who's been putting some absolutely rapid times in today. Although it must be said, his hopes for the championship are probably starting to fade just a little bit. It's a little worrying for him. I mean, he's not really thinking of the championship. I think at the back of his head he is. But with Team Purple Helmets looking so strong in second place now, putting on a potential challenge for the race win, I think it's just going to be a case of Martin's going to see what they can do, just get to the end of the race, and wherever they end up, they end up. But he seems to have a good attitude towards it, which is good. Apologies if you're sad about the now lack of webcam, but I'm going to try and make a layer which is going to be much, much better and will look much better as well. So you can kind of see like a picture-in-picture sort of thing. So we'll get that on it very soon for anyone that might want to see that. So we are we're getting closer to the halfway point. We are 40 minutes away from being halfway through the race as Grabham puts in a personal best first sector, which is also a purple first sector, so they are definitely still giving it absolutely everything. They have also now set a 1 minute 44.949 as their fastest lap of the race, which is an insanely fast car. It's only 2/10 off of the Napa Racing UK time of a 1 minute 44.738, which again is an incredibly incredibly fast lap time around this Yas Marina circuit. Considering pole position was in the low 43s and high 42s, considering they have race fuel, race tyres, which are a lot harder than the soft tyres used for qualifying. It's very impressive. Onid Cam Sport are now in the pit lane, so we will see if they will now be jumped by Avanti Racing. I think it's going to be very close because Avanti Racing was 72 seconds behind. So if Onid Cam Sport are double stinting the tyres, I think they have a chance of staying ahead of Avanti, which will be a gain in position. However, if they are taking on fresh rubber, then I think that Avanti will be able to retake that third place, which has been very hotly contested for in the last few hours between Avanti, Onid Go for the Gap, Blue Barracuda and Onid Cam Sport. Just all of them all giving it their all to get that third position. The Onid Camsport have rejoined the circuit in P3 ahead of Avanti Racing in P4, so they have regained that position. They have a 27-second advantage, which means that they have definitely double stinted these tyres. So what can Avanti now do in terms of pace to try and bring that gap down? Are Avanti's tyres in a better shape than Onid Camsports? We'll have a look at the lap times and see how they compare. Now, I think that Avanti are on a fresher set of rubber on this stint because Onid Camsport have been doing it the reverse to everyone else. So they did the first few stints of the race by single stinting the tyres. They are now double stinting the tyres after realising that they would gain a lot more time by doing so. So we will keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we also have Boo Barracuda car kind of catching the Onid Go for the Gap car for P5. There's only 10 seconds of separating those cars, and Boo Barracuda currently lapping around 9/10 of a second faster than the Onid Go for the Gap car as well. So still plenty to play for as the race continues into the late hours, as we're now officially into Sunday as well. Well, we're 40 minutes into Sunday, so we're almost halfway there. We're getting very close to being halfway there, and I'm sure some of the drivers will be very happy to see that 12 hours remaining sign on their sims. See some of the drivers leaving for the later part of the evening to get some rest as well in the venue. It is a very, very long race, this one, so we're going to be seeing drivers coming and going all through the evening. So what have you missed if you've not been tuned in for a little while? Well, we had a mini raid of the chat box, which was interesting. We had a fandom for one of our drivers who's not got back in the car yet, but if I mention them, the chat's going to go wild, so we'll stay calm for now. And then we've had lots of action, lots of racing. The first few hours of the race were extremely intense, as all the cars were absolutely giving it everything early on through the stints. It was very cool to see some absolutely epic battles as the cars were just completely racing each other as hard as they possibly can. So what are you all doing this evening? Watching from home? Are you watching from being out and about? Are you just cheering on your favourite team, your favourite drivers? What are you up to this late in the evening, and are you planning on joining us through most of the night? So Avanti Racing putting in some personal best middle sectors at the moment as well, continuing to close that gap down to Onid Camsport, who have just had their last lap time deleted. So that gap coming down a little bit as the racing is going on. And then Boo Barracuda are really, really taking in the inroads of the Onid Go for the Gap car. That gap is now 8.5 seconds, so it's gone, it's come down massively. So really looking forward to seeing how that gets on. So we will jump to the Boo Barracuda car now so that you can all join in watching it hunt down the Onid Go for the Gap car, which is currently being driven by Brendan Rooney. So I think we are about 10 laps away from seeing some on-track action, as I see the Onid Cam Sport car making a mistake at the third sector and losing a fair chunk of time through there. But the Boo Barracuda car is currently putting in some really nice lap times and gaining a good 7/10 of a second to 1.2 seconds a lap on the Onid Go for the Gap car, which definitely means they will be catching them in the not so distant future. So Martin Buchan behind the wheel of the Boo Barracuda car, and he is really just giving it his all at the moment. Really nice sector times. He is one of the fastest drivers on the track at the moment, as to be expected from a driver of Martin's caliber. I'll tell you what, let's ride on board with Martin. Let's have a proper onboard shot of the car. No, I'll get a proper onboard shot for you. And then we'll do some talking through his laps as he's gaining on the cars in front. So let's do a full cockpit view for you. So we're gonna see him as he starts this next lap. Now you can see the view in the Maserati is actually quite limited. That sunscreen is right in the driver's eyes, so it does make it quite a challenging car to drive. You see him making some very nice smooth motions with the wheel through the right, down the hill, coming into the hairpin. He's going to keep the car all the way to the right hand side, hard on the brakes at the 100-meter braking board, going down through the gears and then building the speed back through the gearbox as he exits the corner. Ignore the giant 6 in the middle of his screen. The actual gears can be seen on his heads-up display in the bottom right corner of the screen, but it looks like the 6 on his display is stuck for some reason as he comes really hard on the brakes at the 100-meter braking board, down to first gear, turning into the left, into the right, and it's building up the power. So you don't want to get too early on the power through there because you will just spin the car around. As he moves the car over to the right-hand side of the circuit, and then turns into the left and letting the car run out wide on the right-hand side. Hard on the brakes now, off the brakes, into the left, and carrying the speed through the high-speed left-hander, letting the car run out wide, and then moving into the two really high-speed right-handers. So there's the first one. Here's the second one. Then straight on the brakes, down to second gear, 50 miles an hour, and then off the throttle, on the throttle, nice and smooth, off throttle, on throttle. You don't want to brake for those because you will unsettle the car. Now the next high-speed right-hander is just a little lift of the throttle and then just build the pace throughout. That's it. And then brake and then in and then smooth through the corner, run onto the curb and complete another very good lap. That was a personal best middle sector for Martin Buchan on that lap as well. So we'll continue to watch him on board as he makes his way towards the cars in front. As you can see, as I was saying before, how limited his view is through that little window in the windscreen. So you really have to pinpoint all of your driving through that small gap. And it might look like a relatively big gap, but when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, you think about a normal windscreen, you've got so much view to see. And while this is more focused on what you really need to see, it's obviously quite limited in terms of his visuals, so his peripherals are also relatively limited in this car as well. So it's a really tricky car to drive this. Being a mid-engine car, if you slightly get a little bit too much on the accelerator, it is going to bite. It's going to lose control at the rear end, and you are going to spin. So he is currently really hooning in the Onid Go for the Gap car, which is now 6.9 seconds ahead. The lap times are getting a little bit closer in terms of pace, so they are starting to respond in the Onid Go for the Gap car, but Martin is still able to continue to push and push and push and really extend that advantage. So coming through into the final sector. Hello, Mr. McCalla. On your way to Sepang, I hope you have an absolutely incredible day at the MotoGP. I'm sure it's going to be an epic race, even if it does rain. I hope that they don't postpone the race or anything like that, but I hope you have an absolutely amazing day, Dan, and look forward to seeing photos and hearing all about it from you when you are back in the UK. So, yeah, the big stories are that we have Team Purple Helmets in 2nd place and Boo Barracuda in 5th place now as Avanti come into the pit lane. So in terms of the championship ramifications, that does mean that Team Purple Helmets would win the championship as it currently stands. Now, I don't think this is the end of it, in all honesty. I think we still have a long way to go in terms of things that could happen in this race. We're literally not even halfway through the race yet. So when we get to that halfway mark, we might be due some more mistakes as the night goes on. The drivers get more fatigued and tireder. The night stints are difficult to do. I'm not going to lie, it's a very, very tough thing to stay focused and just keep on pounding the laps around and around and around. Just keep it in and going, stopping yourself from being distracted by anything, ignoring any sorts of aches or pains or anything like that you might be getting from sitting in the seat for too long. It is a lot more physical than it sounds. Yes, it's sim racing, it's not real racing, but it is just as physical, if not more mentally demanding, because the focus required to keep the car on track in the game, I would argue, is more difficult than it is in real life. Probably a hot take, probably going to set a few people off in the chat with that one, but I personally think that is key. So another personal best middle sector for Martin there, 43.254, which is way faster than anyone else on track at the moment. He is currently the fastest man on track at the moment, so driving exceptionally well. That last lap was a 1 minute 46.617, which brings him to just 5 seconds now behind the Onid Go for the Cap car. So he is really reining them in before we get to this tyre and fuel window. That's going to be the only thing that I think is going to mess this around a little bit, as Team Purple Helmets are now in the pit lane from 2nd place. We'll see where they come out. I think Onid Camsport might jump them. Could be quite close, that one. But Jack Ashton managing to make the tyres run for 3 stints in a row is insanely impressive. I can't like put into words the driving just prowess to be able to make those tyres last for 3 full stints. It's very impressive. Like, that's full fuel stints. Each stint's around 55 minutes. It's a lot of driving for those tyres. So to be able to make them last and to be that quick as well is exceptional. So they are currently in the pit lane at the moment. Only Camsport a fair chunk behind them, to be honest, it must be said. So I think they will rejoin in front of the Onid Camsport car. But the main battle on the circuit at the moment is definitely the Boo Barracuda car, which is hunting down the Onid Camsport car as well, as we can see it under the lights. Past the hotel, looking at the lights, hit the car as it goes through all the shiny LEDs, looking absolutely wonderful at this time of night. If you are still with us, thank you so much for sticking with us this late in the evening. I know for you, Dan, it's in the morning for you, but for us, obviously, it's very late at night. Obviously, it is nearly 1 AM here, which does mean we are getting closer and closer to the halfway mark. Looking at the Boo Barracuda lap time still, and another 1 minute 46 for Martin Buck in that lap, compared to a 1 minute 48.3 for the Go for the Gap car in front. So hooning down that Corvette, and now you can start to see the Corvette in the picture. There it is at the end of the straight. So that's going to give Martin even more of an incentive to push. When you can see the car that you've been hunting down for the last few laps, it really just gives you that extra drive to go there and get the overtake done. So I think in the next few laps or so, we're going to see Martin right on the tail. If he puts in another 1 minute 46 like he did that lap, then he's going to be on him in a lap or so. and already on this lap he's much faster in the first sector, another 2/10 faster in the second sector. That brings the gap down to 2.8 seconds now, so really gaining on the Only Go For The Gap car. I can't help but think that maybe the Only Go For The Gap car is a bit worse for wear on tyres, because they are currently one of the few cars in the 1:48 at the moment, so really struggling for pace at the moment is the Only Go For The Gap car. You can just see it at the top of your picture there as the Brabham car chases it down into the final corners of the circuit. Now, I think Martin's going to want to get this done as quickly as possible, and I think he is still thinking championship. He denies it, but I think he is still thinking championship. He's got to just do his own race, of course, but in the back of his head, he must be thinking, if I beat Team Purple Helmets, we've got the championship. And that is definitely still doable. They are definitely in range to still be able to do that. Another personal best for Martin Buchan in the middle sector on that lap, and another 1:46.7 from him compared to the 1:47.7 for Only Go For The Gap. The gap down to 2.4 seconds now. You can really see the gap's getting much smaller. Martin's definitely getting ready to plan his moves when he gets there, because the pace difference at the moment is going to make the overtake, while it won't be easy, it's definitely going to be a little bit nicer than it would be with a car also lapping in the 1:46s. Although saying that, the Only Go For The Gap car has matched him in the first sector this time around, so maybe seeing Martin in mirrors has influenced the driver to go a bit quicker, but this is where Martin is strongest, in the middle sector, and if you have bad rear tyres at this point, you're going to have really bad traction. Martin takes 0.3 of a second out of the car in front in that middle sector alone, so basically proving what I'm saying here as we go into the final sector, another sector where if you don't have good traction, especially coming out of this corner here, you're going to lose a lot of lap time. So if the rear tyres are starting to go on that Corvette, this sector is the one where you're really going to feel the pain. You need to be super smooth on the throttle through some of these corners, and if you put a little bit too much throttle on and you don't have the traction or the grip that's required, you're going to go off the circuit. So look at this now, the gap is down to 1.3 seconds. He takes 0.8 of a second out of the Only Go For The Gap car in the final sector alone. So really thinking that that Go For The Gap car is starting to struggle on its tyres, because definitely losing times in all the places that you would if your tyres were worse for wear. So coming down the hill, you can see the hotel in the background. It looks absolutely excellent, all lit up at night. Hard on the brakes, coming into the left-hander hairpin, carrying the speed through the corner, running onto the back straight. It's definitely going to be on him next lap. I think we could see an overtake in the next lap or so. The gap is 1.4, so the Go For The Gap car is starting to be able to respond in sector 1, but when we get to the middle sector, which we're in now, so this traction zone here, so the speed that Martin can carry through here is vital. If you have a bad exit from this chicane, you've ruined your whole lap, because you're going onto the longest straight of the circuit, which basically means you've had it lap time wise. So we're now coming into sector number 3 as Martin puts in another personal best middle sector, 43.0 that time, compared to Only Go For The Gap's 43.4. So that's another 0.4 of a second. The gap now just over 1 second. Martin Buchan absolutely flying at this phase of the race. He's definitely a man possessed and really wants to get this position, as Only Go For The Gap run really close to the wall. Go through the two high-speed right-handers into the final corner, and he's gaining so much time under braking. You can see it visually on your screen there, and he's now right on the tail of the Only Go For The Gap car, and it's another 1:46.6 from Martin and a 1:47.7 from the Only Go For The Gap car. So Martin is probably going to want to make his move going into the chicane because of how much better traction he's got, which means he'll be able to get the move done. He's looking at getting it done a bit earlier than that, though. He's thinking about it in the hairpin. I don't think he's going to dive bomb. He's not that sort of driver. He's going to follow him through here. He's going to stick in the slipstream, and then he's going to absolutely nail it going into the chicane, I reckon. He's going to get in the slipstream. Here we go. He's getting pulled into the car as we go down the straight. and getting into the 150 meter braking zone. You just want to brake just after. Martin's definitely pulling out, but no, I think he's just a little bit too far back. Although, if we watch the traction he gets through here, his next shot is going to be through the banked left-hander, and he has an absolutely brilliant exit from that corner. This time he's really on it. So, we're going to see what Martin can do through the high-speed left. He's going to get onto the brakes now, and then off in. He loses quite a bit of time in the dirty air there, so he has lost a little bit of ground. But now through this final sector, he's going to get right back on the tail of that car in front. It's where he's been really, really strong. The middle sector and the final sector. He's lost a tenth to them in this sector, in the middle sector, because of the dirty air. And it was a little bit squirrely, but look at this. Look at how much more of the apex he's able to take with his tyres in comparison. He's carrying the speed through the corner. You can see he's really taking all the racing lines, being able to maximise the car's performance. And then he has to almost back out of it because he's so close to the car in front. And it's not really a place you can overtake that final corner. As we go onto the start-finish straight. Now, turn 1 is definitely a viable overtaking opportunity. It's quite difficult, and he's quite far away. So I don't think he's going to get it done this time. As he does that's the first time he's in the 147s, and that's the first time that the Go for the Gap car has outpaced him. But I think that's purely down to him following now the car in front. We're coming down into the hairpin now. Once again, Martin's a little further back this time, but he's going to take a much later apex. Look at this. He's going to carry a lot more speed, which is going to get him a lot closer going into the chicane. He's right on the rear of the car now. It's about 2-3 tenths of a second in it, and that's a personal best first sector for Martin as well, a 23.680, which is a rapid first sector, super fast. And he's now looking up the inside. It's too far back, I think, but he's going to carry a lot of momentum through these corners. And then into the long left-hander we go. So here we go. Long left onto the straight. We're coming to the next braking zone. Now, if you do this round the outside, that's very impressive. But it looks like they've got that covered off in the Oda Go for the Gap car. But this is the closest battle on track by far. It's the first battle that we've had in quite some time as well. But absolutely brilliant action. Brilliant driving from both. And brilliant driving, it must be said, from Brendan Rooney to not just cave into the pressure instantly. He's really holding his own with a very fast Martin Buchan behind him. 43.3, they match each other in the middle sector, and that's a very impressive middle sector in all honesty for both cars. And now as we see coming into the final corner, Martin is so close, he could think about doing a dive from there, but I just don't think it's going to work. He's had a really good exit though from the final corner, and he's definitely thinking about it in turn 1, but he's just lost a little bit of ground, so maybe he's just going to re-contemplate what he's going to do. But he's definitely following the car extremely closely, and it's almost becoming inevitable now that he is going to get in front of the Oda Go for the Gap car, but it's just when is he going to do it? He's looking at the inside, but I think he's he's up the inside. They give him the space, and the move is done. But the Corvette carries a lot more speed, which means they're going to come back at him down the straight. They're going to slip into the slipstream, and now going to try it round the outside. That's going to be a hell of a move if they get that done. So they're side by side coming down the back straight. Who will brake later? Martin gets on the brakes, has the inside line, and then he just has to give him the corner because it's almost impossible to outbrake someone around the outside there. But I tell you what, he's had a good exit, and I think we're going to continue this game going into the really high-speed left-hander. So we're going down, and he's thinking about running onto the runoff area there, which wouldn't be ideal. So he's looking at the outside, brakes a little bit later, gets the duck in, but can't carry the speed. Martin has got that planted now right in the middle of the circuit. Beautiful defensive driving from Martin after he got the move done really well, really cleverly. Great intelligence from Martin there. But now that looks like it's really woken up Brendan in the Go for the Gap car, and he's given it his all to not lose that position. He really wants to retake that position, but I think now the move is done, and I think Martin is going to start to pull away. Great job by Martin. Great job by Brendan as well to give us some absolutely awesome action at this time of night. So brilliant driving from both there. So Martin Buchan is now 76 seconds behind the Onid Camsport car, who is yet to pit. Actually, yes, they are yet to pit. So, there is a small chance they will jump them. Not guaranteed, but there is a small chance that they will jump them. Let's see what Martin's pace is going to be like now. The Team Purple helmets are really putting in some absolutely flying lap times at the moment. 1:45.7 their last lap. They are easily the fastest car on the circuit by quite some margin now, setting 42s in the middle sector. So that is Kane Halliburton, who is absolutely flying in that car. He was super fast earlier today as well. Absolutely incredibly impressive driving from Kane Halliburton. Really, really mature driving, really able to carry a lot of speed and a lot of pace. And I can see Jack Ashton has now left the venue, so I'm imagining he's going off to get some well-earned sleep. Personal best from Kane Halliburton in that third sector, another 1:45.4. Lapping a lot faster at the moment than the Brabham Esports car. A good 0.6 of a second per lap, which is incredibly impressive. It is Callum Cripps in the Brabham Esports car. So a very, very competitive driver to go up against him. And that was a really good battle. And Martin played it really intelligently. And I have to say that Brendan played it really intelligently as well. I was really impressed that he just kept a cool head. And then the second that there was an opportunity to try and repass, he was there. And it was absolutely brilliant. But now I think we're going to see Martin drive off into the distance. He is a man possessed. He wants this championship. He really does. He might lie and say he's not thinking about it, but he definitely is. A man who puts an overtaking on, like an overtaking show on like he has today, is definitely thinking of championships. Team Purple helmet's another personal best in the middle sector. Yes, it's the 2-lap gap is exaggerated. It's definitely only 1 lap. It's just because Brabham Esports are yet to pit. Everyone's on very, very different strategies as it's all played out. Even though we haven't had a safety car as of yet, touch wood, everyone's just doing very different things with the fuel. Everyone's doing very different things with the tyres. So everyone's all over the place. It's been quite complicated to figure out. The only way that I've managed to sort of gauge when it starts is when Avanti pits. That tends to start the pit lane window, and then it ends when Camsport pits, because they always manage to eke out more laps of fuel than anyone else. And as that's gone on through the race, that has spread more and more. The gap's spread a lot more between the cars, and it's become what we see now. And we don't know which strategy is going to play off best. Team Purple helmets being able to keep those tyres lasting for 3 stints, being able to put in 1:45 sort of lap times is absolutely mind-blowing. I don't really know how they're able to do that in the Team Purple helmets car, but credit where credit's due, as he does another 1:45.5 on that lap as well. Martin Buchan is now into the pit lane as well, so now he'll drop back behind the Onid Go for the Gap car, which will be a little bit frustrating for him, but I think he can give himself a good pat on the back. If he's getting out of the car after this stint, then he's definitely got a well-earned rest after making all those moves. So let's cut to the Camsport car. Dan McCallum, our regular commentator, thinks that Jack Ashton's gone to Pop World. You're probably not far wrong, in all honesty. He's probably out to have a great time, because we're not allowed to serve alcohol in here at the moment. So unfortunately for anyone that wants a little bit of alcohol, you're going to have to go to one of the many bars and clubs nearby. The funny thing is, the nightclub's going to be open and closed before this race finishes, which is quite an odd thing to think about. I just want to say as well, on Martin Buchan's in-lap, he put in a personal best middle sector of a 42.9, which is a good second faster than the next fastest car on that lap, and a good 2 seconds faster than most of his rivals around him. So 2 seconds in one sector. Figure that one out for Martin Buchan. Absolutely brilliant driving. So we'll keep an eye on Camsport, because they should be due to pit relatively soon. As Team Purple Helmet's put in a purple first sector, so they're looking like they're going to try and challenge the fastest lap of the race. So, you know what? Why don't we join them on their lap? Now, they do have a little bit of traffic, but it is giving them a bit of a slipstream, so it might actually help them in this middle sector as they come down the back straight, heading into the chicane. It's the Fault Shark Maserati in front of them that they need to lap to get by. Carrying a lovely amount of speed through the chicanes. Lamborghini looking absolutely planted whenever I've seen it in the Team Purple Helmet's hands. And braking nice and late, turning in, getting a nice apex, carrying the speed. I do think that they're being affected by this Fault Shark car. They've done a 43.3 in the middle sector, which is not really that close to the fastest one that we've seen. So they've definitely lost a bit of time. So they're definitely going to want to dispatch this Fault Shark car as soon as they possibly can. Now, they are probably just waiting for the Brabham Esports car to get back in the pit lane so they can get a good gauge of how much over a lap that they are behind. Now, they were in contention for victory earlier before we saw a very uncharacteristic spin from Jack Ashton, and then 2 spins from their other driver, Mark, who made a couple of mistakes as well, which has now put them into this position that they're in now of being a lap behind the leaders. But with the free tire stints strategy that they are pulling off, it wouldn't surprise me if through the night they are able to bring that gap down. I think if anyone can do it, it is Team Purple Helmets. This race is not over despite the 1 lap gap between the 2 leaders. We still have so much to play for. The Owned Camsport car is also doing a good job of keeping within a decent time time behind the Team Purple Helmets car, but they are yet to pit, so that's not really relevant as of now. Only Go for the Gap has also pitted too, and they've dropped down to 6th place. Boo Barracuda are now in 4th place, but they're showing us a lap behind Onid Camsport now. So we will find out the real gap for those 2 cars once Onid Camsport then comes into the pit lane. As Team Purple Helmets now puts in a purple middle sector of 42.855, which is absolutely rapid through that sector. No one else anywhere near that sort of lap times at the moment in the cars. Martin Buchan has stayed in the Boo Barracuda car. I think it's worth mentioning, so we should see some more rapid lap times from him. But let's see what lap time this Team Purple Helmets car can wrangle out of it as he comes through the final corner over the start-finish straight, and it is a 1 minute 45.465, which is a very good lap time from the Team Purple Helmets team. Fault Shark doing a personal best there in the 3rd sector, so following the the Team Purple Helmets car driven by Kane has definitely... just as I'm hyping them up, off goes the Team Purple Helmets car, losing it completely under their own steam, and unfortunately they're going to have to do all of that work again. So they've been putting in some absolutely brilliant stints, taking seconds out of the Brabham Esports car, but there we go. That's all it takes to lose these races. One tiny little mistake like that, and you're back to where you began. Now they've got to go all the way back up to that Fault Shark car, re-lap it, and try and just recover what they just lost. So they've just lost 11 seconds in the 1st sector. If they lose the race by 11 seconds, they're going to be quite angry at the end of the day. Just you watch. But in all honesty, I can't fault Kane's driving. He's trying to win the race. He's giving it absolutely everything to win the race, which is why he's made that mistake. So no qualms against him. And he's already straight back into a very decent middle sector. It's a little bit off of what he has been doing, but it's still quite competitive at 43.5. So one of the quicker cars on track still, even after that spin. But his tyres are probably not his best friend right now, especially if he has been double stinting them or even triple stinting them. But driving it right up against the wall, coming into the high-speed right-handers. And he doesn't pit, so his tyres must be pretty decent. We'll have a gauge with his final sector, which is a 39.4 which is only 2/10 of what Brabham just did, so I don't think his tyres are in such bad condition. Running very wide there on the exit of turn 1. You won't want to do that too much. And it's through here where he lost it before. He probably just took a little bit too much curb on the exit there and just threw him into the barrier. So, unfortunately for Jack. Unfortunately for Jack's team, purple helmets there. Cammy Sturch is now in the Onid Go for the Gap racing car, taking over from Brendan. Great drive from Brendan, really nice defending and really nice attacking again on during that Martin Buchan battle. So great job by him. He now hands over to Cammy Sturch. She gets herself out onto the circuit. And she is a good 43 seconds behind the Avanti racing car. So they have definitely taken fresh tyres on that latest pit stop. Avanti Racing now 13 seconds behind the Boo Barracuda car, and then Boo Barracuda are a lap down on Cam Sport, who are in P3, but we will see the real extent of that gap when Cam Sport then pit. Cam Sport 59 seconds off of the Team Purple Helmets car now, so they'd have probably been slightly excited to see that they might have a shot at stealing second place. And it must be said, this has been a really good race for Cam Sport. They've had a pretty tough season. So for them to be running up in P3, in all honesty, is absolutely fantastic for them. And I'm actually really happy for them because they are very talented. All of their drivers are super quick, super fast. They've just had some real bad luck this year. So really nice to see them performing well. Touch wood, they have a good finish to the race. I'm not going to obviously try and jinx them, but I think they're doing a great job right now. So just watching the Avanti racing car, which has been likened to a can of Lynx Africa by some of you in the chat. I still quite like the design personally, but sure. I get where you're coming from though. The colour scheme is very similar. So as they are starting to kind of catch the Boo Barracuda car, they're sort of matching the advantage, matching the pace of the Only Go for the Gap car behind. So in terms of pace, that's all very similar. And nobody told Kane that he needs to calm down with his pace because he's just done a 42.852 in the middle sector, which is a number perfect sector. So let's see what he does on this lap. I think it's very likely to be another 1 minute 45 because his first sector wasn't too quick, but he is absolutely giving it everything. The whole team really pushing hard, really doing a good job to really just try and close that gap to the Brabham Esports car, try and take this win and win the championship with style, with a win at the end of the race. There's a long way to go for that, and he's got a big mountain to climb now. Personal best mid-final sector gives him a 45.539, which is a very good lap time, very competitive. But he's going to have to absolutely hoon it like this every single lap to get that lap back that they lost. So, could take a couple of spins from Brabham, you know, like having to then abandon a double stint to replace tyres. Anything could happen, so there's a long way to go with lots of more things that could still go on during the race. As we are past the halfway mark. Oh, apologies for missing that. We're now past the halfway mark. 11 hours 55 minutes to go. So, one more time round the clock. Here we go. So we're back here live at the Yas Marina 24 hours. Your current race order is as follows. Brabham Esports in the lead. Team Purple Helmets in second. Onid Camsport in P3 with a 46-second gap to the Boo Barracuda car. P4. Avanti Racing are in P5 with Onid Go for gap P6. These cars are all separated by around 20 to 40 seconds depending on where they are in their stints, so definitely a lot of action still to come. If you're still watching us on the stream, thank you so much. Who needs sleep? Yeah, no one, Johnny Ashley, I definitely don't. But yeah, so good luck with your teams in the RCI Suzuka 24. That sounds like a challenge, Suzuka 24 hours. I've done one myself. I know exactly how hard they can be, so good luck to your drivers on that adventure. So we are currently watching the Avanti racing car as it is pounding round the circuit, doing a very good job running in P5 at the moment. Team Purple Helmets are now in the pit lane, kicking off the pit window once again. T-Valley Motorsport Academy also in the pit lane, doing a really good job on that last in unlapping Brabham actually, and getting one lap closer to being a bit closer to Team Purple Rain as well. So they're currently lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than them. They're doing a good job to actually close that gap before the end of the race. In 8th place we've got Fault Shark, doing a good job, just putting in consistent stints, doing 1 minute 46.9s, pretty 46.6s, pretty consistently, so nice pace there. Then we have Napa Racing UK, who have a lap in the bag to Team Fault Shark, and then they are a lap down on Onid Go for the gap, so sort of in no man's land there, but it's a safe 7th position. See how they get on. Onid Go for the gap, currently in P6, currently 28 seconds off of the back of the Avanti Racing car. And then Avanti Racing themselves are only 27.2 seconds off of the back of Boo Barracuda. Boo Barracuda themselves are 47 seconds behind the Cam Sport car. And they'll be looking to try and close that gap, but CanSport have been absolutely flying in this stint with Ben Brown in the car doing 46.9s, which is basically matching what Martin is doing as well. Team Purple Helmets currently lapping in the 1 minute 48s. Well, that was their in lap, so that's a very fast in lap actually there. Oh, sorry, their out lap. No, that's not their out lap, that's their in lap. Yes, yeah, so 148 for an in lap is incredibly impressive. Normally we're seeing those in the 1 minute 50 sort of mark, so a brilliant out lap there by the Team Purple, in lap by the Team Purple Helmets car. Brabham Esports continues to lead the race. Once again, that gap is only 1 lap, not 2 laps. It just looks like 2 laps as of now. And as we continue through the night, it's definitely starting to get a little bit quieter in the venue. There's quite a few less drivers around. Some drivers have gone back to their hotel. Some drivers attempted to have some naps by the pods as well. Just trying to get any rest that they can. See that Dane is at race control as well, having a look at some incidents too. See what he comes up with for any penalties or anything like that, and we will let you know if there's anything that we need to discuss on the stream. So it's all quite open and spread out at the moment. Definitely, you know, it tends to be the way with 24-hour races. Once you get quite a bit into them, they are definitely going to open up throughout the race, but I still think the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is really anyone's game, with the small gaps between the cars really making a big difference. But Boo Barracuda now being 3 laps off of the leader and 2 laps off of Boo Barracuda, off of Team Purple Helmets, must be starting to get to them a little bit, and they're probably thinking, okay, we probably aren't going to be able to catch them on pace. We're going to need a little bit of luck now. With 11.5 hours left to go to the race though, are just over the halfway point, so there's still a very long way to go in this race. absolutely amazing job so far by all the drivers and all the teams. I do want to say that they are doing a brilliant job as Avanti Racing comes into the pit lane, going into its scheduled stop. As we see the other cars still pounding round on the circuit. Avanti Racing UK car probably taking fresh rubber on this stop. Actually, no, that was a pretty quick stop actually. We'll see where they come out in relation to Napa Racing UK. As they rejoin to the circuit. So the gap's spreading up a little bit now as it all opens up. Martin Buchan here driving the Boo Barracuda car. Absolutely great job. Doing everything he can to close that gap to the Clam Sport car in front of him. Currently a tenth of a second faster. It's not a huge amount, but you got to keep pushing. Here's the only go for the gap car. Currently lapping in the 146s as well. So some really fast pace as the track temperatures have dropped. The drivers really finding some really nice pace out there. Bolt Shark currently on a personal best middle sector on this stint as well, 42.902. Is very good for them as they cross the line doing a 1 minute 46.820. So yeah, we can see all around drivers and teams in the 1 minute 46s doing a great job getting themselves around the circuit. If you are still watching the stream, thank you. Good job as well, because it's a long old race. We're more than halfway through it, but we still have 11 hours and 25 minutes left to go. We've still got a very long way left in this race, and anything could still happen. Still lots of opportunities for mistakes, lots of opportunities for strategy to pay off. Just a long way to go. So, Brabham Esports lead the race by 2 laps, but really it's 1. Team Purple Helmets in 2nd place, Onid Cam Sport in 3rd, Blue Barracuda in 4th, Onid Go for the Gap in 5th, Avanti Race in 6th, Napa Racing UK 7th, Bolt Shark with another personal best first sector at 23.594. Currently being driven by Aaron Daly. He's putting in some really nice lap times at the moment. A nice middle sector from him there as well. He's definitely on course for setting a really tight, tasty lap time this time around as he's coming through the final few corners of the lap. Doing a great job there. Into the final corner now. Let's see how he does. And Dane is now back from race control. I'm guessing you were just covering race control for just a minute. Or
Yeah, I was.
Okay, that's what I expected. So, just been noticing that the pace of all the cars has been actually really quite impressive for the last few laps. A lot of drivers in the 1 minute 46s now. So, not many in the 1 minute 47. So, we're seeing some really nice pace from the drivers. Only go for the gap with a personal best middle sector on this lap as well at 43.1, which is very fast. And Aaron Daly with a 146.512 on that previous lap, which is a really good lap time for that car. He put in a personal best sector in that one too. So absolutely going for it are all the teams, hoping to just get absolutely everything they can out of their cars, out of their strategies, and just going to see where they all end up. Closest battle on track at the moment is Avanti Racing compared to Only Go for the Gap. They're currently 17.3 off of the car in front. Could change in the next few stints as the strategies come into play. Apologies for any strange pit stop times. We'll refresh the overlays and that should fix that for you. If not, apologies.
R Factor has decided that they are still in the pits.
Yeah.
Maybe they exited the pit strange and the pit exit line is in a weird place.
I mean, it gave Cam Sport a 12-minute pit stop earlier, which was interesting. it shocked John Dean Smith because he was in here doing an interview and he just noticed on the overlay that it was like 12 minutes. And he was like, oh, well that's a thing. I'm a little concerned that you're yawning.
I'm just always tired. It's fine.
Okay.
If I just like retain a certain level of tiredness, but I don't go over it. Just constantly.
And then you can't sleep even when you're at that level of tired.
That is how it works.
Or you're great at sleep. You're one of two. You'll either
No,
fall
I'm
asleep
horrible.
instantly or you just can't sleep.
I can't sleep.
Yeah,
Never.
I'm the same.
Never.
Ridiculous.
It's horrible.
It's very annoying.
All
But
of
it's
the random
great doing
messages.
24-hour races.
Yes, it is.
It's like really
Very
doing
good. Very
24-hour
useful.
races.
Very
Like, yes, I'm tired, but that's more. I sound worse than I feel because I've been talking for so long, and I've still got 11 hours and 20 minutes left.
You could go do race control, and I could just talk nonsense on here for a few hours.
I'm not doing race control. It's pre-agreed. I'm not touching race control. It's up to them.
Fair enough. It's up to me then.
Well, yeah. I mean, Annabelle's still here, but she's tired. She shouldn't really be here. She should be having a rest, but she's chosen to stay. We're very grateful for.
It's
but yeah,
kicking
it's
off outside.
apologies for going quiet on the stream. We're just having a quick break for food and some drinks. for your patience. Break time over. Let's get back to some racing action around the 24 hours of Yas Marina. So I'm still here, I'm still going strong. Well, drop. Yeah, bit of it. But we're still awake. Let's go with that. So currently closest battle on the track. Here we go. There we are. I'm back. Is the Onid Go for the Gap car catching the Avanti racing car. 10 seconds separating the two cars. Onid Go for the Gap currently lapping 4/10 of a second faster. That is Cammy Sturch in the Go for the Gap car, chasing down Will Richardson in the Avanti racing car. Very surprised to see Will Richardson struggling in the 48s at the moment. Normally a very, very strong driver is Will. So I'm going to assume that this is the second stint of their tyres, because that would sort of explain that sort of lap time drop off. Blue Barracuda in the 1 minute 46.7s, a lap behind Onid Camsport, who now seem to have secured that first place quite convincingly now as well. And they are also putting the pressure on Team Purple Helmets in front of them. So it's all changed a little bit from where we were earlier. We have Blue Barracuda in 4th place, dropping away from 3rd place, but I still think the battle's on for 3rd. I just think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them now, whilst Onid Camsport putting in such a strong night stint with 46.6s constantly coming out of that car. Avanti Racing are currently lapping in the 1 minute 49s at the moment as well. So I'm going to, again, assume that they are struggling on tyres. Let's watch them for a few laps. Let's have a look and see where they're at. So a 24.2 in Sector 1 already. And coming through Sector 2. Not looking terrible, but it's quite hard to judge because we've only just started watching the car. But as we come into the long left-hander, let's see how much grip it actually gives him under braking. So onto the brakes now, coming into the corner, turning in, clipping the apex quite nicely, and then just building the speed quite smoothly through the corner. Keeping it in 3rd gear. Not too shabby whatsoever. So maybe it's just the 1st and 2nd sector where they are struggling, but coming through the traction zones of the circuit, where if you have bad rear tyres, you're really going to feel the effects of that. So coming through into the 2nd to last corner, and a fast right-hander through into the final corner now, onto the start-finish straight. Setting a lap time of 1 minute 48.820, so a nice improvement there for Will Richardson, and fairly decent final sector there for him as well. Martin Buchan is still behind the wheel of the Blue Barracuda car, and currently in the Avanti Racing, as I've already said, is Will Richardson. In the Onid Camsport car, we currently have Ben Brown still driving that car. I'm pretty sure that's him still in the car. Yep, I can see him on the camera here. So that is Ben Brown driving the Camsport car and driving it very well. In the Team Purple Helmets car, we still have Kane Halliburton, who's putting in an absolutely heroic effort and putting in some absolutely stonking lap times, lapping quite a bit faster than the Brabham Esports car at the moment. That gap is now down to 1 lap as the Brabham Esports car comes out of the pit lane and rejoins its stint. Currently Bart Horston in the Brabham Esports car, who, if I remember correctly, is a Formula 3 driver. Very fast Formula 3 driver at that as well. So, long way to go in this race. We have got around, let's have a look at our remaining time, 10 hours 55 minutes to go. So we're now well past the halfway point of the race itself. And we are settling right into the night shifts and the night stints. So the graveyard stints well underway. Really good lap time, that last lap from Cammy Sturch in the Go for the Gap car, taking a second out of Avanti Racing. In front of them, that gap now down to 8.1 seconds. In fact, we're going to ride on board with the Go for the Gap car to give you a little bit of a different view from the off-camera So we'll do that from the bonnet. Cut that in now, so there you go. So you can see we're on board with the Go for the Gap car. They're bringing the gap down again, 7.8 seconds now. So another very good lap for the Go for the Gap car. And another 1 minute 48 for the Avanti racing car, so still losing time. Nice late apex there from Cami, coming onto the back straight, giving it absolutely everything with the throttle. We are going into the braking zone, just approaching that now. The 150-meter braking board, just past that is where we want to get on the brakes. So there's the 100-meter braking board. Unfortunately, the 150-meter braking board has been wiped out completely, which is making this a little bit more difficult for drivers to judge their braking zones. Going onto the back straight once again, as we've got a yellow in sector 3, which clears itself rather quickly. And it comes out again almost instantly. So, I believe that was the T-Valley Racing, T-Valley Motorsport Academy car is lost control in the final sector and rejoined right in front of Cami Sturt in the Go for the Gap car. That's not going to go down too well with Go for the Gap team. That's one of those things though. It is racing. When you're getting back onto the fast lane, you're obviously going to be a little bit off pace compared to your other drivers around you. But really doing a good job, Cami, into the second to last corner, flipping the throttle, and then braking nice and hard into the final corner, taking a lot of apex, and on to the start line straight. Crossing the line to start another lap as well. That time around it was a 1:48.758, but I think that was mostly down to losing time with the traffic, because their final sector was a 41. Is their slowest in quite a while. They definitely lost a lot of time with the T-Valley Motorsport Academy car losing control near them. But luckily for them, Avanti Racing did a 1 minute 49.6 on that lap, so they still lost about 9/10 of a second. So that gap now down to 6.7 seconds between the two cars. So expect this gap to keep on coming down. Now I'm watching the Avanti racing car and it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look like it's struggling anywhere in particular. I just think it has used the best of its tyres, and I think Cami has much better tyres. So I think there are different strategies, which is explaining relatively large pace deficit. A 44.0 in the middle sector there for the Avanti racing car compared to a 43.5 for Cami Sturch in the Odin Go for the Gap car. So it's Richardson versus Sturch in this mini battle. We'll see how it commences and how it gets on. I think it's going to get quite tasty quite soon, I'm not going to lie. I think we're in for a bit of a treat. Because Will Richardson, a really good driver, really accomplished driver, will bring the live gap up there in the bottom right corner of your screen so you can constantly see it. So just still riding on board with Cami as she continues to hunt down the cars in front with a 1 minute 47.4 lap time that time around. Again, a whole second faster than the Avanti Racing, who did a 148.4. 39.9 in that final sector for Cami that time as well, so showing how much time she lost on that previous lap. Looking at the sector times already for the next lap, 24.1 for Avanti Racing in sector 1, a 24.2 for Cami in sector 1, so equalising a little bit. We have a yellow in sector 2, is relatively quickly, so I'm just having a little adventure there. But the gap coming down more and more so as this race goes on. So let's see how we do in the middle sectors. Maybe we'll just giving it a little bit more welly now, trying to respond to the pace that Cami is showing to try and just keep that gap at around 6 seconds. Because I feel like once Cami gets on the tail, there's going to be a definite opportunity for overtaking. 43.9 for Avanti in the middle sector, which is a really nice sector time. Cami matches that as well. In fact, it's a little bit slower for the first time in 2 sectors for quite some time, so maybe Will was just saving his tyres a little bit and now he's using them up a little bit more. Not too sure really, but the car looked pretty decent through the corners from when I've been watching it on my other screen. As we come into the final few corners of the lap for Cammy. Nice high-speed right-hander. And going across the line to set a 1 minute 48 forward, 10th of a second off of the Vanty's pace. Boo Barracuda put in a personal best first sector on this current lap as well, so Martin Buchan definitely not giving up the ghost in this battle. And John Dean Smith, who's been in the car for what feels like an eternity now, is putting in some really nice lap times as well. I think he's just settled into a nice rhythm, just enjoying driving the car in the middle of the night around this Yas Marina Circuit. So nice exit from the hairpin there from Cammy. Once again now up again on the Avanti racing car, so finding a bit of pace once again. You can see how they compare in the middle sector as the Avanti racing car is currently going through the chicane, as Cammy is now entering the chicane to signify that the gap is definitely reducing more. So let's compare their middle sector times when we get to it and see how we're doing. Both getting on through the lap. 44.0 for Avanti Racing compares to a 43.7 Cammy Sturge. So that's another 0.3 of a second there. Gap down to 5.5 seconds now as they enter the third sector. This is definitely going to be the sector that's going to affect the drivers the most if they are struggling with the rear tyre wear. It's the traction zones for the corners, which basically means that the tyres won't give you enough grip in the acceleration zones of the exit of the corner. If you have poor traction, you're going to lose a lot of time through these lower speed corners, which are absolutely vital to your lap time. And across the line for Avanti Racing for a 1 minute 48.992. Cammy now crosses the line with a 1 minute 48.336, so 0.6 of a second over the whole lap. Gap comes down to 5.4 seconds. They basically matched each other there in that final sector, which is interesting to see. I'm very, very happy to see that they matched themselves in that final sector as well. Also, it's Jamil in the car, so cool. They've just changed that as well, so that's good now that that's up to date. So everybody's favourite driver is now back in the Napa Racing UK car and putting in a personal best middle sector on this lap, so really nice driving. We go through the night, just keeping an eye on the gap between the Avanti Racing car and the gap car is still coming down, another 0.2 of a second in that first sector alone. This is our closest battle on track. Everyone else is pretty much separated by about a lap. Only Camsport now in the pit lane, so that'll be good to know what sort of time the Boo Barracuda end up behind them to get a more realistic impression of that gap as well, as they're now out of the pit lane. Both go through a couple of sections. So, Avanti Racing in the middle sector doing a 44.0 compared to Cammy Sturgeon's 43.4, which means that gap has come down another 0.6 of a second. It's now down to 4.6 seconds in the middle sector of this lap alone. Now we're coming into the final sector for Avanti, and they do a 40.3 compared to Cammy's 40.0. There's a 1 minute 47.492 for Cammy and a 1:48.605 for Will Richardson. The gap down to 4.3 seconds now. Really, really starting to come down this gap, and Cammy is giving it absolutely everything that she's got, and now she can start to see the brake lights of the Avanti Racing car, which is only going to push her even more so into overtaking, just like what happened with Martin earlier. 23.9 this time in the first sector for Cammy, and a 24.1 for the Avanti Racing. It's another 0.2 of a second already in the first sector alone as we make our way to the middle sector. Cammy halfway through the chicane this time by the time that Avanti leaves the chicane, signifying how much that gap has come down in the last few laps. So coming along the back straight. Nice bit of braking into the long left-hander, so turning in and carrying the speed through the corner. As Cammy also enters the same corner. Gap is now down to 3.4 seconds. They found a whole 0.7 of a second in the middle sector. And look at this, Salma said already back in the chat. Go on, Jamil. Knowing Jamil's back in the car, you've either been watching this whole time or you've sensed that Jamil was back in the car or you've been messaged by someone. Not sure, but welcome back. The fan club is here once again. How long will it stay for? So, let's keep an eye on Cammy Sturch for now because she is really reining in Will Richardson in the Avanti racing car. Another brilliant final sector from her that brings the gap down to 3 seconds exactly. 147.250 compared to Avanti's 148.527. Big differences in lap times here. 1.2 seconds faster Cammy Sturch. If she does that a couple more times, she's going to be on the back of them in 2 laps. So let's see how this develops. A 24.1 for Avanti in Sector 1 compares to a 23.8 Cammy Sturch in Sector 1. He's definitely starting to get hungry for this move. You can see the car in front of her. And she really, really wants to get in front of it now. So coming up to the chicane, we can see the Avanti car entering the chicane, getting in nice and early, and then Cammy joins that car into the chicane section of the circuit and exiting, and you can see it's visually getting bigger in your screen. Now, she's not right on the car just yet, but she is getting quite close, it must be said. 44.0 for Avanti in the middle sector, a 43.3 Cammy in the middle sector, the gap down to 2 seconds now. I think she's going to be within 1.8 seconds by the end of this lap. If she manages to repeat what she did on the previous lap, she's going to bring that gap down to about 1.8 seconds. And then another lap like that, and she's going to be right on the tail of the Avanti racing car of Will Richardson. So really good job, really finding some pace in these colder temperatures through the night. Maybe they are suiting Cammy a bit more than Will in the Lamborghini. Nice bit of curb hop in there as well. And it's a 39.9, so Avanti actually pulled back a 1/10 of a second in that final sector. But it doesn't matter because Cammy gained 0.8 of a second through the lap alone. So really, really bringing that gap down. 2.2 seconds is the lead, is the gap at the moment. And we'll see how they do through sector number 1. 24.0 for Avanti, 23.8 for Cammy Sturch. So that's another 2 tenths right there. Personal best middle sector for Brabham Esports as well on this lap. So they are on for a very fast lap at the moment in the lead. Currently a lap ahead of Team Purple Helmet's car. However, they are lapping around 0.8 of a second slower than Team Purple Helmet's car as well. So a lot to develop with that too. 43.1 for Boo Barracuda in the middle sector on this lap. That's quite a nice, impressive middle sector from them. And now let's see what Avanti Racing can come up with in the middle sector. And it's a 43.9, which is one of their best for a while. A 43.6 for Onid go for the gap though, which brings the gap down to 1.7 seconds. A 38.8 final sector for Brabham Esports there. That gives them a 1 minute 45.148. So that's a lap time that they needed to really show that they've got the pace to take on Team Purple Helmet. Cammy Sturch 1.7 seconds behind. Now let's see through this final sector if she's going to get even closer. You can see how much bigger that Lamborghini is getting in front of her now as we cross the line and start another lap. The gap down to 1.4 seconds. It was another 0.2 of a second in the final sector. We've got some people in the chat. So we've got Galaxy saying, hey, how goes? Not too bad. I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. It's a little bit late, but you know, we plod along. We continue with the race. It never stops. Well, until the checkered flag in around 10 odd hours. So sector 1 times once again. So we've got a 23.935 23.4 for Avanti Racing, followed by a 23.980 for Onin Go for the gap. So Will is starting to push, starting to react to the car getting closer to him. Really going to be keeping an eye on his mirrors now as we go through the middle sector of the circuit. As you can see, the hotel illuminating itself in the background, looking absolutely epic, must be said. And through the middle sector of the lap. And it's going to be a 43.6 for Avanti and a 43.4 for Cammy Sturch, bringing the gap down to 1.2 seconds now. Really, really, really close now. I think we're getting very close to the overtaking territory. Let's see how they get on in this final sector. Go through the very tricky left and then another left. Carry the throttle through the exit, get as close to the wall as you dare. And then a little lift of the throttle into the right-hander. And then a nice bit of braking into the final corner. And then sharp into the right and onto the start-finish straight. Cross the line with another 1 minute 47.5 comparing to Avanti's 1:47.9 for another 0.4 of a second gain. The gap now 1 second exactly. So she's really got him in her sights now. She puts in a really good couple of sectors here. In the third sector, she's going to be right on the tail of that Avanti car. 23.8 for Avanti and a 23.9 though for Cammy that time extends the gap just that little bit more, but it tends to be this middle and final sector where she's finding most of her time. So she's going to duck into the slipstream as much as she possibly can, try and gain some extra bits of top speed which will help her get even closer to the car in front, hold on the brakes just before the 150 meter braking board, into the left, keeping the car in first gear, smooth on the throttle through the exit, not overdoing it on the exit as well. So we're coming to the end of sector 2 now, so we'll be able to see some split times here. But Will is definitely reacting to this pace. 43.8 and a 43.4 for Cammy there. So 0.8 of a second is now the gap. She found 0.4 of a second in that middle sector alone. Absolutely great work by Cammy Sturch there as we come into the final sector of the lap. The right-hander into the two lefts, so ease off the throttle, ease off the throttle. Oh, it's a bit wide from Cammy there. She had to back out of that a little bit. I think that's going to extend the lead a little bit. It's going to give Will a little bit of breathing room. Although will the rest of the sector sort of save Cammy there to keep that gap within 0.8 of a second? No, she did lose 0.2 of a second to the Avanti racing car, so that tiny little moment there really proving quite dividends. A personal best of a 42.969 for the Napa Racing UK car, currently driven by fan favourite Jamil Said, so something for the Jamil fans to get excited about, doing some very nice lap times in the Napa Racing UK car. So, what's the status quo now? As it's actually, once again, Avanti doing better in the first sector, but as I said before, it's the middle and final sectors where she's been finding the speed, but the gap remains at about a second. Hard on the brakes, really catching the car under braking there. That looks like where she's gaining most of her advantage at the moment, which is quite clear through that chicane section. Coming up to the end of sector 2, so we'll see the split time in just a moment to see how much the gap has changed. And a 43.9 for Avanti, but it's a 43.3 Cammy, so that gap down to half a second. You can see the Lamborghini now right in front of Cammy. Really close now as we come into the final sector. I feel like those watching the stream are going to start to learn this track like the back of their hand. They're probably going to start having dreams about it. I know I probably will tomorrow when I finally get to bed. I don't know when I'm going to wake up, so that's going to be a very interesting day for me. Anyway, coming into the final corner, and Cammy following really nicely, although Avanti, it has to be said, had a better exit there, and it's again a 0.2 of a second loss in that final sector. So it feels like Will is starting to find something there in that final sector, which is just giving him the edge to maintain the gap now, because it is 6/10 of a second, so has lost 4/10 of a second. However, not really a huge amount of time has been lost in that final sector. But saying that, under braking for this hairpin, you can already see Cammie's now right on the back of the car. Runs very wide on the exit though, which is going to affect her acceleration a fair chunk as we get into the slipstream, down the back straight. And coming up to the chicane. Hard on the brakes, up the inside. Look at that, that's a bit of a dive bomb there from Cammie Sturch. And Will holds it off, but that's a hell of a cutback on the exit. Will gives her the space alongside, and now Will has the optimal line for the next left-hander, but Cammie's already in front. However, Will's going to duck into the slipstream and maybe think about getting back ahead, but nope. Cammie takes the corner nicely, gets the position, although Will is back there on the inside. There's a bit of contact, but it doesn't end in calamity. So great driving from the two of them there. Really opportunistic overtake from Cammie there as well. Really intelligently thought out. Not seen anyone really doing that, where they've sort of like half done the move before the chicane, but finishing it off after the chicane was absolutely brilliant driving there from both drivers. And Cammie now driving off into the night. Having a great time, I'm sure, in the car. Probably has a bit of a smile on her face. Now check in with the Boo Barracuda car of Martin Buchan. We'll see how he is getting on as well. And he's doing quite nicely, as we can see. So driving quite well. He's just giving it a bit of welly, trying to close the gap to the Cam Sport car in front. But it is quite the gap that he has to gain. In fact, it's closer for Cammie Sturch in the Only Go for the Gap Corvette than it is to in front. Saying that though, Martin is currently lapping 1.1 seconds a lap faster than the Cam Sport car, so he's doing a very, very good job to keep the car on the on pace. Definitely not giving up on that third position. Not sure what he's thinking in terms of chances of a win, but in terms of third place, he's definitely still on, and I think he's definitely got the pace to keep on bringing that gap down. Cam Sport currently being driven by Matt Goodger-Scott, so he's taking part in his graveyard shift stint as well, so all doing well. As we have just checking on other gaps around the circuit. And I apologise as I just yawn on the stream, trying to mute myself to make sure nobody hears that. But continuing with the race coverage. So Martin Buchan giving it a good attempt to close that gap down to the leaders. Will it be to any avail? How's he going to get on? What are the next 10.5 hours going to bring for Martin Buchan? Will they bring him championship glory? Or is he going to settle for third or fourth place? I don't think Martin is the settling type. So I think he's going to give it absolutely 100% welly until the absolute final corner. Try and snatch that championship at the very last moment. We'll see how he gets on through the race. We'll be following both of our championship contenders through the race, with Team Purple Helmets currently in P2 at the moment. So they're doing an absolutely brilliant job in terms of the championship as well. As it stands for them, they currently have about 2 laps over the Boo Barracuda car, or a lap over the Barracuda car. So they are probably feeling quite comfortable at the moment. However, you don't want to get yourself into a false sense of security where you think, okay, I'm doing quite well, maybe I should think about just easing off the throttle a bit, because that's when the mistakes are made. I hope you all in the chat are doing well. I did have a how goes it message, which I did reply to a bit earlier, but haven't seen a reply back, so hopefully you're all still awake. Wouldn't surprise me if we've got a few of our viewers that have fallen asleep throughout the evening, which doesn't surprise me. But yeah, just lovely to see people still checking into the stream. So watching the Martin Buchan Maserati MC12 and also the Team Purple Helmets Lamborghini in P2 at the moment. The race with 10.5 hours still to go, running like clockwork at the moment, it must be said, touch wood. Also some very nice lap times as well, it must be said, for Jamil said. Put some good sector times in, really pushing hard. Dane is offering me a sandwich. I'm not sure what the sandwich is, so maybe put in the box what the sandwich is, and then I'll let you know on that one. Bit of a random one, I know, to randomly discuss on the broadcast, but interesting. So Avanti Racing now in the pit lane as well, so I think they're going to be very much looking forward to getting some fresh rubber on that car. I'm fairly sure that they have changed the tyres, because their tyres must have absolutely had it by the end of that stint. They were definitely struggling. 1 minute 49's quite a lot of the time in that stint, so not the fastest of stints, and I'm wondering if they're just struggling a little bit in these lower track temperatures, because some drivers, it just doesn't really suit them to have this colder track temperature. We still have 7 viewers apparently, which is absolutely brilliant, although I've got a feeling that the majority of them are in the venue at the moment, which is probably the teams and race control as well. I know are paying a bit of attention to the stream too, so lovely to have all of you watching, but very cool that we still have 7 of you still checking us out and seeing how the race is going. Personal best time for Brabham Esports in sector 1 on this lap, so could be on for an absolute stonker here, as Avanti Racing joined the race 84 seconds behind, only to go for the gap, which kind of suggests that they definitely took tyres on that last pit stop. So it's all opened up again in terms of gaps. Well, sandwich break 2 is now officially over. I'm now back, and probably be my last break for quite a little while. So let's watch some racing. Nothing better than GT1 cars to keep you awake through the night. So currently just looking at the timing screens, and some very, very fast lap times being put in by the Napa Racing UK car and the Boo Barracuda car as well. Napa Racing UK into the pits this lap alongside Fault Shark. Edson Manguer has taken over from Will Richardson in the Avanti Racing car as well during that last pit stop. So Edson now giving it his all to get the car around the circuit. Boo Barracuda currently in the pit lane now as well, so they will now drop a lap down on the Cam Sport car. Currently 97 seconds behind them on the racetrack as it stands. So quite interesting how that gap keeps on ebbing and flowing, keeps on growing to the good for Cam Sport as well. So showing how strong Cam Sport have been in this race. Although Martin has done a 1 minute 47.3 as his in lap, which is ridiculously fast. That's basically good race pace just in general. As Cam Sport are currently doing 1 minute 46s, however, so it's a really, really good pace from all the drivers on the track at the moment. These lower temperatures seem to be really helping with the lap time, which is not something we predicted. Earlier in the day, we were predicting, like in qualifying, that there'd be a big loss of grip at this sort of time of night. As with the lower temperatures, it just makes the cars just that little bit harder to drive. We still have 7 of you watching, so thank you very much to the 7 of you that are still awake, still giving us a good old bit of support in getting through the 24-hour race as we are approaching 3 AM in the UK. I'm fairly sure everyone watching is from the UK and is watching from the UK, but you never know. Could have some international friends watching as well. But yeah, we are nearing the 3 AM mark here in the UK. We have 10 hours and 17 minutes left of the race to go. So Dan, most of the racing action was early on in the race. It must be said we had some absolutely epic battles in the first hour of the race between Avanti Racing UK, Napa Racing UK, and the Onid Go for the Gap car as well, and Fault Shark too. So some absolutely brilliant moves. In terms of what's going on right now, we're just in the middle of a pit window, so all the gaps are a little bit skewed, a little bit fake. However, I do think the gap of 10.5 seconds from Onid Go for the Gap to Boo Barracuda is a real gap, as I believe they have now both pitted for new tyres. Avanti Racing UK have just lost out to Onid Go for the Gap. They have lost a fair chunk of pace, it must be said, on that previous stint by double stinting their tyres, doing a lot of 1 minute 49s, where the average sort of race pace being like 1 minute 46, 1 minute 47s. And I'm completely wrong about Only Go for the Gap because they are now coming into the pit lane. So it will now be interesting to see if they then retain that advantage that they've gained from overtaking the Avanti Racing car. But a fair amount has happened. We've had another off for the Team Purple Helmets car in the last hour or so. They were absolutely gunning their car, putting in personal bests almost every single lap, below 1 minute 45, which were insanely quick, and no one else was getting anywhere near that sort of race pace at that time of night, and then just pushing a bit too hard, getting over the curbs coming out of turn 3 and losing control and going into the barrier. We're still going, Dan. I'm imagining you're about to have the most amazing day. I'm trying to think, so the time there for you must be about 11 AM, so you must be very close to the races getting underway. I mean, unless the Moto 3's already happened, I'm not too sure. I'm not really paying that much attention onto what's happening in real world motorsport right now, but I really hope you have an absolutely awesome day at Sepang. Surprised you can hear me over the bikes, I'm not gonna lie. So 10 hours and 15 minutes of the race left to go. Still a lot of action still to come. Now Just keeping an eye on the pace of our leaders at the moment. They have taken it up another gear with Bart Horston in the car, Formula 3 driver Bart Horston, putting in 1 minute 45.8s at the moment. The only driver in the 1 minute 45s in the whole field. So he's just had morning warm-up there in Sepang, and you've got about an hour until Moto 3. Awesome. Well, enjoy your free hour. I hope you choose to spend it with us, as we've got an on-track battle. Look at this. The Avanti Racing UK and Onid Go for the Gap cars have rejoined right in front of each other, well, right around the same part of the track with each other, and this time Avanti looks like they have the advantage, looking up the inside, and it's an out-breaking themselves moment for the Go for the Gap car of Cammy Sturch. So Cammy losing that position after working so hard to catch that Avanti car and get past it in the previous stint. Edson Manguer gets in, closes the gap straight away, sends it up the inside and gets the job done straight away. Cammy's going to be thinking, got all that work to do all over again. We'll keep an eye on how that proceeds. We'll have a look at Cammy's sector times in comparison to Avanti and see if she can start to close that gap. But the undercut definitely paying dividends for Avanti Racing there. At one moment it was looking like it was really going downhill for them. They lost a fair chunk of time to Cammy, but pitting earlier and getting those fresh tyres on nice and early has really helped them close that gap down again and be able to just go for the overtake while Cammy's tyres are still cold. Really good move from the Avanti Racing car. Very impressive indeed. And that gap now extends to 2.1 seconds. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And to be able to have the sort of sharp mind at 3 in the morning to be able to do the good old distraction technique, as Dan McCullough is calling it in the chat. It was absolutely textbook, like absolute genius levels of intellect there, and he is still pulling away from the Go for the Gap car. So is it now the reverse? Is it a case of now Avanti are on the fresher rubber, with the Go for the Gap car potentially sticking on a double stint, so keeping the previous tyres, that is maybe causing this big difference in pace? Because looking at their lap times, especially in Sector 1, it's a 24.1 for Edson Manguer and a 24.7 for the Onid Go for the Gap car. So roles have reversed. It's been one stint, and we've had the same two cars be involved with some very close battles. I feel like this is just going to continue all the way through to the end of the race, although starting to extend that gap quite aggressively now is Edson Manguer in the Avanti Racing car. That's up to 3.1 seconds. Not sure why you're apologising to Annabelle for that one, in terms of saying the old switcheroo, but I'm sure she understands, so I'll leave that one between you two. So we continue with 10 hours, 10 minutes to go. We have been racing, and it's definitely paying dividends so far. So that gap now extended once again to 4.3 seconds, as you can see on your screens. 4.3 seconds as we've got a yellow in Sector 1. Can't see anyone dropping down the order as such in terms of the lap times, but it was quite a brief one, to be fair, so I'm going to imagine it was just a small moment for somebody. Have a look trackside at some of the other cars just to make sure that we've not missed anything. I also would like to clarify to Dan as well, because he's probably not caught up in this sense. The 2-lap gap between Team Purple Helmets and Brabham Esports isn't really a 2-lap gap. It's just because Brabham Esports are yet to stop. Purple Helmets are stopping very early in their stints, and then Brabham Esports are then stopping quite a bit later on during the stint. So it's very all over the place in terms of the timing. Although saying that, there is only 9 minutes left of the hour, so if this pattern continues, then this could actually be the gap for the lead. But we have seen it shrink to the 1 lap when Brabham Esports do come in for their pit stop, and they have had the gap reduced a fair amount in the last few laps, it has to be said. So on that last lap. Brabham Esports did a 1 minute 49.766. Comparing that to the Team Purple Helmets time by Kane Halliburton at 1:47.289. So a good 2.5 seconds there to the good of Team Purple Helmets to try and gain that time back. They keep on gaining time like that, then the whole challenge of getting that lap back is going to get a lot easier. And then if there is a safety car and they're only 1 lap behind, well, they're then back on the lead lap, and that changes absolutely everything. In terms of the championship standings, obviously Team Purple Helmets would win the championship, although I would need to have a look and see where Brabham would finish, because they have done more than 1 round, so they do qualify to score points in the championship. So they would be looking very strong with the quadruple points, so we'll have to confirm where they would finish. I'll have a look at that a little bit later on when it gets a bit closer to the end of the race, to make sure that I'm not wasting my time, because anything could still happen. There's no guarantee that Brabham Esports will win this race. They're just in a very good position at the moment. They've held this advantage, kept this advantage for quite some time now in terms of their gap to Team Purple Helmets, but it must be said that Team Purple Helmets have done an absolutely brilliant job in getting themselves from P7 on the grid all the way up to P2, completely proving the fact that qualifying is not as important as it would normally be in a sprint race. However, saying that, a lot of the gap between Brabham Esports and Team Purple Helmets was built up during them trying to get past the cars in front of them, so there's definitely an advantage to be had. Just keeping an eye on the gaps around the circuit, and Avanti Racing UK still lapping very fast in comparison to the Onid Go for the Gap car, still pulling out a bit of an advantage, although on the last lap, it has to be said, can be starting to bring that gap down again, but this lap once more Edson is starting to push a little bit harder and try and extend that gap again. Blue Barracuda currently doing 1 minute 47.6s as well. It seems to be the most common sort of lap time at the moment on track. A 46.8 for the Onid Camsport car though, which is a very competitive time, which puts them up there with Team Purple Helmets, also on a 46.8. Every time I say that Team Purple Helmets have gone a bit quicker than the Brabham Esports car, all of a sudden the Brabham Esports car comes out and pulls an absolute stonking lap out of the bag, and it's a 1 minute 45.4 that time around from the Brabham Esports driver of Bart Horston. So maybe I should just stop saying it, because I think that they're just going to keep on repeating that process. Still, long way to go, very long way to go. 10 hours and 6 minutes left to go now, not that I'm counting. We've got quite a few different battles developing. The battle for 3rd place is definitely still on between Boo Barracuda and Onid Camsport. When Camsport finally ending the pit window, we'll get the true gap between those cars. And then we have the Avanti Racing car 96 seconds behind the Boo Barracuda car, so we'll see where they end up in comparison to the Camsport car. And they are also dragging along the Onid Go for the Gap car as well. So 4th, 5th and 6th, very, very up for grabs in between those positions. And they are all looking at 3rd place and thinking, we definitely have a chance at taking that. Only Camsport will probably say otherwise, and they're just going to keep on putting in the 1 minute 46s, which is an incredibly fast pace. And it is incredible that Team Camsport have managed to get themselves back into this position after trying what must be said was the wrong strategy earlier on in the race, when they were trying to just single stint the tyres. Now, whilst it worked in terms of pace and they were easily the fastest car on the circuit during those stints, they weren't gaining enough lap time compared to the time that was lost in the pits compared to those that kept the tyres. So they kept dropping back a good 20 seconds each stint, which put them all the way back down to 7th place. So the fact that they've been able to fight their way back up to 3rd after converting that strategy into a double stinting strategy but also being able to do it to the opposite of the other drivers around them has really paid dividends, because when they put their fresh rubber on, everyone else was double stinted, which meant that they had fresh rubber compared to everyone else who had aged rubber. So the fact that they're doing it slightly differently has really given them a good advantage, which they've managed to maintain as well themselves for quite a while. That third place probably feeling relatively safe for them, but still a very, very long way to go in this race. With Boo Barracuda in P4, Avanti Racing in P5. Still Martin Buchan driving the Boo Barracuda car and doing a mighty fine job of it as well. 1:47.4 for his last lap time. Fastest man on the track that time round was the Team Purple Helmets car. 1:46.480, currently being driven by Kane Halliburton still, as I think Jack Ashton is having a well-earned sleep at the moment. Dan McCullough says, if anyone is going to make an offbeat strategy work, it's CamSport, and I can't help but agree there, because they've proven that today as well, because the single stint strategy definitely hurt them earlier in the race, but transferring it into an offshoot double stint in the tyres strategy has really brought them back into the game, and with a vengeance as well, and just their pure pace has been absolutely electric. Speaking of electric pace, the Brabham Esports car. So you remember how I said that the Team Purple Helmets car set the fastest lap last time round? Well, Brabham Esports didn't seem to like that too much, so they've decided to put in a 1:44. Yeah, that's a 1:44.977. So that's a whole 2.2 seconds faster than the previous lap of Team Purple, by the lap set by Team Purple Helmets. And only a few hundredths off of their own personal fastest. That's 1:44.949. So, you know, just as you do, just putting in casual 1:44s at 3:15 in the morning. I don't think there's much more to say about that, other than that's a hell of a pace. Like, absolutely on fire as they then come into the pit lane. So that kind of answers that question in terms of how they was able to set that lap time. They're quite low on fuel, so this is now going to bring the gap back down to 1 lap to the Team Purple Helmets car. So we will see a more realistic gap between the two of those. So as we can see, the Team Purple Helmets car currently in the 3rd sector of the circuit. So as you'll be about to see, they will get that lap back. The gap, however, does appear to have grown quite a significant amount from the last time. It was a much easier job for the Helmets car to unlap themselves whilst the Brabham car was in the pit lane. This time around, it looks like the Brabham car's already done its pit stop. It's obviously carrying these tyres through this stint. And I'm not even sure if the Purple Helmets car is going to be very close. Are they going to actually unlap themselves? They're side by side on the racetrack, and obviously Purple Helmets have got the good run. So Team Purple Helmets are officially just a lap down, but they're going to be blue flagged instantly. So we'll see if Team Purple Helmets has the pace to hold off the Brabham Esports car. So it's now, this is your battle for the 1st and 2nd place, but this just shows you how amazing of a job Brabham Esports are doing, because they've now made it so that that 2-lap gap is the real gap, which is quite terrifying for Team Purple Helmets in terms of wanting to win this race. But, you know, we'll see how it plays out. As we can see, the Brabham Esports car is catching as Dan McCullough shouts safety car now. That would be good timing, wouldn't it? That would be very good timing. It would be a bit suspect timing, it must be said, if a pod suddenly broke now. I think that a few people would be calling foul. A lot of references would be made to another particular race. I accidentally said something about having a motor race here earlier, and people started to get a bit funny about that, so I'm being very careful on how I am phrasing talking about that particular race before too many people get a bit too upset and it brings back too many memories for them. So across the line, and it must be said, this is giving us a bit of a show of what it would be like if Team Purple Helmets were still in the hunt for the win. And have to say, feel like we've been a little bit robbed, but at the same time, Team Purple Helmets have been spinning off, they have been making mistakes, and Brabham have not. It's as simple as that. Brabham have had a drive-through penalty though for track limits. They were told to stop doing what they were doing in the final corner, haven't done so, which means they've been pinged and given a drive-through. They keep doing it, they're just going to get worse and worse penalties. So, still quite a few things that could play into effect. Just want to update the gap between Avanti Racing and Go For The Gap. That's currently sort of equalising now around 5 seconds. 5.9 seconds at the moment between Avanti Racing and only Go For The Gap. But yeah, if we had a safety car right now, that would completely change the face of this race. Like, instantly, because we would be in front of the Brabham Esports car, which means that they would get their lap back as well, so they would then be right on the back of the Brabham Esports at the restart of the race. Not too sure Brabham would want that too much, but quite exciting at the same time. As it looks like a bit of a moment there, going into the second to last corner, nearly going into the wall. As we go through the final corner, we actually have quite a nice gaggle of cars on this straight here. There's a good 5 or so cars all on one straight, so half of the field all just represented down one little piece of track. As they are catching the Napa Racing UK car of fan favourite Jamil said. The chat has been going quite wild for Jamil through the race, as Cam Sport put in a personal best final sector of 1 minute of 38.977 and a good time of 1 minute 45.598. So putting in some absolutely brilliant lap times at the moment. Team Purple Helmet's currently doing 1 minute 46.7s compared to Brabham Esports 1 minute 47.1s. So Salma says need to rest. All the best everyone, especially Team Napa. Well done Jamil and team. Can't agree with that more. Jamil has put in some absolutely heroic efforts in that Napa Racing UK car, considering he only drove the thing for the first time yesterday and he only found out he was racing in this race on Thursday. So you can imagine the shock on all of our faces when we saw that he's jumped in after only visiting the venue once and just been instantly on the pace of the quicker runners. He doesn't really do any sim racing at home, he told us. He does a little bit for fun, but he doesn't do any racing, or he's never done an endurance race. So the fact that he's been putting in this sort of pace against these drivers is ridiculously impressive. So just want to say that before you do go to sleep. His actions are very much appreciated as well, because he has basically single-handedly saved the Napa Racing UK team. So good job by him as well to make sure that team could still run in this race. So Team Purple Helmet's going to want to get in front of him pretty quickly though, because the last thing they really want right now is for Brabham to get right back behind them and then lap them, because then they've got 2 laps to improve. So, but the thing is, Team Purple Helmets, they're probably going to be starting their pit window again relatively soon, which is once again going to bring us to about 2 laps behind. As we see the Team Purple Helmets car all over the back now of the Napa Racing UK car. Hopefully the Napa Racing UK driver is going to see them in the mirrors. Going to give them the space at the inside. Not this time around, but you can see how much better that Kane gets on the brakes going through the chicane. He gets a nice exit there as well. Now luckily for Kane, the Brabham Esports car's not really making inways into this traffic. It's kind of dropped off a little bit as the Purple Helmets car gets in front of the Napa Racing UK car. So now the Brabham Esports car has to do exactly the same thing as well. Onid Camsport once again putting in some very competitive lap times of 46.0, making them the fastest car on the circuit, which probably means on the next lap Brabham Esports are probably going to set a lap time that is hardly beyond comprehension, which probably means that they're just going to set a new lap record or something like that now that I've said that. Onid go for the gap, currently putting in a personal best middle sector as well. So currently lapping in the 1 minute 47.0s, which is once again now faster the Avanti Racing car in front. That is starting to swing around once again, as predicted. So keeping on watching the Team Purple Helmets car, because it's fascinating to see them trying to pull away from the Brabham Esports car. A 1 minute 46.5 from the Team Purple Helmets car that time around, which is mighty impressive considering they were stuck in traffic for most of the lap, compares to a 1 minute 47.5 for the Brabham Esports car, so they pulled away another second. So, if the Team Purple Helmets car continues pace like this, then they do have every opportunity, I think, to potentially unlap themselves. Now, they're going to need a bit of luck. I think they're going to need a few errors from Brabham, or they're going to need potentially like a drive-through for Brabham, or maybe a stop-go for Brabham, or something like that. But this isn't outside the realms of possibility, considering we've already seen one drive-through for the Brabham car, or ignoring the advice about track limits at the final corner and running all the way on the onto the runoff, so ignoring the curve even existed basically, and just flooring the throttle and just completely transforming the car. It looks like something out of the IndyCar races at Circuit of the Americas, or NASCAR races at Watkins Glen. Now, in motorsport, track limits should be defined. You know, sometimes it's a little bit complicated because some corners you don't actually gain anything, but in the grand scheme of things, I think it's always good to have a nice sort of straightforward rule. If you pay attention to it, you do fine. You ignore it, not so much. So the rule is you can run 4 tyres onto that curb coming out of the final corner, but if you touch the runoff area on the exit, even with 1 tyre, you are going to get a warning, which is completely fair. It's completely off the race circuit. It's not the race circuit whatsoever. The curbs themselves are very steep and very high, so you don't really want to run the car on them too much. So the reason that the teams have been running onto that runoff is because it's smooth and they just gain more time from doing it. They wouldn't be out there otherwise. But a lot of these curbs will slow you down by quite a fair amount, which is why some corners are not being policed with any extra sort of policing by race control, and they are just letting the software do the work for those corners. So, Team Purple Helmets car continuing to pull away from the Brabham Esports car and giving us a little bit of hope for a really nice battle coming closer to the end of the race, with 9 hours and 51 minutes left to go. So we're nearly a Bahrain race away from the end of the race, which is quite wild, really. There's still quite a long way to go. As is the way with endurance races, this is the toughest part of the race, getting through this part of the night. Once you get, apologies, there you go, and I'm suffering in here, as you can hear. So once we get to around 8 AM and the lights, and we start to see the sun come up, even the sun coming up in the game is enough to give us a nice bit of a second wind and keep us going, as Cam Sport are now in the pit lane once more, which could be early. Or that's just them. No, that's correct, because they are always the last ones to pit. So apologies, yep, they're always after Brabham. It's just quite impressive how many laps they've managed to pull out. Best yawn on the telly this year. Well, hopefully that'll be the only yawn on the telly this year. So, I mean, you probably missed the one earlier as well that I did. So, you know, it's not exactly something you expect from someone commentating to just casually yawn into the microphone, but it is what it is. It's a 24-hour race. What can you do? So, owning Cam Sport in 3rd place. Gonna yawn again in a minute if I'm not careful. Boo Barracuda in 4th place. So, Cam Sport currently in the pit lane, ending the pit cycle, so we'll get the true gap between Cam Sport and Boo Barracuda once they get to a time in line. So, just waiting for them to hit that beacon. And hopefully we'll get some rough ideas on where they are at. Let's wait for a sector and hopefully that will activate. I'm being joined by Cami Sturch, who's just finished her stint in the Go for the Gap car. Very adventurous stint, it must be said. 2 battles with the Avanti car.
Yeah, brilliant.
So like swings and roundabouts really was interesting. Like we were riding on board as you were. I've still got the onboard camera up, as you can see. We was riding on board with you as you were catching the Avanti car and getting past the Avanti car. And then obviously as the pit stops then went through and the pit cycles came through, they obviously did a bit of an undercut as well. They were then able to get back ahead, but really clean racing from the both of you. I'm sure you enjoyed it. I did say on the commentary, I'm quite sure Cammie's got quite the smile on her face right now when you got that move done. And I have to say, it was a really intelligent move as well, because
thank you.
you sort of set them up in the early part of the chicane, but then actually got the move done on the exit of the chicane, which we've not really seen too much of in this race. So, really nice move there. I really liked
If
it.
anyone can see, I'm sort of doing an evil twiddling my moustache, you know. You know, I got them. No, I really enjoyed it. I didn't actually plan to do that because I didn't think they'd I didn't think I'd scare them offline or cause them to defend or anything. But once you get offline in the chicane, you sort of ruin for the next until you're coming out the chicane. And I was able to get the run alongside them. But yeah, I've been catching them for a while. My stint started really badly. My first flying lap, I spun it at the first corner. I lost about 8-9 seconds. But then from there, because the Napa racing car unlapped themselves and got in front of me, as did Purple Rain, then I'm much more comfortable following somebody. I was following them. Purple Rain, they didn't hold me up. I was behind them for a good 10 laps. They were on a good pace. They, I think after 10 laps of having blue flags on that screen, they were like, just let go for the gap, go. And then I was able to set off after Napa, and it just, yeah, you know, confidence breeds confidence. I got better and better, and yeah, it went much better than my first stint 10 hours ago.
Does it feel like it was 10 hours ago?
I don't know how long ago it actually was.
How are you feeling after the stint? Are you...
Time is an illusion.
Time is an illusion, yeah. This is the weird part of the race when all the drivers are a little bit dopey, shall we say, and that's putting it, you know, quite mildly.
Well, at Simply Race, all the windows are blacked out, so we
Yeah.
never had a sense of daytime.
No.
And we don't really have a sense of
So when
nighttime.
it starts getting light on the software is when I start getting my second wind, because it's the only key.
Well, just
clue
don't do
you
it
have.
near me.
What, the ray of sunshine?
Second wind.
Second wind. Ah, very good, very good. Far too tired for your humour right now.
I'm so
It
tired. that's why I'm
completely
coming out
just went
with rubbish.
whoosh over my head. So what's your stint plan from here? Do you have much more planned in the car? I imagine it's going to be a bit of a break for you now.
Yeah, so I'm sticking around until Dan gets his first stint done. He'll stay on the hards, refuel, and we'll bring Aiden back from the hotel. Aiden can then prepare for taking over from Dan. I can go get some much needed sleep because I've been up since about 6 in the morning.
Know how you feel on that one?
I think I did some fine driving for
Yeah,
being that
son,
tired.
I can definitely relate to you on that one. Well, I hope you do manage to get sleep in the hotel, because I'm quite strange with hotel beds. I need like at least one night in them beforehand to get used to them, and then the next night I sleep really well.
Okay.
So 24-hour races have always been a bit interesting for me, so I usually just don't sleep, because I find that's just
What if you
better.
stayed in the hotel before? Do you need to readjust to it?
If I'd stayed in it before, I'd probably be okay. I know it's a bit weird. I'm just weird with beds, I think. I just like my bed. You know?
Yeah, it has your smell.
Yeah, or like
It's
when I'm
just the way you like it.
abroad as well, I find that quite easy to sleep.
Yeah,
too, but
yeah.
like,
Then you get up to the toilet
but
and
if
you're
I'm
like,
in
oh,
a-
there's a B-day.
Yeah,
Oh.
but that can be a bit interesting. You always pray that there's also toilet roll. That was Morocco this year, actually. Was that exact thought? I walked into the bathroom. Right.
What was it? Just
There was
sponges?
just a B-day. So there was obviously the toilet, and then there was just a B-day. So no.
Oh, no tissue, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went to a local shop and managed to get some, but yeah.
Not with a messy bottom. You did all that before.
Oh yeah, no. This
You
was
didn't
me.
go to the
This was me
toilet,
going.
then
No,
realise there
this
was no
was me
toilet
going
roll.
into the hotel.
Yeah, that
for
would
the
have been
first
terrible.
time. I'm thinking I better check out the toilet situation because I'm
Planned
in a
ahead.
country that's famous for b-days. Okay, yep, it's just a b-day and there's no toilet. Right, where's the nearest shop?
Got to go to Japan, see their toilet.
Yeah, I always wanted to, you know, like
Yeah.
the super high tech wizardry. Like putting tech in a toilet does seem like a good idea. I'm not gonna lie.
And then go catch some Super GT or Super Formula, and I don't
Yeah.
mean the YouTuber.
No.
People out there going, he lives in England.
Yeah. People not realising where he gets his name from. Although I'm not sure if he even realised the existence of Super GT. Who knows?
Right, Japan have a thing with putting Super on the front of things.
They do.
So you had Super Nintendo,
Yeah.
Super GT. It's like when Turbo started coming up, you know, Street Fighter Turbo.
Yes.
Something Turbo. Oh, Dan.
Oh.
Going straight in the wall.
Not
Wrecking the paint job.
not the best line, but very easily done. It has to be said. Like the amount of drivers I've seen brushing that wall just like that. If I had £1 every time someone had done it, I'd be quite a rich man right now, and Dan would be adding to that. So shouldn't cheer for it, but
No, Dan's doing a great job.
Yeah.
You know, when he's got a bit of support behind him, a bit of confidence, and he's allowed to do his own thing a little bit. You know, we haven't forced him to use mediums. He seems to make the hards work. At the moment, Avanti are getting away a little bit, but it's not too much. It's nothing that Aiden couldn't reel back in their next stint. So we're still hopeful that we can finish fifth today. I think Boo Barracuda might just be getting a bit too far away. They might have a pit stop in hand. So we just have to see, you know, what spanners get thrown into work.
I think it's hard to predict though, because it's been up and down throughout the race between those positions, constantly just swapping places. Yourselves and Avanti especially have been just up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be like that for you two, definitely for the rest of the race, in all honesty. I think it's going to go down
It's
to
all
the
going to
wire.
depend who's up
Yeah,
in the last hour.
exactly. Like, and you're obviously both going to try and have your fastest drivers in for the final hour.
Oh
But
yeah,
how
yeah.
awake are those drivers going to be at that point? You
Well,
know,
Aiden's
like
having his beauty sleep in the hotel and held up, so
he's the lucky one at the moment. But when is he due in the car? Is that going to be around like 4:30 sort of time? Maybe like about.
not even sure what time right now.
So so we're at 25 to 4 at the moment.
It might be near a 5.
So it might be near a 5. Okay, so is Dan doing a stint and so 2 stints for Dan? Is
yeah,
it?
2 stints
okay.
for Dan. He's probably about halfway through his first stint at the moment.
Okay, so I don't know if I'd like the 5 a.m. stint. You know, I think that the waking up from having a sleep and then going straight into the pod. That's
Well, maybe I'll wake him up a bit early. For him to
yeah,
get some
because
food
you
or
need to
something,
like.
but
I
don't
think
know
you
what
need
food.
to. No, I don't. I think the only options are like now like McDonald's, which is a 24-hour McDonald's across the road. I think that's about it, really.
Yes, good.
But and Starbucks. There's a 24-hour Starbucks on Deliveroo. So if you have Deliveroo, that's a good shout. Dane's already ordered me 2 cheese and ham toasties, which is a great shout. He ordered 1. You missed all this because he was in the car. He came in. He ordered 1. We had it, and we were like, we're now both hungrier. We just ordered another one, and then that came, and that actually did the job. So, but I have to say, it was 10 out of 10 both times. So, and considering they're making those at like, well, same they're heating them up at 3 in the
Other
morning.
coffee shops do
Other
exist.
coffee shops do exist.
Support your local independent coffee shop.
Yes, support your local independent coffee shop. It just so happens that unfortunately the big branch one is the only one open at this time of night because they have a 24-hour drive-through for some reason.
Yeah.
Because apparently you need that in the UK.
Yeah, that's a sign that the staff's not unionised, isn't it?
Yeah, just
Before we get political, I head off.
yeah, before we get political. A personal best, middle sector for Mr. Hyde, a 42.8 in that middle sector. That's a stonking middle sector.
Go on, boy, son.
That's good. That's really nice lap time.
Yeah, once he gets in the groove, look, he heard us praising him, so let's see what this next lap is.
Let's not rub his ego too much. Let's see how he gets on. I've just noticed that Bravm Esports, their last lap said they had a 68-second middle sector, but their lap was 147. So I think there was a weird glitch with their lap time there.
Dan was well off the track.
Dan was well off the track there, but
I think that was, if you're going to go off,
that's the place
just
to
avoid
go off.
the AstroTurf entirely. Don't get
Yes.
one wheel in it.
Yeah, you've got to be super careful. It's so easy to just get too many wheels onto
Yep,
the
I've done
slippy
that.
stuff, and then that's it. You're gone. It's not fun, and it's really difficult. Horrendous fun. Well,
It really is.
looks like you're stretching your legs, getting ready
Gonna
to get
shoot,
some fresh
but
air.
You're doing a cracking
And
job, Grant,
thank
and
you.
we all appreciate you.
Well, lovely. Thank you very much. And maybe we'll catch you again in the morning after you've had a bit of a rest before you jump in again, or after you jump in
definitely,
again.
yeah.
And
I'll be fresh as a
we'll see
daisy.
how Aiden does as well when he gets into the car. I mean, we all know what Aiden can do. Like, so if anyone can take the fight to Avanti, you know, it's definitely
And
going to
he
be
does
Aiden.
all that driving
so.
and gear shifting with like quite beautiful long nails.
Yeah,
as well,
I know.
So that's, like,
I'd be
added skill.
terrified of breaking them. Like every single time I'm shifting, I'll be like, oh, you know,
Texting
like,
would be hell, but I
yeah,
can't-
it must
yeah,
be.
I can't. Right, I'm gonna get out your lovely long hair and let you get on with it. Good
Well-
night, everyone.
Thank you very much to Cammy from the Own It Go for the gap car, and it's going to be hopefully another good lap for Dan as he comes into the final corner and starting yet another lap in the race. That lap time was deleted, however, probably because he went a little bit too far over the white lines in the first sector. So keeping an eye on the rest of the field, we also have the Own It Cam Sport car currently going through the final sector of the racetrack, putting in quite a tiny lap time this time around. It must be said, on their last lap for 1 minute 45.7. They're really solidifying that P3, really trying to make sure that Boo Barracuda cannot take that from them. The gap to Boo Barracuda currently 69 seconds, which is the real gap between those two, because they've now both pitted. So this is the real gap and margin between those two cars. This time around it's a 1 minute 46.4 for the Cam Sport car. But if you compare that to Boo Barracuda with a 1 minute 47.3, that's going to continue to extend that gap. They're currently 85 seconds behind the Team Purple Helmets car, currently being driven by Adam Delmont, who's now back in that car. Had a bit of an adventurous first stint, did Adam, but this one looks like it's going quite well. Looks like it's going a lot more consistent, sorry. So hopefully we won't see any major errors from them. Bravm Esports just driving absolutely exceptionally as always. 146.6 that last time round. So Cam Sport still the fastest car on the circuit. So a big shout out to Ben Brown for in the Cam Sport car putting in an absolutely rapid pace at the moment. Really feels like they have a really consistent lineup for this race, and one has to wonder where they would be if they had double stinted from the start. I can't help but think that they would be challenging Team Purple Helmets right now. Instead, they're about 85 seconds behind them, and they've spent a significant amount of the race doing the single stints and losing 20 seconds every single pit stop, and I think that 85 seconds is included in that, and I think they would be P2 right now. But it is what it is. They've moved on, they've changed to a new strategy, they're now double stinting like everybody else, and the pace that they are finding is absolutely electric as they take another second out of the Team Purple Helmets car. So second place definitely not out of the question for these guys, and I reckon Boo Barracuda will be cheering them on to hunt them down, because then they're within their grasp potentially. Boo Barracuda currently 69 seconds off of the Cam Sport car as well. And then it's another 92 seconds back to Avanti Racing. As Fault Shark put in a personal best time in Sector 1 as well, a 23.586, followed by a 43.5 in the middle sector. So they are doing a bang-up job there. Still watching the Cam Sport car going through the final corner and starting yet another lap, and it's another 1 minute 46.2. That takes another 2 seconds out of the Team Purple Helmet's advantage. I tell you what, if they continue at this pace for quite a while, then they are going to really start to put some pressure on the Team Purple Helmet's car. Team Purple Helmet's currently being driven by Mark, who's putting in a very good job, it must be said. Just keeping it nice and consistent throughout the stint. But if Cam Sport can continue to put this sort of pressure on, it's going to come down to really closing that gap through the next few stints. Looking at the list of drivers in the cars currently, just to update you also, Lee Connell is now in the Purple Rain car. So good job by him to get back into that car. They are lapping quite nicely themselves at the moment in also the 1 minute 46s. Currently taking quite a lot of time out of the Fault Shark team in front of them. However, they are quite a way down, unfortunately to them. A good 9 laps off of the Fault Shark team. So they've had a very, very eventful race, has Team Purple Rain. And Tees Valley Motorsport Academy, another 4 laps behind them. But they have been unlapping themselves, and they have been also closing the gap to the Team Purple Rain Team 2. So that could all come to fruition throughout the rest of this event. We also have Ben Brown in the Cam Sport car. Charlie Gromit is currently driving the Tees Valley Motorsport Academy car, with Paul Day in the Fault Shark car. Fan favourite Jamil in the Napa Racing UK car as well. Carl McLeod is back on the stream saying Jamil is the boat. So he's been obviously informed that Jamil is driving in the car at the moment and doing a mighty fine job. 1 minute 46.809 was his previous lap, which makes him the 4th fastest car on track. Although saying that, Team Purple Rain crossed the line and set exactly the same lap time, and also 1 minute 46.809. Very impressive. So fastest driver on the track that lap was the Brabham Esports team of a 1 minute 45.934, although their last lap time was just deleted there. Let's be careful. Those track limits, lads, they will bite you, as we keep on watching the Cam Sport car, which is one of the fastest cars in the circuit at the moment. As Avanti Racing starts the next round of pit stops, comes into the pit lane. Pit window is now open once again for the teams. It's so spread out though that it's almost impossible to predict who's coming in when. And it's crazy because none of this is down to incidents, crashes or anything like that. It's literally just been all down to just how they've been saving fuel or how they've been doing their tyres. And it's completely changed the nature of this race. We're so used to seeing cars hitting within 1-2 laps of each other. We're seeing good 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps in between pit stops at the moment, with Camsport being able to eke out another like 3 laps every single stint from the looks of it. That's just completely blown all of the strategy out the window for everybody else. Lots of teams saying it's not worth fuel saving, but Camsport kind of proving it's definitely worth it, I think. Because, I mean, they're P3 at the moment, they're catching P2, they're looking mighty fast, bringing that gap down every single lap, trying to get that P2 from Team Purple Helmet. So doing a fantastic job on the circuit. Because we have a Jamil fan in the stream at the moment, we might as well cut to him in the car so you can support him for a little bit. Here he is chasing down Fault Shark to put another lap on them, so put them 2 laps down on themselves. That will give Napa a really nice bit of breathing room. Apologies there. And then we have Onid go for the gap, who are currently putting in a personal best time in the middle sector with a 42.879. Kyle very happy about the coverage there, so that's the most exciting comment I've seen for quite a while. I'm amazed at the amount of energy you have at this time of day, sir, so fair play. Hope you're ready to join us for the rest of the race. So we have 9.5 hours of the race left to go, and we're currently still watching the Napa Racing UK car, which is now going to put another lap on the Fault Shark car as that comes into the pit lane. We also have the Camsport car once again putting in some absolutely fantastic lap times to really close that gap down to the Team Purple Helmets car. That P2 is starting to look quite like quite the realistic prospect for them now. Really impressive driving from them to get the gap down to that much. Let's see what they can do throughout the rest of the race. Like I said, still a very long way to go. And that's probably the most common phrase to be said in a 24-hour race. Still a long way to go. But it's true, there's usually quite a lot of time left of the race. Even when it's 4 hours to go, that's still longer than pretty much any other race that you're going to be watching or taking part in. There's only very few races that are longer than that. So it's not really until the final hour or so when it really starts to become quite clear at who's going to finish where, which is why we all love endurance racing. I'm just going to pop off to grab a bottles of water. I will leave you the fine presence of Jamil driving round the Yas Marina Circuit. Just to keep you up. welcome back to the 24 hours of Yas Marina. So, few things, Camsport still closing the gap down to P2, gap down to 76 seconds now, so that's really starting to shrink in the last few laps. Blue Barracuda have a bit of a predicament on their hands. Martin Buchan got out of the car expecting his teammate to be ready to get back in the car, only to find him completely fast asleep behind him. So Martin gets back in and continues driving. So Martin doing a bit more stints than expected at this time, so he will hope that Nathan awakes in the next hour or so that when he returns to the pit lane, Nathan is then able to take over once more. Still a very, very long way to go in this race. Hope you're all still doing well, those of you that are still watching. We have 5 current viewers at the moment. I'm amazed that we even have 5 viewers at the moment, if I'm brutally honest with you. I'm guessing most of you are in the venue. You probably can't even hear me talking and commentating and covering the race. But I thank you very much for those of you that are still with us. In just under an hour, we will be moving to another stream once again. And once we get to another 8 hours into this race, we'll be changing streams once more. So please do pay attention to the YouTube channel or our Facebook page to find the next stream. So that'll be at around just after 5 AM. So you've got a little bit of time. Till then. 9 hours and 7 minutes left of the race to go. So we are finally into single digits remaining, and we're getting there. We're getting to the end of the race. Well, I say that, still very, very long time to go. Still a lot can still happen. Closest battle on track at the moment is only Go for the Gap, currently 10 seconds behind the Avanti racing car, although that gap has kind of sort of increased in the last stint or so, but we will still keep an eye on that because it is the closest battle that we have on the circuit. If you have any questions or any queries, or you just want to let us know that you're still watching, feel free to do so using the chat feed as much as you like. There's no judgment on you being up at this time of night. We welcome your company as it really helps us get through the race. So just still watching the Onid Camsport car bringing that gap down to P2, that gap down to 76 seconds now. That gap was 80 well, it was about 90 odd seconds at the start of this stint, so really, they've brought the gap down quite a fair amount, have Camsport. It's going to be interesting to see what Christian and Chris can do later in the race, depending on if they will be comfortable double stinting the tyres in the same way that Matt Scott and Ben Brown have been able to do in the evening. I personally think that double stinting is definitely the way to go, and if you move back to single stinting, I just don't think it's going to work for you, in all honesty. Now, I know some of you have potentially gotten up to watch the Moto 3 race and all the MotoGP action today. So if you are watching that, enjoy the racing action. I know one of you is actually there in person watching the racing, so I hope you enjoy that spectacle as well. But yeah, so plenty more racing still to come. Gap between Avanti and Onid Go for the Gap is now 9.8 seconds as that gap continues. This ebb and flow, up and down. It's either going up or it's going down. It's never just one team pulling away from the other. It's usually one team has a bit of an advantage, then the other team catches again, overtakes, and then vice versa, swaps around. I think that's going to be how that plays out for the whole remainder of the race. There's a vast difference in the driver levels, so the driver paces that we see in the teams, and different driver talents going up against different driver talents. But to tell you how close it is at the moment, most of the field in the 1 minute 47s at the moment. That includes our race leaders who are now in the pit lane. So Brabham Esports into the pit lane, or a scheduled coming out of the pit lane, sorry, after their scheduled pit stop. With Team Purple Helmets in second place. Now 2 laps still down on them, I think. Yeah, that's okay, so that's definitely made things more interesting. So Team Purple Helmets now on merit, 2 laps off the lead. Oh, absolutely brilliant stints, it must be said, from the Brabham Esports team to be able to extend that gap to 2 laps. Brilliant driving all round. So they've really given themselves an extra step towards that first place trophy and that top step of the podium. I'm sure Team Purple Helmets will just be happy win the championship if they can do so. So they will continue. So they will push nice and hard to try and get the win of the race. If they can't get the win of the race, their goal has to be to stay in front of the team Boo Barracuda. So, just keeping an eye on things as it all progresses through the evening. Just seeing if there's any major changes going on track, and not really at the moment. Although, still, the only Cam Sport car, most impressive drive at the moment is definitely from them. Team Purple Helmets have just had their last lap time deleted for track limits as well. Be interested to see if they get near the points limit. Some of the drivers must be very close now. And we'll just watch the mighty Onid Cam Sport car pounding round the circuit. Keep an eye on that gap in the bottom right corner of the screen. 74 seconds is the gap between second and third. And they're really pushing to try and reduce that margin. Cam Sport are, and doing an absolutely fine job of it as well. The second half of this race has been absolutely fantastic. The Cam Sport team, it must be said, the pace has just been electric. Apologies to anyone seeing a few issues with the overlays. Quick refresh, and that should solve that for you. As the gap to P2 now increases to 83 seconds. I'm not really sure what's happened there. But both Team Purple Helmets and Cam Sport have both had their previous lap times deleted, so I have a feeling that it could be to do with that, as Cam Sport now come into the pit lane to finish off this stint. We also have Team Purple Rain in the pit lane. See if they are taking on some fresh rubber. Keep an eye on the timer for you. So currently looking like a... Keep an eye on that. So yeah, so 32 seconds in the pits, which means that's definitely a double stint in the tyres. So we'll see if they can carry that pace now. We will then await Team Purple Helmets to then come back into pits to continue the pit cycle around once more. But it does mean, as I look towards the hours, if Cam Sport are pitting around this time, with each stint being about 55 minutes, the next pit stop's going to be just past the 8-hour mark, which kind of aligns quite nicely as the race goes on. It does mean that the seconds gap to Team Purple Helmets, and not the 1 lap gap that you see now, is actually the real margin between the two cars. Ride on board with the Cam Sport car. currently being driven by Matt Goodger-Scott. In a really good effort in that car, so he's now jumped into the car. Ben Brown jumping out of the car, having a bit of a break now, bit of a rest. Then gets on. Must be said that it's a very strong pace for the Cam Sport car. As Team Purple Helmets now come into the pit lane as well, so that's going to put Cam Sport back on the same lap as them, just to be really confusing, and we'll just keep an eye on the pit timer for Team Purple Helmets as well. It doesn't appear to be counted unless they've already done their stop. Yep, the Team Purple Helmets are leaving the pit lane now. Circuit as the Cam Sport car comes into the hairpin at the end of the into the chicane at the end of the long straight. We'll see the gap update through the lap once we start getting them over some relevant timing beacons. It should give us a rough estimation of what the actual gap is now. Before it was around 82 seconds, so we'll see if it's come down or gone up at all. And Team Purple Helmet still being driven by Adam Delmont, so I don't think they have changed driver in that stint, so we will continue to see the same driver in the Team Purple Helmet's car now. So just watching the Cam Sport car going through the final corner now and starting yet another lap. And yeah, saying it's 119 seconds, but I think it's quite a bit more than that. So I think that's incorrect estimation from the software. We should get a better estimate when Team Purple Helmets cross the line, but keep an eye on that for you. .496 seconds, so yeah, see the time there. This basically means that Cam Sport has saved so much fuel now that they are now almost a full fuel window ahead of Team Purple Helmets, which is quite crazy. They're going to save a whole pit stop at this rate, which is very impressive. Drivers saying it's not worth saving the fuel. This is exactly why it's worth saving the fuel. It's definitely paying dividends for the Cam Sport car. Callum Cripps is now in the Brabham Esports car. See how he gets on. His last lap time was a 1:45.723, so not too shabby at all. And Matt Goodger-Scott starts to continue the work that Ben Brown started and starting to lower that gap again to the Team Purple Helmets car. So just riding on board with the Camsport Lamborghini as they go into turn number 1, nice and early on the brakes, turning into the left-hander, clipping the apex, running nice and wide on the exit, carrying some good speed through the left-hander. Now again, the right-hander, nice bit of throttle through both of those corners. Into the hairpin, nice and hard on the brakes, clipping the apex nicely. So we'll keep an eye on the gap between the two cars, Team Purple Helmets and Onid Camsport. Seeming to be levelling out as they both are putting in a very similar pace through the over the previous few laps. On that lap alone though, Team Camsport did take a further 3 tenths out of the Team Purple Helmets car. On the last lap just gone, Team Purple Helmets just crossed the line and done a 1 minute 48.109, so they're going to lose a fair chunk of time potentially to the Camsport car if they continue to lap at that sort of pace. Now 71 second gap that Blue Barracuda has to Vanti Racing, and then a further 19 seconds that Onid go for the gap behind in P6. So very spread out at the moment. Little bit of personal news in terms of, well, in a little bit of a more back marker talk here. So personal best time in the first sector for Fault Shark, but they've now had that lap time deleted from the looks of it, although it looks like it would have been on for 1 minute 5. Barracuda Scott running right up to the wall there in the final sector, and we had a brief yellow in sector 1. Someone just running a little bit wide, more than likely. Come across the line to start another lap in the Camsport Lamborghini. Time round at 1 minute 46.973. The gap down to 78.2 seconds now. See what Team Purple Helmets do in response to that as they come into the final part of their lap as well. So 1 minute 47.1, so 2 tenths of a second that Camsport gained on this previous lap. We'll see how that continues to ebb and flow. Tees Valley Motorsport Academy have a penalty. This is definitely going to hotten up through the final phases of this race. really see a big pace difference between the Only Cam Sport car and the Team Purple Helmets car in different phases of this race, where it's definitely ebbing and flowing quite a lot. On this lap alone, it looks like Matt Goodiscott's going to take about 10th second out of this lead. The driver of the Team Purple Helmets car, who is now, who is still Adam Delmont in the Team Purple Helmets car. This time around, it's sort of lapping quite equally. It's a 1 minute 46.867 there. Matt Goodiscott, a really nice time. That brings the gap down to 77.984 seconds. Wait to see what the Team Purple Helmets car can come up with as it is crossing the line now. It manages a 147.1, so only a few tenths of a second, but these tenths of a second are going to prove to be vastly important as the race goes on. Only going to take a couple of mistakes for this gap to come right down, and then for Cam Sport to be right there, ready to take the fight to Team Purple Helmets. In about 24 minutes, we will be going to our next stream. We're getting a few requests for Jamil's onboard camera. I'll just make sure it is actually still him in the car, which it is. So, because you asked so nicely, you will reply. So there you go. Apologies if that comment's been waiting for a little while. I've been not really looking too much at the comments, just been looking more at the lap times at the moment. But here we are, we're now riding on board with everybody's favourite driver, it seems, in the NAFA Racing UK car, currently 105 seconds behind the car in front. The Only Cam Sport car is continuing to close that gap down to the Team Purple Helmets car. Still in the 1 minute 46s for Matt Goodiscott compared to 1 minute 47.1 for the Team Purple Helmets car. They're doing an absolutely brilliant job in the Cam Sport car. Ben Brown and Matt Goodiscott both put in an epic night stint. Fairly soon we should maybe start to see some signs of light on the circuit. It could be a few hours away still yet, to be fair, because it is 20 to 5. We still have a little way to go before we see some sunlight. Well done if you are still tuned in and watching the stream. You are doing an amazing job, and I am here with you feeling every single bit of fatigue, as you probably are. Trying to keep up with this race, trying to keep up with absolutely everything that's happening. Trying to keep the energy to continue watching the race. If you're struggling to stay awake, I recommend a little bit of water. Give yourself a few paces. And then when it starts getting light, brush your teeth. I know it sounds really strange, but it does almost trick your body into thinking you're starting a new day, that you've woken up and that you're going to start a new day. You just get that little extra burst of energy that you need to get yourself through the rest of the day. We ride still on board with the NAFA Racing UK car as it is pounding round the circuit, coming into the middle sector of the course now. Took a good 3 seconds out of the car in front in the last few laps, currently lapping 1.3 seconds faster per lap. So a very impressive pace there from the favourite driver, well, the fan favourite driver in the Napa Racing UK car. P6 is still Onid Go for the gap, but that's the car that is being hunted down by the Napa Racing UK entry. Apologies once again. Getting harder to not yawn on the stream as the hours go on. But a 22-second gap from Onid Go for the gap to Avanti Racing. And it's another 73 seconds for Avanti Racing behind the Boo Barracuda car, who are then a lap behind the Cam Sport car in front of them. Is still very slowly just cutting into that lead of the Team Purple Helmets car, doing a mighty fine job of it. I think they're just going to have to continue with the pace that they're at, making sure that they are getting their stints absolutely nailed. As we continue to watch the Napa Racing UK car hunting down the Onid Go for the gap racing car. Another lap deleted for Ravum Esports there. Now Jake Biggerstaff in the Team Purple Rain car as well, jumping into that car. Fault Shark now in the pit lane as well. Have a look on the timer, see how long they are in the pits for too. No problem, Ali. We currently have 3 viewers watching the stream, and I think one of those is Race Control. So thank you very much for tuning in. For those of you still watching, we are at 8.5 hours left to go of the race. In about 17 minutes, we will be moving on to another stream. So keep an eye on the YouTube channel for that. In the meantime, let's just enjoy riding on board with the Lamborghini. safety reminder, in just over 5 minutes time we will be swapping onto the new stream, so please find that in the YouTube channel or our Facebook page. So at 5 AM we will be going live on our new feed, so please tune into that one if you want to continue watching the race. We only have 5 viewers at the moment, which is very impressive considering the time of day, at 5 to 5 in the morning. So congratulations from getting yourself through the majority of the night. It is now the early morning, and we are getting closer and closer and closer to seeing a little bit of light. Now it's going to be dark quite a little bit longer, I think, on the stream, so the driver's probably enjoying the darkness, although obviously with the lights around the circuit helping illuminate the track, must make it feel a little bit nicer to drive around as well, so you're not straining to get around the circuit. Only go for the gap with a personal best time on that last lap, 1 minute 45.621. Very impressive time from them for this time of the race. And that was by Daniel Hyde, apparently, in that car. Unless they've, I think that's Dan Hyde in the car still now. Can't really see into their pod at the moment, but I believe that is him still pounding around the circuit, unless they are yet to update their driver board. You can see the Napa Racing UK car behind the Team Purple Helmets car. The Napa Racing UK car currently lapping a little bit faster than the Team Purple Helmets car. Only Camsport have brought the gap. Whoa, and that's a spin there for the fan favourite Jamil. That's not going to go down well with the fan base, but he holds it well. Gets himself back to the circuit, and off he goes again. Brought the gap down to go for the gap to 61 seconds, but that's definitely going to increase now, as he has now lost control of the car. Here we see the Camsport car once again, giving it their all to get the P2 from Team Purple Helmets. That gap at 72 seconds. So they are putting in a really mighty fine effort in closing that gap down. We also have only to go for the gap in P6, putting in another personal best first sector, and it is Aidan Carter back in the sim now, so it just took them a little while to update their driver board. So that's Aidan Carter in the pod now, putting in some mighty fast laps, trying to regain that time on Avanti Racing for P5. So, still watching the lap times of the Onid Camsport car compared to the Team Purple Helmets car, still being driven by Adam Delmont. So, Adam currently doing 1 minute 47.9s compared to Matt Goodger-Scott's 1:46.5s. So, that gap is going to continue to reduce as the stint goes on. So coming from 1 minute, like quite a high, like 1 minute 30 sort of time, to down to a 1 minute 10. Martin Buchan has finally escaped his pod, which means he is probably swapping to Nathan Burton now. Yep, Nathan Burton now aboard the Boo Barracuda car. Hopefully that rest has done him some good. We'll see what his pace is like. 1 minute 47.805. Martin, I hope you managed to go get some rest now. And just a final warning for you all that we will be swapping the stream within the next couple of minutes. So at 5 AM we will be swapping to the new stream, which can be found on the YouTube channel, the Facebook page, or the Discord, depending on where you are signed up. So that's just under 1 minute away now, so just bear that in mind. Gap down to 70 seconds for second place, as Matt Goodger-Scott is giving it absolutely everything that he's got now. 1 minute 46.5 compared to a 1:47.9 from Team Purple Helmet. So really pushing hard to try and close that gap. So we've got about 30 seconds left before we move to the other stream. So I'm just going to quickly wrap a few things up, and then we will move on to the next stream. About 20 seconds away now. Pram Esports leading the race with 8 hours and 17 minutes left to go. Team Purple Helmets getting under ever more pressure from the Onid Campsport car. We'll see you on the other side.